Shattered bonds. Chapter 1. The mark was running. Carrie knew before Lilith said anything she could hear the shift in the target's footsteps 3 blocks ahead, the specific change in rhythm that happened when someone realized they were being followed and decided to do something stupid about it. Her leopard clocked it and filed it, and she was already adjusting her angle without breaking stride. "He's running," Lilith said into the comms, unnecessarily. "I know. East on Pine. If he hits the alley behind the..." "I see it." A pause, the particular quality of silence that meant Lilith was doing the thing where she did not say what she was thinking. "I was going to say something useful," Lilith said. "You were going to tell me to cut through the parking structure." "That was a useful thing, yes." Carrie was already cutting through the parking structure. It was the kind of Seattle night that made the city look like something from a film, the rain not quite falling, hanging in the air instead, turning every streetlight into a diffused orange glow that caught on the wet pavement and multiplied. Cold in the specific way October got cold here, not aggressive, just relentless. She had stopped noticing it years ago. Her leopard ran warm. The mark was a wolf shifter named Devin Marsh, no relation to anyone, just a man with a bad debt to a worse pack and a tendency to handle problems by running from them until they became someone else's problem. Tonight, someone else was the Walker Pack, specifically the Walker Pack's 2-person extraction team, specifically Carrie and Lilith, who had been standing in the rain outside a bar on Capitol Hill for 40 minutes waiting for Devin Marsh to finish his 3rd whiskey and make exactly this kind of decision. She came out the other side of the parking structure onto the alley as Devin Marsh came around the corner at the opposite end. He stopped. She stopped. He was a large man, broad through the shoulders, the kind of build that suggested he had spent years believing that physical size was an adequate substitute for good judgment. He was also, she noted, significantly less drunk than they had assessed from the bar. The running had burned through some of it. His eyes were doing the rapid calculation of someone deciding whether to shift. "Don't," she said, conversationally. His eyes went to her hands. She had not reached for anything. She was standing with her hands loose at her sides in the rain, in jeans and a dark jacket, and she was not particularly large, and she was looking at him with the specific quality of stillness that her leopard brought to situations where something needed to be kept calm. Most people, when they encountered that stillness, found their bodies making the sensible decision before their minds caught up. Devin Marsh was not most people. He shifted. "Carrie." "I see him." What followed was not a fight exactly. A fight implies a relatively equal contest. Devin Marsh in wolf form was fast and large and operating on adrenaline and 3 whiskeys, and the specific single-mindedness of an animal that had decided forward was the only direction worth considering. Carrie moved around him. Not back around the leopard's geometry, the understanding that a straight line is only one option and usually not the most interesting one. He snapped where she had been. She was on his left. He turned. She was somewhere else. Her leopard did not produce the anxiety that direct confrontation produced in pack animals. She was not trying to win a dominance contest. She was not afraid of losing one. She was simply placing herself in positions that were not where he was expecting her to be until he was too tired and too frustrated to keep expecting anything. 40 seconds, maybe less, he slowed. The adrenaline had a ceiling. Lilith came around the alley's corner on a walk. Devin Marsh, wolf shifted and breathing hard, looked between the two of them. Carrie on one end of the alley, Lilith at the other. Lilith was not running. Lilith had not been running. Lilith had the expression of someone who had expected this specific outcome and had structured her evening accordingly. "Okay," Devin Marsh said, which came out as more of a sound than a word but communicated adequately. He shifted back. He sat down on the wet ground because his legs had made a decision his pride had not yet caught up to. Carrie crouched to his level without being asked, because she had learned a long time ago that talking down to someone who had just done something embarrassing made the conversation longer and less productive. "Here's what happens next," she said. "You come with us. You talk to the people you owe. You work out a payment structure that does not involve anyone's teeth. We drive you home." Devin Marsh blinked water out of his eyes. The rain was still doing its hanging-in-the-air thing. "That's it. That's it." The pack said. "The pack said come find you. They didn't say anything about what condition you arrived in. Nobody wants this to be dramatic." She paused. "Well, Lilith might want it to be slightly dramatic. She's been out here for 40 minutes. "I'm fine," Lilith said from the other end of the alley. "This is a perfectly pleasant evening. I'm enjoying the rain." She was not enjoying the rain. She was tolerating the rain with the specific grace of a wolf shifter who had grown up in the Pacific Northwest and had strong opinions about October weather that she expressed primarily through the set of her shoulders. Devin Marsh looked at Lilith. I looked back at Carrie. "Which one of you is Walker's kid?" "Both of us," Carrie said. He nodded slowly. Something settled in him, the pack name doing what pack names did, providing a framework for the situation. Walker Pack. He was not getting out of this. He was also apparently going to be driven home after. There were worse outcomes. "Okay," he said again, more clearly this time. Lilith drove. Carrie rode in the back with Devin Marsh, which was the kind of operational choice that looked like courtesy and was actually about angles and exits, and which Lilith had stopped commenting on approximately 4 years ago. The city moved past the windows. Seattle at 11 on a Wednesday, not quiet, never entirely quiet, but lower in frequency than the weekend, the neon reflecting on the wet streets in long smeared lines of color. Carrie watched it without watching it, her leopard doing its background inventory of the car's interior, the traffic around them, the quality of the silence from the man beside her. He was not dangerous anymore. He had been embarrassed out of danger somewhere in the alley. She realized she was humming. She stopped. "You can keep going," Devin Marsh said. He sounded tired. "It's a good song." She did not know what to say to this because she never had a response ready when someone mentioned the humming. It happened, and she did not notice it happening, and being told about it afterward always produced a small interior silence, like a room she kept forgetting was there. "Sorry," she said. "Don't be." He looked out the window. "My grandmother used to hum. I haven't thought about that in years." Carrie looked at the passing city. "Carrie," Lilith said from the front. "Meh. You're doing the thing." "I'm not doing anything." "You have a face." "I don't have a face." The quiet face, the thinking face, a brief pause, the face that means I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes wondering what you're thinking and you're not going to tell me. "I might tell you." "You won't." Devin Marsh was watching this exchange with the expression of a man who had revised his understanding of what his evening was. They dropped him at the pack house of the people he owed, a low-key establishment in Ballard that from the outside looked like an unremarkable rental property, and from the inside functioned as the administrative hub of a mid-sized wolf pack with a healthy, if occasionally aggressive approach to debts receivable. Words were had. A payment structure was agreed upon. Nobody's teeth were involved. Lilith handled the pack-to-pack portion of the conversation. She was better at it than Carrie, not because Carrie couldn't navigate pack politics, but because Carrie's leopard produced a specific background frequency in rooms full of wolves that she was aware of and could manage, and that was nevertheless an additional variable that was sometimes not worth introducing. Lilith moved through wolf pack spaces the way water moved through its own environment. Carrie moved through them the way something that was not water moved through an environment that was designed for water. Functional, somewhat effortful. She waited outside. The night had settled into actual rain now, the hanging-in-the-air thing having run its course, and she stood under the overhang of the pack house's front entrance and watched the street and hummed without noticing she was humming. The door opened behind her. "Done," Lilith said, coming to stand beside her. She had her jacket collar turned up against the rain. "They'll file the payment schedule with Jimmy tomorrow. Devin gets 60 days. "That's generous." He shifted in a public alley. "To be fair, You moved like smoke and he snapped at air for 40 seconds. "Carrie, it's fine. He definitely learned something." Lilith looked at the rain. How's your shoulder? Fine. He clipped you. He barely stopped. How did you see that? I always see it. Not accusatory, simply true. How's your shoulder? Fine, Carrie said, meaning it this time. Her leopard's healing rate handled worse than a glancing contact from a frustrated wolf shifter. She would have a bruise by morning, and it would be gone by afternoon. Lilith accepted this with the specific quality of acceptance that contained the full record of every time Carrie had said fine, and not quite meant it, held without comment. They stood in the rain's overhang. The street was quiet. Somewhere 2 blocks over a bar was still going, the specific bass frequency sound of a sound system traveling through wet air. The city doing its city things. Good job tonight, Lilith said. We stood in the rain for 40 minutes, and then he ran. And then you moved like smoke and wore him down without throwing a single punch in a public alley while I handled the traffic. Lilith tilted her head slightly. That's a good job, Carrie. She did not know what to do with direct positive assessment. She had known this about herself for years. She managed it by looking at the street. You handled the traffic, she said. You could have cut him off at Pine. You let him run so I could do the alley. Efficient use of personnel. You were being nice. I'm never nice. I'm strategically generous. A beat. Also, I wanted to see if you'd take the parking structure. You knew I'd take the parking structure. I wanted to see it anyway. Lilith said this without looking at her. To the street. To the rain. In the tone she used when she was being honest about something that was too specific to be casual, and she was going to say it anyway. The particular silence that followed was one Carrie knew. She had a library of silences she had cataloged over 12 years, the comfortable ones, the loaded ones, the ones that were a word away from something neither of them was going to say yet. This one was the second kind. We should head back, Lilith said in a different tone, back to operational. The shift was smooth. Mike wanted a debrief before midnight. It's 20 past 11. Then we should definitely head back. They went to the car. The Walker Pack House sat 20 minutes east of the city proper, where the suburbs made their final argument before conceding to the tree line. The road in was not marked, not hidden exactly, nothing so deliberate as that, just unremarkable enough that the eye moved past it without snagging. A long driveway through Douglas firs that dripped October rain onto the car roof in irregular percussion. The house itself was large in the specific way of buildings that had grown organically, rather than been designed at scale additions and extensions, and a third floor that had been decided on partway through the second one. The whole thing held together by the kind of structural integrity that came from decades of maintenance and the particular commitment of a man who had come home from service and decided to build something that would stand. Lights in the ground floor windows, Mike's truck in the drive, Jimmy's car, a light in the third floor room that was Carrie's. She had left it on before they left. She always left it on when they went out at night. She had stopped being aware of this habit somewhere around age 14. Lilith pulled up beside Mike's truck and killed the engine. The rain came down in the sudden silence. Carrie. Meh. The humming. Lilith paused, not hesitation, deliberation. You were humming in the car before Devin said anything. I know, sorry. Don't apologize. A beat. Do you know you always do it when something gets quiet? When there's nothing that needs handling and the ambient just settles. She thought about this. I didn't know that. You've been doing it for as long as I can remember. Lilith was looking at the house. Not Carrie. I used to try to hear the whole thing. You always trail off before it's finished. The small interior room again. The one she kept forgetting was there. Sorry, she said again, which was the wrong thing, and she knew it was the wrong thing. Carrie, Lilith turned to look at her. The porch light from the house was doing something specific to the rain on the windshield, catching it, turning it golden at the edges. Stop apologizing for it. She did not know what to say. This was also a thing she knew about herself. There were specific categories of Lilith's directness that produced in her a complete absence of adequate response. She was an intelligent person. She had reasonable facility with language. In these specific categories, she had nothing. Okay, she managed. Lilith looked at her for a moment longer than necessary. Then she got out of the car. Carrie sat in the passenger seat for 3 seconds that she would not have been able to explain if asked. Then she got out too. Mike was in the kitchen. He was always in the kitchen when they came back late from something not waiting. Exactly. Doing something practical. The kettle on or the coffee going, or in this case, standing at the counter with a bowl of something and the expression of a man who had not been waiting and happened to still be up. "How'd it go?" he said. Not a question. Mike Walker's late-night debriefs operated in the register of statements that invited confirmation rather than questions that invited narrative. "Clean," Lilith said. She dropped into a chair at the kitchen table. He ran, Carrie did the alley thing, he settled. Payment schedule in 60 days. Mike looked at Carrie. The specific Mike Walker assessed a scan that took in her shoulder, her overall condition, the particular quality of her presence in the room. "Shoulder," he said. "Fine," she said. The assessment continued briefly. Then he nodded, which meant he accepted the fine and had noted it and would check again tomorrow in the way he checked things. He put coffee on, not asking if they wanted it, knowing. Carrie sat at the table across from Lilith. The kitchen was warm in the specific way of rooms that had held a lot of people over a lot of years. The warmth was structural, almost built into the walls. She had sat at this table for 12 years. It remained one of the few places in the world where her leopard went entirely quiet without effort. "Donna wants to go over the East Side situation tomorrow," Mike said. At the counter, not looking at them, 8 o'clock. "I have the thing with Amber at 9, Carrie said. Then 8 o'clock. "The thing with Amber is important. The East Side situation is also important." He turned to look at her. In the specific weight and stillness of the serious tone not applied fully, a fraction of it, the indicator setting rather than the full signal. 8 o'clock. "You can see Amber after." She held the look for a moment, then 8 o'clock. Lilith was watching this exchange from across the table with the expression she used when she found something privately entertaining and had decided not to make it a thing. What Carrie said. "Nothing. You have a face." "I don't have a face. I am completely faceless. I am a void." Lilith accepted the coffee Mike set in front of her. "Thank you, Dad." Mike said. Carrie accepted her own coffee. "Hold it. Let the warmth of it do the thing warmth does after a cold October night in the rain." Mike took his own coffee and stood at the counter because Mike Walker did not sit at the kitchen table at midnight. He stood at the counter and drank his coffee and was present without being in the way, which was a skill Carrie had spent a long time trying to understand and had eventually concluded was simply Mike being Mike. "Shoulder," he said again. "Dad." "Carrie." She looked at him, the fraction of the serious tone, the weight underneath it. "It's fine," she said. "I promise it's fine. Glancing contact, wolf form, I'll have a bruise by morning and it'll be gone by noon." He looked at her for a beat longer than the assessment required. Then he nodded. There was something in that nod, not just the confirmation of the physical assessment. Something that did the same thing the serious tone did occupied a frequency she had always recognized without being able to say why. She had spent 12 years attributing it to Mike Walker specifically, to who he was, to the particular quality of his attention. She did not examine it further. She drank her coffee. Later. Carrie's room was on the 3rd floor, the one with the light she always left on. It was the largest of the 3rd-floor rooms, which was not something she had asked for, which was something Mike had arranged when she was 11 years old, and had stated plainly to Lilith's questioning look that Carrie's room was Carrie's room, and that was that. She sat on the edge of the bed. The rain was doing something atmospheric against the window. She had changed out of the wet clothes. Her shoulder had the beginning of a bruise forming along the line of it, a pale suggestion of what it would be by morning. She pressed her fingers to it, not hard, just checking. Fine. She caught herself before the humming started. Recognizing the impulse to settle, Lilith had said, when the ambient settles and let it sit without following it. Just the impulse. Just the awareness of the song underneath, the melody that she could feel the shape of without being able to tell you where she had learned it. She had always assumed she had heard it somewhere. A film, maybe, something playing in a shop, the kind of tune that attached itself to you without asking and became yours through proximity. Lilith's voice. I used to try to hear the whole thing. You always trail off before it's finished. Carrie looked at the rain on the window. She did not know the whole thing. That was the fact of it. She knew the part she hummed a phrase, a progression, something that felt complete within itself, but also like the middle of something larger. She had never been able to find the beginning or the end of it. She had stopped looking a long time ago. The bruise would be gone by noon. She lay back on the bed and looked at the ceiling and did not hum and thought about the way the city looked from the wet alley behind Pine Street at 11 on a Wednesday, the rain turning the streetlights gold. She was asleep before she finished the thought. In the morning, there were eggs. Carrie came downstairs to find Lilith at the stove, and Donna Ray's at the table with a tactical display open on her laptop, and Jimmy Park in the corner with a coffee that appeared to be his second, because he had the look of a man who had been processing data since before it was reasonable to be processing data. Morning, Lilith said without turning around. How do you always know? Your footstep pattern. The third to last stair has a specific creak when you're favoring your left, a brief pause, which means the shoulder is sore. The shoulder is fine. The shoulder is fine and slightly sore. Donna looked up from her laptop. Sit down, we'll start at 10. Carrie sat. There was coffee on the table she had not made. It was there. This was one of the properties of the Walker Pack House that she had stopped questioning. Things appeared when needed. Mike's doing, mostly, or Donna's. Shoulder, Donna said, not looking up from the laptop. It's fine. I know it's fine. You wouldn't be down here if it wasn't fine. I'm nodding it for the operational record. Jimmy looked up briefly. It's in the record. You already noted it. I got a text. He went back to his screen. It's fine. I noted it as fine. Carrie looked at Lilith's back. Lilith was plating eggs with the specific focused attention of someone who was absolutely not smiling. The kitchen filled. Pack members filtering through two wolves who had been on perimeter duty overnight, the third-floor resident who kept approximately engineering student hours and appeared to be sustaining herself entirely on coffee and whatever appeared in the kitchen. A brief appearance from Mike himself, serious-stoned and already operational, who accepted a coffee and asked two specific questions about the East Side situation, and was satisfied with Donna's answers in the way Mike was satisfied with answers not visibly. But the next question didn't come. Carrie ate her eggs. The morning moved around her. The specific organized chaos of the Walker Pack House on a workday, which was most days. She had been waking up to this for 12 years. Her leopard was quiet, not the alertness quiet of a predator in position, the other quiet. The one that meant something deep in her had filed the situation under safe and turned its attention elsewhere. She had never found the ambient safe in this specific way anywhere else in the world except the Silver Quill's back room. She should not have fallen asleep thinking about the song. The thought arrived sideways, the way these thoughts did not examine itself, just observing. She had been tired, and she had let her mind go where it went when the barriers were down, which was apparently to the melody, and to Lilith's voice saying, I used to try to hear the whole thing. She ate her eggs. The meeting started. Donna was explaining the East Side situation in the clipped, precise language of someone who had been briefing tactical situations for 20 years and had long since trimmed every syllable that wasn't functional. Carrie took notes and asked the right questions, and the shoulder was fine. At 9, she was in the Silver Quill. Amber had the back room open with tea already made, the specific organized chaos of a working witch's consultation space. 3 separate books open at different angles that meant something was being cross-referenced. Amber moved through the back room the way she moved through everything with the specific economy of purpose of a woman who had been doing exactly this for 30 years. The smell of the Silver Quill's back room was a thing Carrie had stopped consciously noting by the time she was 15. It was just the smell. Lilac and mint, warm and specific, woven into the walls. She had walked through the front door and immediately felt her leopard ease into a lower gear, and she had stopped being surprised by this at approximately the same time. "Shoulder," Amber said. Carrie sat down. Everyone knows about the shoulder. "It's a small house." Amber poured tea and sat across from her. "How bad?" "Gone by noon." "Then we won't discuss it." Amber set the tea in front of her. The specific quality of her attention shifted from the ambient to the focused, the thing Amber did when something needed actual examination rather than peripheral awareness. "How are you?" "Not the shoulder, Carrie." She wrapped her hands around the tea. "Fine." "Carrie?" I'm fine." She looked at the steam. "I caught myself humming again last night. Devin Marsh told me my grandmother used to hum. He looked like he was going to cry about it." Amber's expression was carefully neutral in the way it got when she was listening to something she had thoughts about. And then Lilith said she used to try to hear the whole thing. Carrie paused. "The song." She said she used to try to hear all of it. "What did you say to that?" "I said I didn't know the whole thing." She looked up. I never have. It's just there, the middle of it. I've never found where it starts." Amber was quiet for a moment, holding the tea, her expression doing the thing where it was neutral in a way that was actually not neutral at all, but held very still. "You know you can ask me things," she said. "Eventually." "I know. Things you've been wondering about for a while. Things that feel like they have edges you can't quite." "Amber," Carrie looked at her, "do you know what it is? The song." "The back room. The warmth of it. The smell of lilac and mint around them." Amber's face doing the very still thing. "Not specifically," Amber said, "but I have always thought it was yours, in the deepest sense. A pause, something you came with." "Something you came with. Not something you learned. Not something you picked up somewhere. Something that had been there before was there to be in." Carrie looked at her tea. "It feels like the middle of something," she said again. "Like the beginning exists somewhere and I just can't." "Some things we find the beginning of later," Amber said, carefully, with the quality she used when she was saying something true and partial and waiting for the person across from her to be ready for the rest. "When we have more of the picture." The back room held them, the rain outside, the tea, the cats that appeared and disappeared in the silver quill according to their own logic. Carrie drank her tea and did not hum and thought about the middle of a song she had been carrying her whole life without knowing where it started. Shattered bonds. Chapter 2. The disappearances had started small. That was the thing about them, the thing Jimmy had been trying to articulate to Mike for 3 weeks before he had enough data to articulate it properly. Individually, they were nothing. A 19-year-old wolf shifter from a pack in Tacoma who had a history of going off-grid when things got difficult. A 17-year-old bear shifter from a family in Olympia whose parents had initially assumed college visit, then assumed boyfriend, then filed the report that landed in the specific quiet channel that Jimmy monitored. A fox shifter, 16, from a loner family in Bellingham who had no pack structure, and therefore no one to notice quickly that she was gone. Each one, explicable, pre-unprecedented. The kind of loss that got absorbed into the background noise of a community that was already operating in the margins of a world that officially did not know it existed. Together, a pattern. Jimmy had been looking at the pattern for 6 weeks. He had been certain of it for 3. He had spent those 3 weeks building the documentation that would make it land correctly when he brought it to Mike, because Jimmy Park had learned over 20 years of intelligence work that the difference between a concern and an actionable assessment was specificity, and that bringing an alpha a concern without specificity was a good way to spend the next 3 weeks explaining why you were not overreacting. He was not overreacting. The map on his screen had 11 points, 11 disappearances across the Pacific Northwest over 14 months. The pace had been 2 in the first 6 months, 3 in the following 4, and 6 in the 4 months since. The acceleration was the part that had moved Jimmy from monitoring to meeting. He sent the message to Mike at 7:45 in the morning. "Available when you are. Not urgent, becoming urgent." Mike responded in 4 minutes, 8:15, kitchen. Carrie came downstairs at 8 and found Jimmy already at the table with his second coffee and a laptop, and the expression he used when the data was bad enough that he had been up since before it was reasonable to be up. "Morning," she said. "Morning." He did not look up from his screen. "How's the shoulder?" "It's gone." "Good." He made a note of something. "Mike wants you in the 8:15. A pause, and Lilith. She poured coffee. "What's the 8:15? "Something is becoming urgent." She looked at the side of his head. Jimmy Park delivered bad news in the same register he delivered everything else, which was efficient and occasionally alarming. She had learned to read the specific calibration of his neutral the way his neutral had gradations that you could only parse after enough exposure. This neutral was 7 out of 10. She sat down across from him. "How is it becoming?" He looked up. "Consider the question with the specificity it deserves. The kind of becoming that still has some distance to travel, but that you want to understand the shape of before it arrives." "That's very diplomatic." "I'm having a diplomatic morning." He went back to his screen. 8:15. Mike came in at 8:12. Donna at 8:13. Lilith at 8:14, with the particular quality of someone who had been awake for longer than her entrance suggested, shower fresh but sharp in the eyes. She sat next to Carrie, not across from her, beside her. The default arrangement of 12 years, so automatic that neither of them had ever discussed it. Across the table meant different teams. Besides, it meant the same thing. Jimmy turned his laptop so the screen faced the table. The map. 11 points, Pacific Northwest, 14 months. "I've been tracking disappearances," he said. "In the briefing register, not the conversational one. Supernatural community, predominantly young. The oldest is 19. The youngest is 14. A beat. These are the confirmed ones. The methodology I used required corroboration across at least 2 sources, which means there are almost certainly more." Mike looked at the map. The specific quality of his looks, not the ambient, the focused, the same gear shift Amber's attention made when something required actual examination. "Distribution," he said. "Regional, everything within a 200-mile radius of Seattle." Jimmy pulled up a secondary layer. "No confirmed geographic center. The activity pattern doesn't suggest a fixed point of operation, it suggests mobility. They're moving to the targets rather than drawing them to a location." "Species distribution," Donna said. "Predominantly wolf shifters, 3 bear shifters, 2 foxes, 1 deer." Jimmy paused. "The deer I flagged specifically because it's an outlier. Deer shifters don't present as operational threats. If you're building something of an armed cohort, a trained group of deer shifters are not your obvious recruitment pool." "Unless you're not recruiting for threat capacity," Lilith said. "Unless you want something else." "That's the read I came to," Jimmy said, mildly, in the way he used when someone had confirmed his own conclusion and he was professionally satisfied about it. Young, variable species. The selection suggests something other than combat capability as the primary criterion. Carrie looked at the map. 11 points, 14 months, the acceleration curve. "They're getting faster," she said. 6 in the last 4 months. Yes. Which means either they have more capacity than they started with or the timeline has changed. She looked up, or both. Jimmy's neutral held. "Both are my readings." Mike was quiet for a moment. The kitchen had the particular quality of holding the attention of everyone in it, doing the simultaneous thing of processing data and watching him process data, because Mike Walker's processing had consequences. "What do we know about who?" he said. "Very little that's confirmed." Jimmy pulled up another layer. "Patterns of approach suggest operational training. The families and communities that reported the disappearances consistently described no warning, no disturbance, no signs of struggle. Either the subjects went willingly, or the method of extraction is sufficiently sophisticated that it left nothing visible." A pause. "Given the age range, I'm working on the assumption that at least some went willingly. Someone offered them something. Or someone made the alternative look worse," Donna said. "Also possible." Carrie was still looking at the map. The deer shifter point. 14 months ago, one of the earliest, first 6 months of the pattern. The oldest in the series chronologically and the most anomalous by species. The dear shifter, she said. Family situation. Jimmy glanced at his notes. Loner family. No pack affiliation. The report came from a school teacher who flagged an absence that went from a week to 2 weeks to a formal missing persons filing. He looked up. The mundane system picked this one up. We got it through Chen. Detective Sarah Chen, who had a working relationship with Jimmy and an accurately calibrated level of knowledge about the supernatural community, and who routed things she could not explain through the right channels. A mundane teacher filed a missing persons report on a supernatural child, Lilith said, and it landed on Sarah's desk. And Sarah routed it to me inside 48 hours. Jimmy's expression did something brief and characteristic, not quite satisfaction, more like the acknowledgement of a working system working. The family had no community infrastructure. If the teacher hadn't flagged it, the disappearance might not have registered at all. The implication settled over the table. They're selecting for isolation, Donna said. Partially, the wolf shifters are pack-affiliated, and those packs are noticed but slowly in 2 cases. Packs don't always report internally before they've exhausted their own resources. Embarrassment, sometimes. Pride. Jimmy looked at the map. The isolation isn't always physical. Sometimes it's structural. Mike's hands were flat on the table. Still, the particular stillness that meant he was in the decision-processing register. What do you need from me, he said, to Jimmy. Authorization to expand the monitoring network. I want to reach out to pack contacts in Oregon and Northern California to see if the pattern extends south of our current data range. He paused. And I want to flag this through Amber. There may be a magical component to the extraction methodology that would leave signatures she could identify. Do both, Mike said, today. Already drafted. Jimmy closed 2 of the windows on his screen. There's one more thing. He said it with the calibration of someone who had saved a specific piece for the end. Not because it was an afterthought, but because it was the piece that changed the shape of the others, and he wanted the others to be fully received before he delivered it. Everyone at the table recognized the calibration. They waited. 3 days ago, Jimmy said, I picked up movement on a monitoring flag I've had running for 8 months. A flag I set on activity patterns associated with the Voss pack out of Lake of the Ozarks. The kitchen did the thing that rooms do when something lands not physically, a quality of the air in it, the specific density of several people's attention redirecting simultaneously. Carrie's coffee was in her hands. She did not put it down. The Voss pack, Mike said, even giving nothing yet. Known leopard shifter group, Missouri-based. Jimmy looked at his notes, though he did not need to. He was giving himself a beat, Carrie understood, giving the room a beat. The flag triggered travel activity. Several individuals are moving northwest. Current trajectory puts them in the Seattle metro area within the checked his screen. 48 to 72 hours if they've maintained pace. Lilith was very still beside her, not the neutral stillness of professional processing. The other stillness, the one that knew something specific was happening and was waiting for the shape of it to complete. How many individuals? Donna said. Confirmed 3, possibly more traveling separately. Purpose unknown. Purpose unknown. Jimmy looked up, but the timing, given the disappearance pattern, is not a coincidence, Donna said. I don't work in coincidences, Jimmy said mildly. The kitchen was quiet. Carrie put her coffee down. The movement was careful, deliberate. She was aware of it being deliberate, and she did it anyway because her hands needed something to do, and the coffee was the available option, and deliberate was better than the alternative. The Voss pack. She had not heard those words spoken in this kitchen before. She had not spoken to them herself, not here, not to Mike, not to anyone in the Walker pack in any explicit way. The information existed in the background of her history, in the way that certain information exists present, available, never quite surfacing into conversation, because surfacing it required examining what it attached to, and what it attached to was a night in Missouri when she was 10 years old, and a door left unlocked, and the cold of the road, and the long, dark drive of afterward. Her leopard was doing something. She cataloged it not panic, not flight instinct, something more deliberate than either, a quality of orientation. The way a predator goes still when it identifies something it needs to track. The Voss pack, she said. Her voice came out even. She was glad of that. Carrie, Mike said, in the serious tone, not the fraction of it from last night, the fuller weight. The one that meant what followed was true and permanent and being said specifically to her. You don't have to. I know, she looked at the map. 11 points. And 3 people traveling northwest on a trajectory that put them in Seattle in 48 hours. What do we know about their operation? Mike looked at her for a moment. Something in his expression that was the serious tone's emotion correlates the weight of it, not the voice. Then he looked at Jimmy. Brief her. Jimmy nodded. He pulled up a different file older, she noted, already prepared, already waiting. He had built it before the meeting. He had known she would ask. This was why Jimmy Park was good at his job. The Voss pack operates out of a private compound on the lake, he said. 3rd generation of ownership. Approximately 40 members based on available data. I want to caveat that number significantly. I'm working from inference and the occasional registered vehicle cross-referenced with property records. He paused. They have a legitimate face. Tourism adjacent, private event hosting, some agricultural land. Embedded in the local community, sufficiently, that mundane attention has never materialized around them. Leadership, Donna said. An individual I have registered as Aldrich Voss. Late 60s. No military record, no significant criminal record, no public profile to speak of. Jimmy's neutral did something fractional, which is itself notable for someone operating at the apparent scale of his community infrastructure. He has been very careful about not being found. His son, Carrie said, quietly. Jimmy looked at her. He has a son, she said, not a question. Yes, carefully, Kane Holt, late 20s. Different surnames are maternal, I believe. He's present in the Voss compound records but similarly minimal in any public-facing capacity. A beat. He's one of the 3 I have confirmed traveling northwest. The specific quality of the kitchen changed again. Smaller this time, more personal. Lilith's hand found the table between them, not touching Carrie's hand. Near it. The specific geometry near that communicated what touch would have communicated without the weight of being asked whether touch was wanted. Carrie looked at the map. The other 2, she said. Unconfirmed identities. I have physical descriptions from the monitoring data. Jimmy paused. And I have one name that came through the flag, attached to travel records. He looked at his screen. Mary White, 25, also Voss pack affiliated. Carrie's leopard went entirely still. Mary White. Not the pattern of the name. She had known the pattern for 22 years, had known it in the specific way you know names that are attached to the most formative things, the names that become part of the architecture of who you are before you are old enough to choose what your architecture includes. The name arrived in her like weather, like something that had been approaching from a distance for a long time and had finally reached her. Carrie, Lilith's voice low, just her name. I'm fine. I know you're. Mary White, she said, clear and even. She lived next door, in the Voss compound. We were stopped, found the word, friends. She was my friend. The kitchen held this. Mike's hands were still flat on the table. His expression had the specific quality of someone who had known more than they were saying, and who was now watching the information arrive at the person it affected most and holding carefully to the weight of that. You knew, Carrie said, looking at him. I knew there was someone, Mike said. A family that helped you. I didn't know who specifically. I didn't push for specifics. A beat. You were 10. She had been 10. She had told him in the weeks after she arrived, in the fragmented way of a traumatized 10-year-old trying to explain what had happened, that someone had helped her. A neighbor. A family who left a door unlocked. She had not given names. Mike had not asked for them. He had known, she understood now. Not the name, the shape of it. And he had set a monitoring flag and he had waited. You've been watching for her, she said. I've been watching for anything from that direction, he said. Even for 8 months. 8 months. Since we started getting indicators that someone was looking. He held her look. Carrie, I need you to tell me what you need right now. She looked at the map. 3 points moving northwest, 48 hours. I need it, she said, and stopped and found it. I need to know if she's one of them. If she's coming here, she will stop again. We don't know yet, Jimmy said, carefully. The flag gave me travel data, not purpose. Not purpose. Mary White traveling from Lake of the Ozarks to Seattle with Kane Holt and an unidentified third party could mean many things. Carrie was aware of how many things it could mean, and she was aware that most of them were not good, and she was aware that one of them, the most honest one, the one her leopard was producing with the specific certainty of a predator reading a situation, was that a pack sent its best tracker to retrieve what the pack had lost. And Mary White had known her better than anyone. Okay, she said. The word came out more collected than she felt. She was aware of the gap between what she sounded like and what was happening in her chest, and she kept the gap because the kitchen needed her to keep the gap, and Mike needed her to keep it, and Donna was already in tactical mode, and Jimmy was already back at his screen, and the situation required the version of her that kept the gap. Lilith's hand moved, small movement, her little finger touching the side of Carrie's hand on the table. Barely anything, less than touch technically. Carrie did not move her hand away. Jimmy, Mike said, I want eyes on those travel patterns every 2 hours. Donna, I want a protocol for if they enter the metro area. He looked at Carrie. You're with me this afternoon. There are things I should have told you a long time ago, and I've been waiting for the right moment, and I think the right moment is now. The serious tone, full weight of it, the frequency she had always recognized. Okay, she said. And Carrie, he waited until she looked at him fully. Whatever this is, whatever they want you are pack. You understand me. She understood him. Yes, she said. She found Amber at 9:45 instead of 9. The silver quills back room, the smell of lilac and mint, the specific warmth of a place that had been a sanctuary for long enough that the sanctuary was structural. Her leopard went to the lower gear the same way it always did. Amber took one look at her and put the kettle on without saying anything. Carrie sat. She did not speak immediately. She had learned from 12 years in this specific room, from the specific quality of Amber Silver's attention, that there was a shape to hard things, and that the shape required its own time, and that Amber would not fill the time before the thing was ready to be spoken. The kettle, the rain outside. The cats conduct their inexplicable business in the front of the shop. Jimmy's been monitoring the Voss pack, she said, for 8 months. He has traveled data on 3 of them. They're 48 hours out. Amber turned from the counter. Her expression held very still. One of them is Mary White, Carrie said. My word again. Friend, she was my friend. Amber set down the thing she was holding. Carefully, the motion of someone who needs their hands to be empty for what comes next. Come here, she said. Carrie did not move for a moment. She was 22 years old, and she had been keeping the gap since the kitchen, and the gap had been the right call in the kitchen, and she was not in the kitchen anymore. She crossed the back room. Amber's arms came around her. The smell of lilac and mint is close and warm. She did not cry. She did not particularly want to cry. What she felt was not grief. Not exactly. It was something more compound than grief. The specific weight of a past that had been background becoming foreground. The acknowledgement that the thing she had always known was there had stopped waiting. She let Amber hold her for a moment, just a moment. Then she stepped back. I need to know something, she said. Ask. The bond, she watched Amber's face. It's been worse lately. The pull, whatever it is, it's been louder. Amber's expression did the very still thing. The neutral that was not neutral. For how long, she said. A few weeks. Carrie paused. Since before Jimmy flagged the travel data, before I knew they were moving, she looked at Amber, which means something was already changing, Amber said. Yes, a beat. You know something about it, about what it is. The kettle had boiled. Amber did not move toward it. She looked at Carrie for a long moment. The quality of looking meant she was deciding something, not whether to be honest. Amber did not lie to her, but how much truth the moment could carry, and whether it was the moment to carry it. "There are things I should tell you," Amber said. "Some of them I have been waiting to tell you until you are ready. Some of them I have been waiting to tell you until I had to." A pause. "I think I have to now." "Tell me." "Not all of it today. Some of it needs the right conditions and the right people present." Amber moved to the kettle. Her hands were very steady, "But I'll tell you the shape of it." She turned. "The bond is not natural, Carrie. What you've been feeling your whole life, the pull, the disruption, the way certain memories seem further away than they should be, it's not a natural pack experience. It's something that was done to you." The back room. The rain. The warmth of the walls. "Done to me," she said. "Yes." "By the Voss pack." "Yes." Carrie looked at her hands. She was aware of the melody present, underneath, the middle of a song she had been carrying without knowing where it started. "How long have you known?" she said. "Since the first week." Amber's voice was even, careful, the tone of someone who has rehearsed honesty and is delivering it exactly as she prepared it. "I have been managing the effects of it quietly, carefully since the first week. I couldn't remove it. I didn't fully understand it, but I could slow what it was doing to you." Carrie looked at her. 12 years, she said. 12 years. The silence between them was a specific shape. Not anger, not yet. She did not know yet what to do with this. The edges of it were still arriving. Something more fundamental than anger. The recalibration of a long-held understanding. "You didn't tell me," she said. "No." "Because." "Because you were 10 years old, and then you were 12, and then you were 15, and then you were here, and you were building something, and I was afraid." Amber stopped. Collected herself. "I was afraid that telling you would cost you what you were building. That the weight of it would stop again. That was my judgment call. I could be wrong about it. I have wondered for 12 years whether I was wrong about it." Carrie looked at the woman who had sat with her on this floor when she was 11 years old and taught her the names of magical things and made tea when she came in from school and said don't apologize for that when the word slipped out. 12 years of that. 12 years of mornings in this back room and the smell of lilac and mint and the cats and the warmth. 12 years of Amber running a quiet counter-operation in the background of all of it, protecting her from something while she sat here in the room where the protection was happening and knew nothing about it. She did not know what she felt about this. She would not know for a while. "Okay," she said. "Carrie, I'm not angry right now." She looked up. "I might be angry later. I don't know yet. Right now I need to understand what you know and what it means and what's going to happen when 3 people from the Voss pack arrive in Seattle in 48 hours. Amber looked at her. The expression on her face was something Carrie had not seen before, something exposed and sorry and waiting for a judgment she had decided she deserved. "Then let me tell you what I know," she said. Later, in the front of the silver quill, Carrie sat in the armchair by the window that she had been sitting in since she was small enough that it felt like a larger chair. A cat that had no name anyone had confirmed was in her lap despite this being a choice she had not made. The bookstore moved around her. Customers, the specific quiet of people in the presence of books, the rain on the window doing the light thing it had been doing for 2 days now. She was humming. She caught it this time. Earlier than she usually caught it, she was still learning to hear herself do it. The melody just where it always was, the middle of the song, the part she had always had without the rest. She let it continue. 48 hours. Mary White had known her better than anyone in the compound, had been the person whose family left a door unlocked, had been the hand in the dark when the night was cold and the road was in front of her and everything behind her was already ash. Her leopard was observed with the specific unemotional clarity of an animal reading a situation, traveling toward her from 2,000 miles away with Kane Holt. Both things. The cat in her lap made a sound that was not quite a purr, more opinionated than a purr, more like commentary. "I know," Carrie said. The cat settled, apparently satisfied. She looked at the rain on the window. and hummed the middle of the song and thought about what Amber had told her about the shape of things and what came after 48 hours and how the ordinary world she had been living in, the jobs and the kitchen and the eggs in the morning and Lilith's. I used to try to hear the whole thing was not over yet, but was different now in a way that would not become less different. The door of the silver quill opened. She looked up. For a second, less than a second, the gap between one heartbeat and the next, she thought it was going to be Mary. The specific quality of anticipation her leopard had been running since the kitchen. It was not Mary. It was a boy. 15, maybe. Jeans and a jacket that had been rained on for longer than a jacket should be rained on. Moving through the silver quill's front door with the specific quality of someone whose body had carried them somewhere that their mind had not quite approved. He looked at the shop. He looked at the books. He looked at Carrie in the armchair by the window. His eyes had the quality she recognized. She had seen it in mirrors when she was 11. The specific look of someone who has been running for long enough that they have stopped knowing whether they are running toward something or away from it. He was supernatural. Her leopard confirmed this without ceremony. Wolf. He was also about to fall over. She was out of the chair before she had decided to move. "Hey," she said, conversational. The tone she had learned for this was the one that gave people something to orient toward. "Easy, you're okay." He looked at her, something in his face doing the work of trying to assess whether okay was accurate. "Is this what he said?" His voice was rough, underused. "Someone told me. There's a place, in Capitol Hill, a bookstore." "Yeah," she said. "You found it." He exhaled, the specific exhale of a body releasing something it had been holding for a long time. "My name is Tobias," he said. "I've been running for 4 days." Carrie looked at him. She took in the jacket, the exhaustion. The way he was standing, like staying upright, was a project he was managing hour by hour. "Okay, Tobias," she said. "Come sit down." She steered him to the armchair she had just vacated. He dropped into it with the full weight of someone whose legs had been making promises his energy couldn't keep. The cat, displaced, gave her a look of profound professional affront. "I need to call someone," she said. "You're going to stay right here." He nodded. Then, before she could move, he looked up at her with the eyes she recognized. "There's a girl," he said. "Her name is Sierra. She's still there." He stopped. Swallowed. "She's the one who got me out. I need him to stop again. Can someone get her out?" Carrie looked at him, 15 years old, 4 days running. Still in the first thing he said after "I've been running." "Tell me about Sierra," she said. She sat on the edge of the adjacent chair, elbows on knees, and gave him all of her attention. Outside, the rain. In 48 hours, 3 people from Missouri. Right now, a boy named Tobias who had run 4 days and asked about someone else before he asked for anything for himself. She listened. And underneath everything, unnoticed, she was humming. Shattered Bonds. Chapter 3. Tobias Grant ate like someone who had forgot that eating was something he was allowed to do. Amber had produced food from the Silver Quill's back room with the specific efficiency of a woman who kept a kitchen stocked for exactly this kind of emergency, which she did, because this was not the first time someone had come through the front door of the Silver Quill in a condition that required feeding before anything else could happen. Soup. Bread. Something warm that Tobias looked at for a moment with the expression of a person recalibrating their expectations of the immediate future. Then he ate, steadily, without speaking. Carrie sat across from him and did not speak either. She had learned from being the person on the other side of this once, from 12 years of watching Amber manage people in crisis, that the gap between arrival and coherence needed to be honored. You could not rush someone from running to ready to talk. The body had its own timeline. She had called Mike from the back room while Amber got food. "Keep it brief. Someone's here. The Walker pack needs to know. Send Lilith." Mike had said 4 words, "Lilith's already coming," which meant Lilith had either been called separately or had known in the way she sometimes knew things about Carrie's days before Carrie reported them, which Carrie had long since stopped questioning. Tobias finished the soup, looked at the bread in his hands, set it down. "How did you know to come here?" Carrie said. Not an interrogation question with genuine curiosity in it. The silver quill was not widely advertised in supernatural community networks. It was known the way the right places were known. Word of mouth, earned trust, the specific chain of someone who had been here telling someone who needed it. A woman in my pack, he said. His voice was less rough now, still underused but finding itself. Older. She said if something ever happened, if I was ever, she said, find the bookstore in Capitol Hill. She said it like it was a fact, like a fire exit. He looked at his hands. I didn't know if she meant Seattle specifically. I just went towards Seattle. How long were you running? 4 days. He said it flatly, 3 nights. I shifted for the first 2 days, it's faster. Then I had to stop because I didn't have any. I lost track of where I put my jacket and I couldn't stop. I made a choice. 4 days. Carrie looked at him. 15. She did the math without meaning to be 10 years younger than her, which meant he had been born into a world where the Walker pack was already hers, where Seattle was already home, where the longest run of her life was already finished. This was someone who had not yet had the particular experience of understanding that running could end. You said someone helped you, she said. Sierra. Something crossed his face. Not quite painting the specific expression of someone carrying information they have been holding alone for long enough that the weight of it has become physical. She made a distraction, he said. They watched us pretty carefully. We can't shift. Something about the place stops it. And they have people who stay awake, and there's a schedule, and I'd been mapping the schedule for 2 weeks, but I couldn't figure out how to get to the outside door without going past. He stopped, reorganized. Sierra figured out I was planning something. I don't know how, she just knew, and she didn't tell anyone. She waited until I was almost ready, and then she created a situation. An argument. Something that pulled 2 of the watchers to her side of the building. He picked up the bread again, did not eat it. They punished her for it, he said. I didn't see it, I was running. But I know they did because that's how it works there. You create a problem, you take the consequence, a beat. She knew that. She did it anyway. The back room held this. Amber was at the counter. Not a busy present. The specific quality of Amber's presence when she was listening to something difficult. Entirely still, entirely available, not filling any space that didn't need filling. How many people, Carrie said, in the facility? When did I leave, he thought. 14 including me, 14 and Sierra. He looked up. One of them is really young. 14. A witch. The people running it, the woman who comes in sometimes, she pays a lot of attention to the witch. He said this with the specific flatness of someone reporting information they found deeply alarming and had been processing for weeks. Her name is Priya. What does she look like? He described Priya. Then Sierra. Then Marcus, the bear shifter who had been memorizing layouts. He did this without being asked, understanding already that this was the kind of information that mattered, that his job right now was to transfer everything he knew to people who could use it. He went through all 14 by name where he had names, by description where he didn't, and Carrie listened with the quality of attention she gave things that were going to need to be recalled precisely. She had not taken out a phone or a notebook. She did not need to. Her leopard filed things. When he finished, she said, "You did the right thing coming here." He looked at her, the specific look of someone who was not sure about this yet. I left, he said. They're still there and I left. You left because Sierra made sure you could leave. That's different. She held his look. And you came here, which means now there are people who know. That's the thing that changes. Can you get them out? That's what we're going to figure out. But can you? She looked at him steadily. Yes. She said it without the conditional she could have attached to it. The "we'll try" or the "we're going to do our best" that would have been more technically accurate and significantly less useful. She said it because he had run 4 days and asked about Sierra before he asked for water, and she owed him the truth of what this family intended, even if the specifics were not yet mapped. His shoulders dropped approximately half an inch. Not relief, the beginning of the possibility of relief, which was different and more fragile. The front door of the silver quill opened. Carrie heard Lilith's footstep pattern before she appeared in the back room doorway and had known it for 12 years, could identify it through 2 floors and a wall, her leopard filing it in the category of things that were simply known. Lilith came in, took in Tobias, took in the soup bowl, took in Carrie's expression. She pulled up a chair and sat without being asked. "I'm Lilith," she said to Tobias. No last name, no title. Lilith Walker introduced herself without the Walker part because the Walker part had a weight to it in supernatural community spaces that she had learned to deploy carefully. Tobias. I heard. She glanced at Carrie briefly, a full communication in a single exchange of eye contact, and then back to him. Amber's going to let you sleep here tonight. There's a room upstairs that she keeps for this kind of thing. He blinked. I don't need. You ran for 4 days, Lilith said, pleasantly, with the specific quality of pleasantness she used when she was being kind in a way she didn't intend to be argued with. You need sleep and a shower and probably more food. None of that is a conversation. That's what's happening. Tobias looked at Carrie. Carrie said nothing. She had learned a long time ago that there were situations where the most useful thing she could contribute was a certain quality of silence that confirmed Lilith's statements without requiring her to make them herself. Tobias looked back at Lilith. Something in him, the last structural resistance of a 15-year-old boy who had been managing everything alone for 4 days, gave up the project. Okay, he said. Lilith took him upstairs. Amber showed him the room, small, specific, the kind of space that had been used enough times for this purpose that it had the quality of a room that knew what it was for. Clean, warm, a window that looked out on Capitol Hill Street with the rain doing its atmospheric work on the glass. Carrie stood in the back room and looked at the soup bowl and thought about 14 people whose names Tobias had memorized, and a woman named Sierra who had bought him 40 seconds at a cost he had not been present to see. She was humming. She caught it this time but let it continue. The sound of Lilith's footsteps on the stairs. The specific pattern of them, unhurried. Even the particular quality of weight distribution she had been able to identify since she was 12 years old. Lilith came back into the back room. I looked at Carrie. He's out, she said, literally between sitting on the bed and lying down. 4 days. 4 days. She looked at the soup bowl, then at Carrie. Talk. We need to call Mike. We will talk first. Carrie looked at her. The specific look she used when she was deciding how much of an interior state to surface, not whether to tell Lilith. She always told Lilith eventually, but what order the telling needed to happen in. Amber told me something, she said, about the bond, about what it is. Lilith's expression did not change, but her quality of stillness deepened. She sat at the table, waiting. It's not natural, Carrie said. What I've been the pull. The way certain things feel further away than they should. It's not that she said it was something that was done to me. She looked at her hands, by the Voss pack. Okay, Lilith said. She said it the way she said things she needed a moment to process, not dismissively, acknowledgement as a holding pattern. She's known since the first week, Carrie said. She's been managing the effects of it for 12 years. The silence had a specific shape. How are you feeling about that? Lilith said carefully. I don't know yet, honest. I'm not angry right now. I think I might be late. Right now I'm trying to hold the shape of it. She looked up. She said there's more. Things she needs to tell me properly, with the right people and the right conditions. She said she'll tell me the shape of things today and the rest when it's time. What's the shape? The bond is witch magic, not pack, something that was designed. She paused. She said it explains the fragmented memories. Then she stopped, the not enough feeling. She said it was installed. Lilith was very still. Installed, she said. Her words. As in deliberately. Yes. The back room, the warmth of it, the rain. Lilith's jaw did something. A small movement controlled the thing it did when she was angry in a way she had decided not to be angry in the current direction, yet because the current direction did not require her anger, and she had more useful things to do with it. The not enough feeling, she said. Carefully, you've had that as long as I've known you. I know. She stopped, made the decision not to finish the sentence. Okay. She looked at Carrie directly. That is not true. Whatever it's made you feel, that is not true. Do you understand me? Carrie looked at her. Lilith's directness was, at this proximity, at this pitch, a physical thing, something that landed and required a response. "I'm working on understanding it," she said. "Work faster." The specific quality of this urgency under the plainness of it, Lilith looking at her across the silver quill's backroom table and saying work faster about 12 years of manufactured insufficiency, was almost funny. Almost, in the way that things were almost funny when they were actually the kindest version of the truth. "Okay," Carrie said. "Good." Lilith looked at the table. Some of the intensity dialed back, not gone, stored. "What do we do with Tobias?" "We call Mike. We have Jimmy cross-reference what Tobias knows against the disappearance data." She paused. "We figure out where they're holding 14 people. And the 3 people from Missouri. And the 3 people from Missouri." They looked at each other. "You're doing the quiet face," Lilith said. "I have a lot to be quiet about." "You have a tell, when it's the Voss pack specifically." She said it evenly, not pushing, observing. The distinction mattered. Your leopard goes flat. Carrie considered this. Flat. Like when something's on the horizon that it's tracking, not scared. Alert. Lilith tilted her head. "You've had it since this morning." "Since the kitchen," Carrie said. "Yes." She thought about Jimmy's map. 11 points. 3 more moving. One of them is Mary White. "I haven't thought about her in years," she said. Which was not entirely true. She had thought about her in the specific, fragmented way she thought about everything from before, the way memory worked when the before was sealed behind something that functioned like glass. She could see shapes through it, not specifics. Mary White. She found the words she had found in the kitchen. She was my friend. The only one I am really in that place. The only one who felt like she was actually there for me rather than around me. "And her family helped you escape." "Yes, a beat. Her mother left the back door unlocked. I don't know if Mary knew. I was 10. I didn't know how to read all of it. I just knew the door was open and I needed to go through it." Lilith listened. The quality of her listening, full, patient, not filling any space, was the thing about her that Carrie had needed most from the beginning and had never found words to articulate. "She might not be. It doesn't mean she's coming here to." Carrie stopped. "I know. But she's traveling with Kane Holt." "I know. Which means." "I know." Lilith said it again, simply. "Both things can be true. She was your friend and she's traveling with someone who is not coming here for good reasons." She held Carrie's look. "We don't know yet which one is louder." Carrie looked at her hands. The melody under everything, the middle of a song. "What if she is?" she said. "What if she's here to what if the friendship was?" "Stop. Lilith. Don't do that to the memory before you have information. Not harsh. Firm. The specific firmness Lilith used when she had decided something was important enough to interrupt. You don't know yet. Don't erase something real because you're afraid of what it might turn out to be." Carrie looked at her. The thing about Lilith was this. She did not manage Carrie's fears. She did not wrap them in something softer. She addressed them directly and then told Carrie to do something with the direction she had been given, which was sometimes infuriating and always correct. "Okay," Carrie said. "Okay." They sat in the back room of the Silver Quill, while the rain did its work outside, and Tobias slept upstairs in the room that knew what it was for. Mike arrived at 11:45. He came in through the front of the Silver Quill, with the specific quality of movement that was Mike Walker, moving through a space he had been moving through for 12 years. Not the studied casualness of someone trying to look unremarkable. The actual comfortable purposefulness of a man who knew where he was going. He acknowledged the one customer currently browsing the poetry section with a nod that the customer returned without looking up. The back room. He took in Carrie and Lilith at the table, Amber at the counter with a second pot of tea. The quality of the room, the specific weight of a situation that had been talked through before he arrived. He sat. He did not pour tea. Amber poured it for him, which was the specific Silver Quill backroom protocol that had established itself organically over 12 years, and that nobody had ever formally agreed to. "Brief me on the boy," he said. Carrie did. She went through Tobias's information with the precision of someone who had been filing it as it was delivered the facility, the 14 captives, the names, the descriptions, Priya, Sira, Marcus and his layouts, the watchers and their schedule, the specific mechanism of Tobias's escape. Mike listened. When she finished, he was quiet for a moment. "Jimmy needs this," he said. "I know. I wanted you to have it first." He looked at her. Something in the look that was not quite the serious tone, but was adjacent to it, the frequency approaching. "We'll go through him this afternoon," he said. "I'll have Donna start building the protocol." He paused. "There's something else." "The Voss pack," she said. "Yes," he looked at her steadily. "I told you this morning there were things I should have told you a long time ago. I meant it." He paused. "I've been building a file on the Voss pack since about a year after you came to us. Since you were 11. Carrie stared at him. "You've known what they are for 11 years, she said. "I've known what I could find out, which is less than what they are, but more than nothing." He looked at his tea. "A child arrived on my doorstep who had clearly run from something and who had marks on her magical signature that Amber flagged immediately and that neither of us had the full picture on." He looked up. I started looking. "And Aldrich Voss," he said, "is not what he presents as. The pack is not what it presents as." He paused. "I don't have the full shape of it. I have enough to know that whatever they're doing in Missouri has been going on for a long time and that it connects to things that are older than Aldrich Voss specifically. A beat. I'm going to need Amber's help with the rest of it." Amber, at the counter, did not turn around, but the quality of her stillness said she had been expecting this conversation. "You've been talking to each other," Carrie said, "about this, for years." "Yes," Mike said, simply, "because we didn't have enough to tell you something useful and because what we had was the kind of information that could have stopped. Choose the words carefully. Could have been a weight on something that needed room to grow." The back room. Carrie looked at Mike Walker, the man who had looked at a collapsed 10-year-old on Amber Silver's doorstep and used the serious tone to say the word daughter like it was a fact he was reporting, who had given her the largest room on the 3rd floor without being asked, who had passed her things in the kitchen when she called him Dad by accident and not said a word about it, who had been building a file on the Voss pack for 11 years, quietly, in the background, the same way Amber had been running a counter-operation in the background. Both of them, 12 years of the same instinct applied in their different registers. Protect her from the weight of it until the weight is necessary. She did not know how to feel about this either. "Okay," she said. A 3rd time, the word was getting a workout. Mike looked at her the way he looked at her when he was checking something that went deeper than the shoulder assessment. "Carrie," he said, the frequency arriving. The full weight of the serious tone, the one that said something true and permanent, was coming. "What Amber has told you, what I'm telling you, none of it changes what you are. To this pack, to this family." He held her look. "You understand me." She looked at him. The tone, the specific weight and stillness of it. The frequency she had always recognized from the first weeks in his house, before she had words for why it reached her differently than other people's serious voices, before she understood the architecture of what she was responding to. "Yes," she said, "I understand." "Good." He picked up his tea. The signal that the serious tone was releasing the practical Mike Walker, resuming command. "Then let's figure out what happens next." What happened next was Jimmy Park arriving at past 12 with a laptop and an expression that had upgraded from 7 out of 10 to 8. He sat up at the back room table, cross-referenced Tobias's information against his disappearance data with the efficiency of someone who had been waiting for exactly this kind of corroborating detail. 14 captives, 11 confirmed disappearances plus 3 that had not yet made it into his dataset. The math worked. The location data Tobias had given the landmarks, the route he had run, the sounds and smells of the surrounding industrial landscape was enough for Jimmy to begin narrowing the facility's position in the warehouse district. 2 days, Jimmy said. "Meaning, give me 2 days with this and I'll have an address." "You have 1, Donna said. She had arrived behind Jimmy, laptop under her arm, the expression of someone who had been building response protocols in the car on the way over. Then I'll have a strong probability in 1 day and a confirmation in 2, Jimmy said mildly. The protocols can build around a strong probability. Donna acknowledged this with the specific motion of someone who was already building around the probability. The afternoon organized itself. Mike calls the Aakhafer Pride, 2 other allied contacts, the chain of relationships that the Walker Pack's 12 years of operational existence had produced. Donna on the tactical framework, Jimmy on the location data, Amber and Carrie in a quieter corner of the back room. Amber was telling her things. Not everything the shape, she had said, and she meant it. The shape of the bond, the shape of what was in the Voss Pack's history, the shape of what Carrie's nature meant in relation to it. She was careful and precise, and she held back the pieces that required the right conditions and the right people, and delivered the pieces that Carrie could hold right now. Carrie listened, filed, asked specific questions and received specific partial answers. At one point, Lilith appeared at her shoulder with a sandwich she had not asked for and that she ate without commenting, because her leopard had begun to register that she had not eaten since the eggs this morning, and the afternoon was moving toward its later portions. Lilith went back to helping Donna and did not make anything of the sandwich. Tobias came downstairs at 3 in the afternoon looking more like a person and less like a person-shaped collection of emergency responses. He was given more food. He was introduced to Jimmy. He gave Jimmy the landmarks again, precisely, because Tobias had a precise mind, and he understood that Jimmy's 2-day timeline was connected to how accurately Tobias could deliver the information he had. He asked twice about Sierra, once to Carrie and once to Lilith. Both times he received the answer that the work was underway, and that the answer to his real question, can you get her out, was still yes. He accepted this with the specific grace of someone who had decided to trust people he had known for 6 hours, because the alternative was continuing to be alone with information he could not act on. At 4:15, Carrie's phone buzzed. She looked at it under the table. Not a name she had in her contacts, a number she did not recognize, Missouri area code. Her leopard went flat, the way Lilith had described. Alert, tracking the horizon identified. She stood up, quietly, moved to the door of the back room that opened to the Silver Quill's small back hallway. She answered. Silence on the other end. The specific silence of someone who has dialed a number and arrived at the moment of having to speak and is deciding whether to. Then Carrie. The voice. 12 years. 12 years and a night on a road in Missouri, and the distance that 2,000 miles and most of her adult life put between then and now. And still the voice arrived with the specific weight of something that the body knows before the mind does the architecture of a friendship built before she had enough experience to know what friendship was, filed somewhere below memory, below the bond's reach, in the same place the song lived. Mary, she said. Another silence, shorter. I need to see you, Mary said. Her voice was careful. The specific care of someone who had rehearsed this and was delivering the rehearsed version because the unrehearsed version was something she had not let herself have. I know what that sounds like. Coming from me right now, I know what it sounds like. A beat, but I need to see you. Carrie looked at the wall of the Silver Quill's back hallway. The wallpaper was the same as it had always been. Something flowered, slightly faded, that Amber had never gotten around to replacing, and that at this point was simply part of what the Silver Quill was. Where are you? She said. Capitol Hill. A pause. 3 blocks from the bookstore. I've had another pause. I've been outside for about an hour. Outside, 3 blocks an hour. Her leopard filmed the constructed shifter scent she had not caught because she had been inside with the Silver Quill's wards between her and the street. The specific significance of someone who had the address and had been outside for an hour without coming closer. Are you alone? She said. The pause before the answer was 1/10 of a second too long. Right now, Mary said, yes. Right now, yes, not simply yes. The specific shape of a partial truth delivered as completely as it was going to be on the phone. Okay, Carrie said, stay where you are. She hung up, stood in the back hallway for 3 seconds. The wallpaper. The sound of the back room behind her Jimmy's typing, Donna's voice, the particular frequency of the Walker Pack's inner circle doing what it did. She went back in. Every face in the room oriented toward her. Not dramatically, she had not made noise, had not done anything that should have announced the quality of what had just happened. But the room did what rooms did when something had changed in the person who walked back into them. "That was Mary White," she said. "She's 3 blocks away. She's been outside for an hour." She looked at Lilith. "She says she's alone right now." Right now. Lilith heard this right now. Carrie could see her hear it. "I'll go with you," Lilith said. It was not a question. It was not a negotiation. It was the simple operational fact of Lilith Walker's position in Carrie's life, stated in the flattest possible register. Carrie looked at her for a moment. "Yeah," she said, "okay." She was standing in the entrance of a coffee shop 3 blocks from the Silver Quill, in the doorway where the overhang kept the rain off, with her hands in her jacket pockets, and the specific quality of stillness that Carrie's leopard recognized immediately as constructed calm, the kind you build on top of something that is not calm, because you need the surface to hold. "I am 25 years old. Carrie had known her at 13. The 12 years between then and now lived in the specifics of the way she held herself, the lines around her eyes that were not quite old enough to be permanent but were working on it, the jacket that was practical rather than anything else. She was a leopard, constructed. Carrie's true-blood nature read the seams in her from 15 feet away. The specific wrongness she had been clocking in constructed shifters her whole life, without knowing what she was clocking the graft, the architecture of something that had been built rather than born, the places where the magic held and the places where it was thinner. She also smelled like the compound, like Lake of the Ozarks in October, like something Carrie did not have words for except before. Mary looked up. Her eyes did what people's eyes did when they saw someone they had known as a child, and were encountering as an adult for the first time the rapid process of overlaying, comparing, and finding the continuity. "You look," Mary started and stopped. "So do you," Carrie said. They stood in the rain's edge for a moment, 3 feet between them, 12 years. The things that needed to be said eventually occupied all the space that the simple physical proximity left over. Lilith was behind Carrie and to the left. Not obtrusively, she was standing at the angle she stood at when she was present without being in the way, which was an art she had developed to a high degree, and that currently meant she was visible enough for Mary to know she was there, and positioned in a way that communicated exactly what she was communicating. Mary's eyes moved to Lilith, a quick read of the practiced assessment of someone who had been trained to read people, then back to Carrie. "This is what she said." "Lilith," Carrie said, "she's pack a beat, she's family." Something in Mary's expression is not quite recognition, something adjacent, the acknowledgement of a category she understood. "Okay," Mary said. "You want to walk," Carrie said, "or talk here?" Mary looked at the street, the rain, the specific geography of this conversation and who might be watching it from where. "Walk," she said. They walked toward Volunteer Park. Not by agreement, Carrie had started in that direction, and Mary had matched it, which told Carrie that Mary knew this neighborhood, which told Carrie that Mary had been in Seattle before, which opened a set of questions she was not going to ask yet. The rain was doing the hanging thing again. Cold, the kind of October air that made the city look like an oil painting of itself. Mary walked like someone who was carrying something heavy, and had been carrying it long enough to have developed good posture about it. "I need to say something first," Mary said, "before anything else." "Okay." "I'm sorry," she said it to the street ahead of them, not to Carrie directly, not yet, for what happened, for what my reason for the pack, for what was done to you and your she stopped. Swallowed, for your parents. I've known what happened to them for a long time and I've never stopped again. Shorter this time, I'm sorry. Carrie walked. The compound, the night, her parents, the specific shape of what she remembered and what she did not remember, the glass between her and the specifics, the shapes visible through it, the faces not quite resolving. She had not spoken to anyone who knew her parents since she was 10 years old. Did you know, she said, that night, did you know what was going to happen to them? No, Mary's voice was clear. I didn't know. My parents and my mother knew something was wrong. She didn't tell me specifically. She just made sure the door was open. And she told me not to look outside. A beat. I looked outside. Carrie looked at her. I was 13, Mary said. I saw enough. She walked. I've seen enough of a lot of things since then and done nothing about most of them, and I'm not going to tell you that I had good reasons for all of it because I don't think I did. She paused. I had survival reasons. That's different. The park ahead. The trees doing their October thing with the rain and the leaves. A person walking a dog in the distance, mundane and unbothered. The specific freedom of someone who did not know what was happening 12 feet away from them. Why are you here, Carrie said. The actual reason. Mary walked for 3 steps. Kane sent me, she said, because I knew you, because the pack thinks that gives me access. She paused. They're not wrong that it gives me access. They're wrong about what I'm going to do with it. The rain. What are you going to do with it, Lilith said, from behind them, even, carrying the question that Carrie was holding but had not asked. Mary stopped walking. She turned and looked at Lilith for the first time directly. The assessment ran. Something in Mary's eyes that was deciding the specific quality of a decision that had been building for longer than this conversation and was arriving at its final form. She looked back at Carrie. I'm going to tell you everything I know, she said, and then I'm going to let you decide what to do with me. The park, the rain, the dog walker in the distance. Carrie looked at Mary White. I am 25 years old, a constructed leopard shifter with 12 years of the Voss pack behind her, and something in her posture that was the first genuinely free choice she had made since she was a child. She thought about Tobias, upstairs in the Silver Quill's room that knew what it was for, running 4 days because Sierra made a distraction at a cost she knew she would pay. She thought about what Lilith had said. Don't erase something real because you're afraid of what it might turn out to be. There are 2 more, Carrie said. Traveling with Kane, not you. Yes. Where are they now? About where I am, Mary said. Spread out. They have specific areas. They're looking. She stopped. Her jaw set. For you, signs of your territory, how to find you. You know this area. A beat. I've been here before. How many times? This is the 3rd time in 8 months. She said it without flinching, a person delivering information they know counts against them because counting it is the honest thing. I was in advance work. I know where the pack house is. I know the bookstore. I know your routes. She held Carrie's look. I have not reported your exact location to Kane because I have been trying to figure out if there was another way. 8 months, Carrie said. Yes. You've been in Seattle for 8 months finding us and not reporting us. 3 visits, a few weeks each time. Her voice did not waver. And then I went back and I gave them enough to maintain my position and not enough till she stopped. And then Kane came himself, and I ran out of ways to stall. The park, the dog walker had disappeared around a curve. The 3 of them stood in the rain. The 2 others, Lilith said, names. Cole Mercer and Danny Voss. Aldrich's Danny is Aldrich's niece. She paused. They're good. Trained. They don't know I'm here talking to you. You have a window. A small one. Something in her expression tightened. I want to ask you. The word asking carries something specific, the acknowledgement that she was not negotiating, not trading, she was asking, which was different and more vulnerable. I want to submit to you, to your pack. Whatever that means for someone like me. She looked at Carrie. I know what I am. I know what the pack is. I know it doesn't. I know there's no obvious reason you should. Stop, Carrie said. Mary stopped. Carrie looked at her, the person who had been her only friend in the compound, whose family had left a door unlocked, who had been standing outside the Silver Quill for an hour trying to find the courage for this conversation, who had been in Seattle 3 times in 8 months doing the minimum required to maintain her position while trying to find another way. Her leopard read the seams in Mary, the constructed architecture, the romantic graft, the places where the magic held and the places where it was thinner. And underneath all of that, separate from it, not part of what was done to her, something that was simply Mary. the specific frequency of the person she had known at 13. Not erasing something real, because she was afraid of what it might turn out to be. "Come with us," she said. "We'll figure the rest out." Mary exhaled. It was a small sound, not exactly the beginning of the possibility of it, which was different and more fragile. The same thing she had seen in Tobias when she said yes and meant it. "Okay," Mary said. They turned back toward the silver quill, Carrie in the middle, Lilith on her left, Mary on her right. The rain came down. The city moved around them mundane and ongoing and entirely unbothered by the fact that three women were walking toward a bookstore that knew what it was for with the specific weight of everything that had just been decided between them. Carrie was humming. She did not notice. Mary noticed. Something crossed her face. A look Carrie did not catch because she was watching the street. Something between recognition and something deeper. Something that was not quite grief and not quite gladness and lived in the specific territory between them. She did not say anything. She walked. The silver quill's front door. Amber was behind the counter when they came in. She looked up from the book she was doing the thing she did with books where she read them while appearing to be managing other things. She saw Carrie. She saw Lilith. She saw Mary. Her eyes did the thing they did when she was reading a magical signature, the brief, unfocused quality of attention directed inward. Then she looked at Mary with the expression she used for people who had arrived at the silver quill in some degree of extremity and found it. "Tea," she said. "All three of you, back room." Mary looked at the bookstore, at the shelves, at the cats conducting their inexplicable business, at the specific quality of the silver quill's front room, which was ordinary in the way that certain places are ordinary in a manner that is itself a kind of extraordinary. She looked at Carrie. "Lilac and mint," she said quietly, almost to herself. Carrie looked at her. "What?" "The smell." Mary shook her head slightly, like she was clearing something. "Nothing. It smells like something." She went into the back room. Carrie stood in the front of the silver quill for a moment. One of the cats wound around her ankles with the specific feline commitment to contact that suggested it had decided she needed this. She looked at Amber. Amber met her look. Something in her expression is still the very thing, but differently still than it usually was. A stillness that was holding something that had just moved. "Come have tea," Amber said, gently. Carrie went. Shattered bonds. Chapter 4. The back room of the silver quill had a specific capacity. Not physically, it was large enough, and had held more people than were currently in it on more than one occasion. The capacity was atmospheric. The room could hold a certain density of significant things before the air in it changed quality, became something you were aware of breathing rather than simply breathing. It had reached that density. Tobias was downstairs now. He had come down when he heard voices. The specific alertness of someone whose system had been running threat assessment for 4 days and had not fully stood down despite the sleep. He was sitting at the far end of the table with a mug of tea. He was not drinking, watching Mary White with the quality of attention that a 15-year-old boy who had spent 7 weeks in a facility run by people like the Voss Pack gave to a Voss Pack member sitting 12 feet away. Mary was aware of it. She sat with her hands around her own mug and did not look at Tobias directly and did not look away from him entirely, which was the specific behavior of someone who understood exactly why she was being watched and had decided the correct response was to be watchable. Mike was at the head of the table. Donna to his left, a notepad in front of her actual paper, Donna's intelligence preference, because paper did not have a battery. Jimmy to Mike's right with his laptop open and his neutral calibrated to 8.5. Lilith was beside Carrie, the default arrangement. Amber was at the counter, making things. This was what Amber did when a room needed managing. She occupied her hands with something useful and made herself available without being in the way. "Start from the beginning," Mike said to Mary. Even. The register he used for intelligence briefings was not warm, not hostile, the specific temperature of a man who needed accurate information and was going to receive it and would assess its accuracy against everything he already knew. Mary looked at him. Whatever she had been expecting from Walker Pack leadership, Carrie thought, it was probably not this specific quality of operational calm, not a room that had organized itself around receiving her information with the efficiency of people who were already doing 12 other things with their cognitive load. "How far back do you want?" Mary said. "As far as you have." Mary looked at the table, organized something internally. Then she began. She had been in the Voss Pack her entire life. Born into it, her parents had been among the early conversions, which was a word she used without explaining it yet, and Carrie filed that for later. She had grown up in the compound. I had been trained there. Had understood, by the time she was 12 or 13, that the compound was not like other communities she encountered in the rare interactions with the outside world, that it was more controlled, more hierarchical, more deliberately sealed from outside influence. She had understood this, and she had not left because leaving had never been presented as an option, and because the people she loved were there, and because the alternative at 12, at 15, at 20 had never been made concrete enough to choose. "My parents helped Carrie leave," she said. She said it to the table, not to Carrie. "When I was 13, I didn't know they were going to. My mother told me afterward. She told me that the little girl next door had needed to go and that she had made sure she could." She paused. "And then she told me never to speak of it again because if it came out that our family had helped her, there would be consequences." Another pause. "I didn't speak of it for 12 years. Tobias was looking at his tea now. The quality of his not looking was its own form of attention. "When did Kane start looking for Carrie?" Donna said. She asked it in the specific register of someone who had been waiting for the information architecture to build to the point where this question was positioned correctly. "He's always been looking," Mary said, "since she left. But it changed about a year ago. It became," she chose the word carefully, "urgent. He became urgent about it." She paused. "Kane has always considered Carrie his. The mate bond," she glanced at Carrie briefly, "was declared before she left. He's never treated the leaving as he doesn't think of it as a choice she made. He thinks of it as something that was taken from him." "The bond," Lilith said. Her voice was level. "Explain what you know about it." Mary looked at her. The assessment ran again, reading Lilith the way she had been trained to read people, which was well, and arriving at whatever conclusion the read produced. "It's not natural," Mary said. "I've known that for years. Most people in the pack don't know the specifics. They know the declaration was made. They know it was sanctioned. They treat it as legitimate." She paused. "I know it was constructed. I've known since I was about 18. I overheard a conversation I wasn't supposed to overhear." Mike said. "Aldrich and someone I didn't recognize." She paused. "A woman. Old. They were talking about the bond's stability, about whether she used a word I didn't know then. I know it now." She looked at the table. "Degradation. Whether the degradation was proceeding at the right rate." The back room was very quiet. "They were poisoning it deliberately," Carrie said. Her voice came out even. She was distantly aware that it even was costing her something. "Yes," Mary did not look away from the table. "I didn't fully understand what I'd heard until later. When I understood it, she stopped. I didn't do anything with it. I told myself it wasn't my place. I told myself I didn't know enough. I told myself a lot of things." She said it without self-excusing the flat delivery of someone reading from a specific, accurate record. "I didn't do anything, because doing something would have required me to act against the pack, and I wasn't ready to do that." "What changed?" Donna said. Mary was quiet for a moment. "They started taking people," she said. "The room. The young ones," she said. "Shifters and witches. I knew it was happening. I was close enough to the operational side to know things were being organized, that resources were being moved, that Kane and Aldrich were building something beyond the compound." She paused. "I didn't know the specifics until about 5 months ago, when they brought one of them to the compound briefly for processing before moving them to the facility." She stopped. Her jaw did something. The specific movement of someone deciding to deliver a piece of information they have been holding, because holding it has been the only way to carry it. "She was 15, Mary said. "The one they brought, a wolf shifter. She was terrified and she was trying not to show it, and she kept asking if she could call her parents." She paused. "They kept telling her she could call later. there was no later. Tobias made a sound. Not a word, a small involuntary thing quickly controlled. His eyes were still on his tea. Mary looked at him then, for the first time directly. "I'm sorry," she said, "for what they did to you specifically and for the part I played in a system that allowed it." She said it without the addendum of having tried to stop it, without the caveat of her own difficulty. Just an apology. "I'm sorry." Tobias looked at her. The quality of his looks was something Carrie catalogued without fully understanding, yet 15 years old and 7 weeks of being held, and 4 days of running, and he was looking at a member of the pack that did that to him, and he was doing it without rage, with something more complicated and more honest. "Okay," he said. Not forgiveness. Not yet, and possibly not ever in the form that word usually took. But he had received it, and he had responded, and the response was the one that kept the room functional. Mary looked back at the table. "What's in the facility?" Donna said. "Back to operational. The room needed to be operational." "I haven't been inside." Mary was precise about this, the specific precision of someone who understood that the value of her intelligence was exactly proportional to its accuracy, and who was not going to inflate it. "I know the general location. I know it's in the warehouse district because I've run operational support in that area. Logistics, perimeter, nothing that required interior access." She paused. "I know how many watchers they run because I know how Kane organizes things. I know the shift structure because it's the same structure the compound uses." She looked at Jimmy. "If you have data on the area, I can help you narrow the location." Jimmy looked at Mike. Mike nodded. Jimmy turned his laptop. Mary leaned forward. They worked. The room organized itself around Donna nodding things on her paper, Mike watching the process with the assessment quality of his attention, Carrie tracking the information as it built. Lilith is quiet beside her. Tobias added details when Mary's information intersected with what he knew from the inside. Within 40 minutes, Jimmy's strong probability had become a stronger probability. "There," Mary said, pointing at the screen, "a cluster of warehouses in the district's southeastern edge. The access pattern fits." And there she paused, a specific smell. "When I was running perimeter in that area, something chemical. Specific. The same thing they use in the compound's lower level when they're running the warding." Jimmy made a note. "I can cross-reference that against the building permits and utility records." "The warding," Amber said, from the counter. She had been quiet for so long that her voice arrived with the quality of something that had been held precisely for the right moment. "You said a specific chemical smell. Can you describe it more precisely?" Mary described it. Amber's expression did something the professional recognition of a practitioner identifying a specific magical working by its physical signature. "The rheomantic suppression field," she said, quietly. "It has a physical byproduct, specific compounds in the air around the working." She looked at Mike. "We can identify the building from that alone if we get close enough." Mike nodded. The specific nod that meant this was being added to the operational picture and would be deployed at the appropriate time. Carrie was watching Mary. Mary, who was currently cross-referencing building layouts with Jimmy's satellite data, who had submitted in the rain outside a coffee shop on Capitol Hill, who had said "I'm sorry" to Tobias without caveat, who had said "I want to submit to you" with the specific vulnerability of someone who understood they were asking for something they had not earned. Her leopard was reading the seams in Mary, the constructed architecture, the specific places where the graft was thinner. She had been reading it since the walk from the coffee shop, not intrusively. It was not something she chose. It was simply what her nature did in proximity to a constructed shifter. There was something else, underneath the seams, a frequency she had been trying to identify for an hour and had not been able to name yet. Something that was reaching toward her. She did not know what it was. She filed it. At 3 o'clock, Donna called a break. This was a Donna Ray's operational protocol that breaks at intervals regardless of momentum, because the human and the supernatural brain both made worse decisions when they had been running without pause, and worse decisions in tactical planning had costs that were not theoretical. People dispersed. Tobias took his tea to the front of the silver quill and sat in the armchair by the window, Carrie's armchair, technically. But she did not say this because it was not important, and because he had found it with the specific instinct of someone who needed to be near an exit while also being contained enough to rest. Donna stepped outside with her phone. Jimmy refilled his coffee with the precision of someone managing a long operational day's caffeine requirements. Mike went to find Amber. They stood at the counter with the quality of two people having a conversation that was also 12 years of shared context expressing itself in shorthand. Carrie went to the front of the silver quill. Not to Tobias, she let him have the armchair. She stood near the shelves in the section without a clear label that regular customers had learned not to examine too closely. The rain on the window. The specific light of a Seattle October afternoon doing its gray-gold thing. She heard Mary behind her before Mary said anything. "Can I, Mary start?" Then stopped, then sorry, I'll. "It's fine," Carrie said. "Come here." Mary came to stand beside her. Not close a respectful distance, the specific awareness of someone who understood that proximity was not yet established between them and was waiting for it to be offered rather than taking it. They stood at the window, the rain. "You used to do that," Mary said, quietly. "What?" She said it carefully, like she was delivering something fragile. "When we were kids, you used to hum this thing. I could hear it through the wall sometimes when things got quiet." She paused. "You were doing it on the walk back here." The wall between their rooms in the compound, before everything. "I didn't know you could hear it," Carrie said. "I don't think you ever knew you were doing it." Mary looked at the rain. "My mother used to ask me what the sound was sometimes. Through the wall." She paused. "I told her it was nothing." Carrie looked at the rain. "Why?" she said. "Because some things," Mary said slowly, "felt like they should stay private. Even things that weren't mine." She paused. "Especially those things." The front of the silver quill held them. A cat appeared from somewhere and wound between their feet with the impartial attention of a cat that has decided both people are acceptable. "There are two others," Carrie said. "Cole and Danny. How long before they realize you're not where you're supposed to be?" "I have until tonight." Mary said it without tension, the delivery of someone who had done the math already. "We're not running tight surveillance on each other. Kane wants results, not process reports. A beat. Cole reports at nightfall, Danny at midnight. I was scheduled for midnight." She paused. "When I don't report, they'll know something happened. They'll assume either I'm compromised or I flipped." "You did flip." "Yes, simply. But they don't know that yet." She looked at Carrie. "You have until midnight. Maybe slightly after, depending on how Kane reads the silence." "What does Kane do when he reads it?" Mary was quiet for a moment. "He escalates," she said. "He always escalates. He doesn't have patience. Kane's operational mode is pressure. When something isn't working, he applies more pressure." She paused. "He'll bring Cole and Danny in. He might come himself." She looked at the rain. "He's been wanting to come himself for months. Aldrich has been keeping him back. The operational protocols." She stopped. "Aldrich keeps him in check," Carrie said. "Try to, a beat. Kane is not his father. Aldrich plans. Kane wants." She said it precisely, the distinction mattering to her. Aldrich built the operation methodically. Kane wants the outcome without the methodology. And the outcome he wants is. Mary looked at her, the look that was an apology before the words. "You," she said, "that's what he wants. Everything else, the facility, the children, the coalition, the awakening, that's Aldrich's project. Kane's project is you." She held Carrie's look. "He has always talked about you like you belong to him, like your leaving was a theft, like retrieving you if she stopped, like it's the thing that proves something." The rain on the window. Carrie looked at it. She had known this in the abstract, had known it in the way you know things that the body has filed under approaching, and the mind has been processing in the background without bringing to the foreground. Kane Holt wanting her back was not new information. What was new was the specific shape of it. Not love, not even obsession in the form that word usually took. Possession, property, the thing that was declared his that had declined to stay declared. "He'll come," she said, not a question. "Yes." "Good," she said. Mary blinked. I've been running for 12 years, Carrie said. She said it in the rain. Evenly, I'm not running anymore. The front of the silver quill, the specific warmth of it, the sound of the back room where the Walker Pack's inner circle was doing what it did. The armchair where Tobias was sitting with his tea, and the particular alertness of someone whose system was beginning, slowly, to downgrade from emergency to something adjacent to rest. Mary was looking at her, with the expression of someone recalibrating. No, she said slowly, I don't imagine you are. Lilith found her at 4. Carrie was in the back room doorway, not inside, not outside, the in-between space that was sometimes the right place to occupy. The silver quill's back hallway, the faded floral wallpaper, the sound of the operational planning from inside, the sound of the front of the shop from outside. Lilith came up beside her. I stood there, the default arrangement, even in a doorway. Mary told you about the bond, Lilith said. Not a question. She had been in the room for Mary's briefing. She confirmed things Amber told me. Carrie looked at the wallpaper. The degradation was intentional. She stopped. 12 years. Every time I felt like I wasn't enough, every time something felt further away than it should, she stopped again. Lilith was very still beside her. That was installed, she said, repeating Carrie's word back to her from this morning, which meant she had been holding it since this morning. Yes. A silence that had a specific shape, the shape of Lilith containing something that wanted to be considerably less contained. I'm going to Lilith, stopped. I made a decision. I have a lot of feelings about this that I'm not going to express right now, because right now is not the time, and the direction I'd express them is not useful. The direction. Kane Holt, simply, and Aldrich Voss, simply, and whoever built the thing and thought it was acceptable to put it in, she stopped. Not right now. Carrie looked at the wallpaper. Okay. But later. Noted. The hallway, the sound of both rooms around them. Mary said he'll come himself, Carrie said, when she doesn't report. I heard. Which means we have until midnight, too. Carrie, Lilith's voice shifted. The specific register of a gear change she made when she had decided something needed to be said, and the operational frame was not the frame to say it in. I need to ask you something. Okay. The bond, she paused when it pulls, the not enough. Has it been worse lately, specifically? Carrie looked at her. I asked Amber this morning, she said. I know, I want to ask you. The distinction. Amber's read of the magical situation versus Lilith asking Carrie directly. The difference mattered, and they both understood why it mattered. Yes, Carrie said. It's been worse for a few weeks. Before Jimmy flagged the travel data, something was already changing. Yes. Because they were already moving, Lilith said, getting closer physically. The bond responded when she stopped. It's not that she stopped again. It's not mine, Carrie said. The thing Amber had said and she had been carrying since this morning and had not yet said out loud. The pull. It's not something that was put there. It's not what I actually. She stopped. The hallway was very quiet. It's not what I actually feel, she said. Her voice was even because she was making it even. The bond is not real. It's not the thing it's connected to isn't real. I know that. I've known that. She paused, but it's harder to know it when it gets louder. Lilith did not say anything for a moment. Okay, she said. I want you to hear me say something. Okay. What you actually feel, Lilith said, carefully, with a precision that was different from her usual precision, the precision of someone choosing each word as deliberately as she had chosen anything, is yours, whatever it is, whatever it's been. She paused. Nobody installed that. The hallway. Carrie looked at the wallpaper, the faded flowers, Amber's wallpaper that she had never gotten around to replacing. I know, she said. I want you to actually know it. I'm working on it. Work. Faster, Carrie said. I know. The quality of Lilith's stillness shifted. Something in it releases the contained thing, finding the edge of its container. You're going to be fine, Lilith said. It was not the reassurance register. It was the statement of fact register. The one she used for things she had decided were true and was reporting. We're going to figure out the rest of it. The bond, the facility, Kane, she paused. All of it. We're going to figure it out. Yeah, Carrie said. And then, Lilith said, I'm going to have the feelings in the direction of Kane Holt. I'll look forward to it. You won't, it'll be, she stopped. Reconsidered. Actually, you might. It's going to be fairly comprehensive. Despite everything, the kitchen this morning and Amber's partial truths and Mary in the rain and midnight, and everything that came after, Carrie almost smiled. Almost. Come on, Lilith said. The operational register resumed. The gear changed back. Donna wants to go over the protocol before it gets dark. They went back in. The protocol. Donna laid it out on the table with the specific economy of someone who had been building it in her head since the kitchen briefing and was delivering the finished version rather than the working draft. 2 objectives running simultaneously. First, identify and track Cole Mercer and Danny Voss before midnight. Not an engaging track. Know where they are when the situation changes. Second, establish a response protocol for when Kane escalated, because Kane was going to escalate and being surprised by it was not an option. Mary provided Cole and Danny's physical descriptions, operational habits, and the specific areas they had been assigned to cover. Jimmy cross-referenced this with his surveillance network. He had cameras in sufficient positions in the relevant areas that tracking 2 people with known physical descriptions was a tractable problem rather than an abstract one. I'll have them within 2 hours, Jimmy said. Not boastfully, the calm delivery of a professional estimating a problem that was within his capability. Good, Donna said. Pack members on the perimeter. Already called, Mike said. 4 2-person teams. They're positioned. Amber. Amber turned from the counter. The Silver Quill's wards are at full. Anyone approaching with active hostile intent toward someone inside will find themselves interested in other things. She paused. Anyone Carrie has explicitly invited in Mary won't be affected. And if Kane comes himself, Donna said. Amber's expression was professionally neutral. Then we'll deal with that when it happens. I want a response protocol for when, not if, Donna said. Yes, when, Amber looked at Mike. There are things I need to tell you, about the Voss pack specifically, about what they are and what they're running. She paused. I should have told you more of it sooner. I'll tell you all of it now. The room oriented toward her. Carrie looked at Amber. The woman who had been holding the full picture for 12 years. The woman who had made judgment calls about what to deliver and when, who had been running a counter-operation in the background of everything, who had said, I have wondered for 12 years whether I was wrong about it. Tell us, Mike said. Amber told them. Not all of it, the full shape of what Amber knew would take longer than the hours before midnight, and some of it required conditions and preparation that did not exist yet in this room. But the significant pieces, the Voss pack's nature, the construction, the old magic that had been banned and recovered and rebuilt, the specific significance of what Carrie was in relation to what the Voss pack was. She delivered it in pieces, with the precision of someone who had been deciding the order of delivery for years, and was now executing it. Mike listened with the quality of his listening that meant he was processing and cross-referencing against 11 years of a file he had been building, and not yet closed. Donna's pen moved. Jimmy's typing was quieter than usual, the specific quiet of someone slowing their data capture, because what was coming in required processing time rather than simply recording time. Lilith was still beside Carrie. Carrie listened to Amber describe what the Voss pack was constructed, the romantic, built rather than born, and felt her leopard do the thing it always did in proximity to this knowledge. The seams. The architecture of something that was not what it claimed to be. Mary across the table, the seams in her visible the way they had always been visible in constructed shifters, the wrongness she had always read as distrust. But the other thing, the frequency underneath. She had been filing it for hours, trying to name it. The journal, Amber said, she had arrived at this piece. Carrie felt the room's attention shift not toward her, toward the concept. Elena Voss is bound to her grimoire. The spirit binding maintains the Theriamantic architecture. It is the anchor for everything the Voss Pax construction runs on. Mary's head came up. She looked at Amber with the expression of someone who had just received a piece of information that was changing the shape of something they had been looking at from the wrong angle. "The book," she said. Amber looked at her. "The one Aldrich keeps on his desk." Mary said it slowly, carefully, like she was testing the weight of it as she delivered it. "He talks to it. I've seen him. I always thought it was some kind of reference, but he talks to it." She looked at her hands like it talks back. "It does," Amber said, "in a limited capacity. The binding restricts autonomous communication, but it cannot prevent it entirely." She paused. "Alina has been doing what she can from inside it for a very long time." The room sat with this. Carrie looked at Amber. "The thing I feel in constructed shifters," she said. "The seams. You said that's her, that she made those visible." "I believe so, yes. She's been trying to warn someone. She's been trying to warn the true blood." Amber held her look. "She could feel you coming for years before you were born. The possibility of you building in the line. She's been doing what she can to reach whoever you turned out to be." The back room. The warmth of it. The smell of lilac and mint. Tobias, who had come back from the front of the shop at some point during Amber's delivery, and was sitting at the far end of the table with the quality of someone who was trying to figure out what world he had arrived in. Mary was very still, looking at her hands. The expression she used when something was reorganizing everything it touched. "I've felt her," Mary said, "my whole life. I didn't know what it was." She looked up. Something underneath, like a frequency. Something trying to. She stopped. "I always thought it was just what it felt like to be what I am." "No," Carrie said quietly. "It's her." She looked at Mary. "I've been reading it too. In every constructed shifter I've ever encountered. I always read it as distrust, and it was actually—" "A hand reaching through the dark," Amber said, softly. "The room." Mary looked at Carrie. Something in her expression that was not quite the specific thing Carrie had been trying to name, but adjacent to it. The recognition of a shared experience that neither of them had known was shared. "She was trying to connect us," Mary said slowly. "Through the seams, the frequency, she was trying to build a chain," Amber said, "that would eventually reach the true blood." She looked at Carrie. "Through every constructed shifter she could touch, leaving marks that only a true blood could fully read." She paused. "She's been doing this for as long as she's been bound, which is a very long time." Carrie looked at the table. Alina Voss, bound to a journal on Aldrich Voss's desk, running the Theriamantic architecture she had helped create from inside a spirit binding she had not chosen, doing what sabotage she could with what she had, making the seams visible, building a frequency that ran through every constructed shifter in the line, building a chain that would reach Carrie. She had been reaching Carrie her whole life. Every time Carrie's leopard read the wrongness in a constructed shifter. Every time she had felt the specific frequency underneath the architecture. Every time she had felt Mary. "She was trying to warn me about the pack," Carrie said. "Among other things," Amber said carefully, "there is more that Alina knows, more that she has been trying to communicate that required the full picture to receive." She paused. "When the time is right, when the conditions exist for the bond to be addressed, I believe she can tell you more." Through the journal. Through the journal. Mike's hand was flat on the table. The specific stillness of a man processing something significant and deciding what to do with it. "The journal is in Missouri," he said. "Yes." "Kane Holt is coming to Seattle." "Yes." "Which means at some point," Mike said, "the journal comes to us. Or we go to it." "Or both," Donna said. She said it with the flatness of someone for whom or both was simply a tactical option rather than a dramatic conclusion. "Yes," Amber said. The room sat with this. Jimmy's phone buzzed. He looked at it, his neutral upgraded. "I have Cole Mercer," he said. "Warehouse District. He's running a perimeter on a specific block." He looked up. The block that matches Mary's narrowed location for the facility. Every head in the room turned to the screen. He angled toward them. "A map," A moving point. Cole Mercer, identified through Jimmy's surveillance network, running a perimeter on a block in the warehouse district's southeastern edge. He's covering the facility, Donna said. Yes, Jimmy said, and he's been on that block for 3 hours. He paused, which means he was there before the schedule suggested he should be there. Carrie looked at the map. He knows something's wrong, she said. Or he's anticipating it. Jimmy was already typing, Danny Voss. He checked the time, 11 minutes. The room was reorganized. Donna on her phone. Mike making 2 calls simultaneously in the specific way of a man who had been running multi-thread operational situations for 20 years. Lilith pulled up the city map on her own phone and was marking positions with the focused quiet of field operations lead doing field operations. Mary watched all of this. The Walker Pack's inner circle activates around a threat to Carrie with the efficiency of people who had been doing this together long enough that they did not need to explain the distribution of roles. She watched it with an expression Carrie caught from across the table, not quite what she had been expecting again. Something that might have been, if Carrie was reading it correctly, the specific quality of understanding what it means to see someone loved properly for the first time. Mary, Carrie said. She looked up. Cole, Carrie said, if he's been on that perimeter for 3 hours, does that mean he already suspects you're compromised, or is this routine? Mary thought, the specific quality of someone cross-referencing what they knew about a person against the behavior being described. Cole runs tight, she said, anticipatory. He'd cover the asset before he'd cover the person. She paused. He doesn't suspect me yet. He's protecting the facility because that's where the protocol says to be when something goes uncertain. When something goes uncertain, Lilith said without looking up from her phone. What does that mean specifically? When a team member is late to check and the protocol shifts to facility protection. Mary paused. I was supposed to check in at noon. I didn't. She looked at the clock on the wall. It's past 4. He's been on that perimeter since noon, Donna said. Yes. Because you didn't check in at noon. Yes, Mary was steady. I made a choice at noon. I was outside here. I chose not to check in. The room absorbed this. She had been in the doorway of a coffee shop 3 blocks away at noon, and she had made a choice, and she had been standing in that choice for 4 hours. Does Kane know yet? Mike said. Cole wouldn't have gone to Kane before protocol required it, Mary said. Cole is operational. He wouldn't escalate without completing the protocol steps first. She paused. Danny might. Danny searched for the word, loyal in the specific way that goes around protocol sometimes. If she flagged it to Kane without going through Cole. Jimmy's phone buzzed again. He looked at it. His neutral completed its upgrade. Danny Voss, he said. She's not in her assigned area. Where Donna said. Moving, he tracked, headed northwest from the warehouse district. He paused, looked up, toward Capitol Hill. The room. Mary's jaw set. She went to Kane, she said. She went around Cole. Her voice was flat. She would have called him at the noon check-in failure. He's been moving for 4 hours. She looked at Carrie. He's in Seattle. The silver quills back room. The warmth that was structural. The smell of lilac and mint. The wards that redirected harmful intent and the room that had held significant things before and was holding them again now. Carrie looked at the window. Outside, Capitol Hill, Seattle, October rain. Somewhere in the city, Kane Holt, moving toward them. The person who had declared her property at a meeting of elders before she was old enough to have any say in it. Who had sent hunters to find her. Who was not coming because he loved her. She had known this her whole life in the way you know things that are attached to the glass that exists between you and the before. He was coming because she had declined to stay. She had been running for 12 years. Okay, she said. She turned from the window. The room looked at her. Mike, Donna, Jimmy, Lilith, Mary, Tobias at the end of the table, gripping his mug, the quality of his 15-year-old alertness at full system again. Amber at the counter, still, waiting. Carrie looked at all of them. Let's figure out what we're going to do when he gets here, she said. They were still planning when the Silver Quill's front door opened. Not the ward triggering no hostile intent. Technically, the ward's specific calibration not quite reaching this particular situation. She heard Amber's sharp intake of breath from the counter. Heard the front room got the specific quality of quiet that meant something was wrong with it. Her leopard was already moving. She came through the back room door, into the front of the silver quill. He was standing just inside the entrance. Tall, dark jacket, the specific build of someone who had been training for something his entire life and had arrived at its purpose. He looked at her. She looked at him. 12 years. 12 years and 2,000 miles, and everything that had happened in between and here was Kane Holt, standing in Amber Silver's bookstore, looking at Carrie Summers like she was a thing he had been waiting to collect. "There you are," he said. His voice, she had not heard it since she was 10 years old. She had expected the voice to carry some charge, some pull, the bond's architecture responding to the proximity of what it was connected to. What she felt was her leopard going entirely, completely still. Not the flat stillness of tracking. The other one. The stillness of a predator who has identified something that requires its full attention and has given that attention completely. "Here I am," she said. Behind her, she heard the back room door. Heard footsteps she knew Lilith's pattern, then Mike's, then others. The walker pack positioning itself. Kane's eyes moved past her, took in the people behind her, came back to Carrie. "You've been busy," he said. 12 years, she said. "That's a lot of time to be busy." Something moved across his expression. Not quite anger, the precursor of it, the specific quality of a person who had expected something and was encountering instead something that was not it. He had expected, she understood, fear, or deference, or the bond's architecture pulling her toward what it was connected to. He was encountering Carrie Summers at 22 in a bookstore in Seattle, with the walker pack at her back, and her leopard very, very still. "You know why I'm here," he said. "Yes," she said, "and I know how this ends." She held his look. "Do you?" The silver quill's front room. The shelves. The cats who had vacated with the specific supernatural awareness of small animals in the presence of large predators. The customer who had been browsing poetry 40 minutes ago and was, Carrie noted with the peripheral awareness she always had for these things, no longer present. Amber's wards managing that specific mundane variable quietly. Kane looked at her for a long moment. Then he looked past her again, at the people behind her, counting them. "I'll come back," he said, "with more." "I know," she said, "we'll be here." He held her look for another moment. Whatever he was looking for in it, the fear, the deference, the pull of the thing he believed connected them, he did not find it. She watched him not find it. He left. The silver quill's front door closed. Carrie stood in the front of the silver quill and listened to his footsteps on the wet pavement outside, moving away. Her leopard tracked them until they were outside the tracking range. Then she turned around. Lilith was 3 feet behind her, closer than 3 feet. Her expression was doing the thing it did when it was containing something that it had decided this was still not the moment for. "He'll come back," she said. "I know." "With more." "I know." Carrie looked at her. "Good." Lilith stared at her. "You said that this morning," she said. "About him coming. You said good." "Still good," Carrie said. "I know what I am. I know what this family is. I'm done running away from him." She held Lilith's look. "Let him come back with more. We'll be ready." Behind Lilith, Mike. His expression had the quality of someone who had just watched his daughter do something that required recalibrating his assessment of the situation. In the serious tone, full weight, he said, "Then let's get ready." Carrie nodded. She walked back into the silver quill's warmth. The smell of lilac and mint. The specific quality of a place that had been a sanctuary for long enough that the sanctuary was structural. She was humming. She did not notice. Mary did. Mary, standing at the back room door, watched Carrie walk toward her through the silver quill's front room, humming the middle of a song with the unself-conscious ease of someone who had been doing it their whole life. She had the expression of someone who had just understood something that had been almost understood for a very long time. She stepped aside to let Carrie through. She did not say anything. She went back to the table. The Walker Pack's inner circle resumed its planning. Outside, Capitol Hill, Seattle, October rain. Kane Holt was in the city. They had work to do. Shattered bonds. Chapter 5. The Silver Quill stayed open until 9. This was not unusual. Amber kept late hours on Wednesdays, a habit of 30 years that the neighborhood had organized itself around in the specific way that neighborhoods organized themselves around reliable constants. The regulars knew. The walk-ins discovered it. The cats approved. Tonight the open hours were operationally useful, which Amber had not designed but had not failed to notice. Donna had gone to coordinate the perimeter team's 4 Walker Pack wolves in 2-person rotations, covering the approaches to the Silver Quill and the surrounding Capitol Hill blocks. Jimmy was in the back room with his laptop and 3 separate windows of surveillance data, tracking Cole Mercer on the facility perimeter and Danny Voss, who had gone to ground after delivering her report to Kane, and was currently not visible on any of Jimmy's cameras, which was itself a data point he was treating with appropriate seriousness. Kane Holt was somewhere in the city. They did not know where. This was the operational reality they were planning around rather than the one they would have preferred. Mike had made calls, more calls. The Aquifer Pride had been notified, not activated, not yet, but the specific call that said be ready to be activated. 2 other allied contacts. The chain of relationships that the Walker Pack's 12 years of operational existence had built was being tested for the first time at this weight. Tobias was upstairs again, not sleeping, sitting in the room that knew what it was for, on the bed, with the specific quality of someone who had been told to stay out of the operational space, and was honoring this because he understood the logic of it and hated it in equal measure. Mary was at the back room table. She had asked with the specific care of someone who was aware that her presence was conditional and did not intend to test that condition unnecessarily, whether she should be somewhere else. Mike had told her to stay, that she was more useful and visible than managed. She had accepted this with the specific quality of someone receiving more trust than they had expected and was not going to waste it. Carrie was in the front of the Silver Quill. Not in the armchair. Tobias had claimed that space, and she was not going to displace him even in his absence. She was standing near the unlabeled section, the one the regulars had learned not to examine, with a book in her hands that she was not reading. The words were moving through her eyes without engaging the reading machinery. She had been doing this for 20 minutes. The shop was empty of customers. Amber had managed the last 2 out with the gentle efficiency of a woman who had been redirecting foot traffic for 30 years. She appeared now at Carrie's elbow. Not suddenly, she was simply there, the way she was simply there when she was needed, arriving through some combination of attention and the Silver Quill's specific awareness of the people inside it. "Come to the back," she said. "I'm fine." "I know you're fine. Come to the back anyway." Carrie looked at the book in her hands. She had not registered the title when she picked it up. She registered it now. Poetry, Pacific Northwest Poets, the local section. She did not know why she had picked it up. She put it back. "Okay," she said. The back room had thinned. Jimmy was there, but in his specific mode of being present without taking up conversational space, headphones on one ear, eyes on screen, the other ear available if something needed him. Mary at the far end of the table. Mike had gone to coordinate something with Donna in person, which meant whatever it was required rather than a phone call. Amber led Carrie to the corner. The specific corner of the back room that was furthest from the door and had 2 chairs angled toward each other in the way of chairs that had been used for serious conversations, enough times that the serious conversations had become part of their configuration. They sat. Amber poured tea from a pot that had been sitting on the small table between the chairs. Carrie looked at the tea and thought about all the times she had looked at tea in this corner and what each of those times had contained. A lot of times, 12 years of time. "I need to tell you the rest," Amber said. "Yes." "Not all of it. There are pieces that require the right conditions for the bond's removal specifically. What Alina can communicate. Those things need to happen in order. She looked at her tea. But there are things I've been holding that you need to have now, before tonight gets whatever it's going to be. Carrie looked at her. The fracture from this morning. She had said okay, and she had meant it as a functional holding position rather than a resolution. And Amber had known that. And now they were in the evening, and Kane Holt had stood in the front of the Silver Quill and left, and they were running operational protocols. And there was a 15-year-old upstairs and 14 people in a facility. And the fracture was still there, unaddressed, sitting in the space between two chairs in the back corner of the Silver Quill. You can tell me the rest, Carrie said, and then I need to say something to you. Okay, Amber said, receiving this, waiting. What Amber told her. The bond's construction was a specific tradition, not standard, which practiced something older, something that drew from the same lineage as the Theriamantic texts. The person who had cast it was working from that lineage, which meant the bond was not simply a magical constraint, it was Theriamantic in nature. The same family of magic that had made the Voss pack what it was, applied to a different purpose. It was designed, Amber said, to hold a true blood. She said it carefully. Standard mate bonds, the genuine ones, the ones that arise naturally between shifters, do not require this kind of construction. They are not imposed. They are recognized. She paused. What was put on you was not a recognition. It was a design, built specifically to constrain the true blood nature rather than connect with it. Carrie looked at her tea. They knew what I was, she said, before I knew it. Aldrich has known you since you were born. Amber held her look, possibly before. The true blood's development in the constructed line would have been detectable to someone monitoring it closely enough. He's been monitoring it for decades. She paused. The bond was his solution to the problem you represented. What a problem. A true blood in proximity to constructed shifters destabilizes the Theriamantic architecture. She said it with the directness of someone delivering a fact that has weight and is not going to be softened. Your presence makes the seams visible. In quantity, in specific conditions, it can do more than that. She looked at Carrie. You are not just inconvenient to Aldrich Voss. You are, in a specific technical sense, a threat to everything he has built. The back room. Jimmy's typing. Mary at the far end, not looking at them, exercising the specific discretion of someone who could hear everything and was choosing to hear nothing. The bond was meant to keep me inside the pack, Carrie said slowly, where my presence would stabilize rather than destabilize, Amber said. Theoretically, a bound true blood in proximity to the constructed pack, her nature constrained by the binding, Aldrich believed this would neutralize the disruption effect. She paused. I believe he was wrong. The true blood nature doesn't neutralize, it adapts, but he has been working from a theoretical framework and not a practical one. He's never had a true blood before. No, a beat, neither has anyone, you are the first. The first? She had been sitting with this since this morning when Amber had told her. She had not yet found the interior landscape for it, the specific emotional geography of being something that did not exist in any map she had access to. The degradation, she said, the poisoning of the bond, why? Because you didn't come back. Amber's expression was even, clinical in the way she got when she was delivering difficult information, and the clinical register was what kept it from being crushing. When you ran at 10, the bond should have compelled a return. The compulsion architecture is built into the binding distance, time, and psychological pressure all increase the pull. She paused. It didn't work on you the way it should have, because of what you are. Your true blood nature resisted the compulsion without you knowing it was doing so. So they started poisoning it. Degrading the resistance. Yes, she looked at her hands. If they couldn't compel you back, they could at least reduce your capacity to resist. Reduce the true blood signature, make you more manageable, over time. She stopped. The not enough feeling, the fragmented memory, the specific quality of your, she paused, choose the word, your sense of your own worth. All of it was the degradation working. Carrie looked at the corner of the room. She was aware of this landing differently than it had this morning. This morning it had arrived as information important, significant, the kind of thing that required processing time. Now it was arriving as something more specific, the shape of 12 years seen from a different angle. Every time she had felt like she was not quite enough. Every time she had looked at what Mike and Amber and Lilith had given her and felt, underneath the gratitude, the specific low-grade conviction that it was somehow provisional. That she was one mistake away from its withdrawal. That the good things required continuous performance to maintain rather than simply being hers. That feeling was 12 years of someone working on her from a distance. The thing that had been making her into something easier to retrieve. "Okay," she said. Her voice was level. She had decided it was going to be level, and it was. "Carrie." "I'm not," she stopped. Started again, "I need a minute." Amber was quiet. The specific quality of Amber's quiet when she was giving someone the minute they had asked for without making the minute feel supervised. Carrie sat in the chair and looked at the corner of the back room and breathed. 12 years. The not enough feeling that she had always assumed was simply how she was made the residue of loss, the natural consequence of having had something terrible happen to her when she was small. She had done the work. She had built the walls. She had managed it mostly, most days, the gap between what she felt and what she performed closing over time as the feeling became less frequent. It had not been less frequent because she had healed. It had been less frequent because Amber's counterwork had been slowing the degradation. And when the Voss pack started moving, when they got closer, when the bond's proximity to its anchor increased, it had gotten louder. Not her grief, not her damage. Something that had been installed and was being maintained from 2,000 miles away by people who wanted her to come home compliant. The anger arrived. Clean, appropriate, the kind that did not need to be performed because it was simply accurate. She let it come and she sat in it, and she did not do anything with it yet because it was still ahead of her. "Okay," she said again, more settled this time. Amber waited. "Tell me about the extraction," Carrie said. "What it requires, what it costs." Amber looked at her for a moment. The expression that was checking something, not the shoulder assessment, something deeper. "It is not simple," she said. "The bond is the romantic in architecture. Removing it is not a matter of a counterspell or a severing. It is more invasive than that." She paused. "It has been inside you since you were 10 years old. It has grown into the structure of your magical architecture. It is connected to your leopard's instincts, your emotional memory, possibly your autonomic responses in ways I have only partially mapped." She stopped. "Removing it will be painful," Carrie said. "Yes, and disorienting. And it will return things to you that the bond has been suppressing, memories that were sealed, emotional access to things that have been behind the glass, all at once." She held Carrie's look. "I want you to understand what I'm describing before you decide when. Is there a reason not to do it now?" "Yes," Amber said it without apology. "You need to be in a stable environment. People you trust are physically present. The process cannot be interrupted. If it is interrupted partway through, it will be worse than not starting." And she paused. Kane Holt was in the city. "I know. When the bond is removed, he will feel it. The anchor side of the bond experiencing its removal is significant. It will not be subtle." She held Carrie's look. "He will know the moment it happens. And he will, I believe, respond to it in ways that remove whatever calculation he has been applying to his approach. He'll come. Immediately, yes." Carrie sat with this. "So we need to be ready for him before we do the extraction," she said. "We need the facility addressed," Amber said carefully. "The captives out. A defensive position that doesn't require us to be managing multiple fronts simultaneously." She paused. "The extraction is the right thing to do. The timing of the right thing matters." Carrie looked at her. "How long have you been planning the timing?" she said. Amber looked at her tea. "Since I understood what it was," she said, "which was about 4 months in." She paused. "I have been thinking about the order of things for over 11 years. 11 years. Amber Silver, in the back room of the Silver Quill, planning the order of things for 11 years while Carrie sat in the armchair in the front and read books she was allowed to keep and drank tea that appeared without being asked for and called her mom by accident and then on purpose. "I need to say something to you," Carrie said, the thing she had mentioned before the telling started. "Okay," Amber said, receiving it, not bracing. Carrie looked at her hands. I'm not going to tell you the judgment calls were right, she said. I don't know if they were right. I won't know for a while. Maybe I'll never know. She looked up, keeping the full shape of it from me, deciding what I could hold and when. I can't tell you yet whether I think that was right. I know, Amber said, steady. And I need you to let me have that. Carrie looked at her, not resolve it, not reassure me that you had good reasons. I know you had reasons. I'm not ready to know whether they were good ones yet. Amber nodded, once, without adding anything. But I need you to also hear something else, Carrie said. She paused. She was aware of the thing she was about to say, and what it cost to say it now, in this room, with Kane Holt somewhere in the city and 14 people in a facility, and the operational machinery of everything else running around them. It would have been easier to defer it, to let the night carry it further and have it in some calmer future moment. She did not defer it because she had learned specifically, from the shape of 12 years, that deferring the true things was its own kind of damage. Whatever you didn't tell me, she said, you were here. Every time I came through that door, she looked at Amber, the tea, the back room, the fact that you said don't apologize for that when I called you Mom. She stopped. The counterwork, 11 years of counterwork. She stopped again. I don't know if the judgment calls were right. I do know that you have been that you are. She found it. You're my mother, she said. That's not complicated. The rest of it might be complicated. That part isn't. The back room. Amber Silver, who had been managing the expression on her face with the specific precision of a woman who had spent 30 years developing that management, stopped managing it. It was a brief window. 5 seconds. The expression beneath the management was something entirely unguarded, something that had been held carefully for long enough that the holding had become the default and the release of it was disorienting. Then she had it back, but her eyes were bright and she was not going to comment on that, and neither was Carrie. Yes, Amber said, her voice was even. The evenness cost something. I am. They sat in the corner of the silver, Quill's back room with their tea. Outside, Capitol Hill, Seattle, October rain, Kane Holt in the city somewhere. Inside, the warmth that was structural, the smell of lilac and mint, 12 years and a fracture and something on the other side of the fracture that was not yet fully closed but was oriented toward closing. Okay, Carrie said. She picked up her tea. Tell me the rest. What Amber told her next. Elena Voss, the full shape of it, the binding, the spirit, the decades of forced service, the sabotage work, the frequency that ran through every constructed shifter in the line. Carrie listened to this with the quality of attention she gave things that were reorganizing everything they touched. She had received the sketch of it earlier. The full rendering was different. She's been trying to reach me, she said. Since before you were born. Amber looked at her. The True Blood's development in the line, she could feel it building. She didn't know when it would arrive. She didn't know who it would be. A pause. She has been doing what she could with every tool available to her. The seams. Yes, making the romantic architecture legible to someone who could read it. To the only kind of someone who could fully read it. She paused. You have been reading her sabotage work your entire life and interpreting it as instinctive distrust. Carrie thought about every constructed shifter she had ever encountered. The wrongness she had always read as her leopard's accurate threat assessment. Mary, across the table 20 minutes ago, the frequency underneath the seams. Mary feels it too, she said. The frequency. She said she always thought it was just what it felt like to be what she is. Elena can reach anyone in the constructed line, Amber said, but a True Blood receives the signal most clearly. The rest she paused. They feel something. A frequency, as you say, something underneath. They may have always had a sense that there was more than what they were told, that the life they were living was built on something that didn't fully bear examining. Some of them examined it anyway, Carrie said. Yes, Amber looked at her. Mary's parents. Whatever they knew or half knew, enough to leave a door unlocked. Elena's frequency. Moving through the constructed leopard line for decades. Reaching the people who were ready to receive it, to act on it, to leave doors unlocked. Building the chain. Building toward Carrie. Can she communicate more, Carrie said. then the seams, then the frequency. Through the journal, yes, in limited capacity. Amber paused. She has been trying to tell you something specific, something that requires the full picture to receive. She held Carrie's look. I believe that when the bond is removed, when the suppression is gone, you will be able to receive what she has been trying to say more clearly. She paused. I also believe the journal needs to come to us, or we do it. The journal is with Kane, Carrie said. Yes. So Amber looked at her tea, the order of things. She looked up. We address the immediate situation. We get the children out. We handle what Kane brings when he comes back. She paused. And then we figure out how to get the journal. Or Kane brings it, Carrie said, when he comes back with more. Amber looked at her. You think he'll have it with him? He always had it close, Mary said. They both looked at her. She had been exercising discretion with the attention of someone who had been doing it for 3 hours and had arrived at the limit of what discretion required her to maintain. Sorry, she said. I wasn't. No, Carrie said. Tell me. Mary looked at the table. Aldrich keeps the journal on his desk, at the compound. Kane doesn't take it when he travels. She paused, but Kane has been recently. In the last few months, he's been different about it, more possessive, about everything associated with the operation. She paused again. I can't tell you for certain he has it, but I think he might. He's been treating it like a command object, something that comes with the leader. He killed his father, Carrie said quietly. Mary went very still. The back room. I didn't know that, she said. Her voice was careful. When? We don't know exactly. Recently. Carrie looked at her. He's running the pack now, the whole operation. Mary was quiet for a long moment. Whatever she was processing, Carrie watched it move through her without trying to name it. Aldrich Voss was not a man Mary had loved, but he was a structure she had lived inside. The removal of a structure, even a wrong one, had its own specific weight. He found out, Mary said slowly, about what Aldrich was using you for. She said it not as a question, working it out as she said it. The ritual, that was why. She paused. Kane thinks of you as his. Aldrich was using you as a component. When Kane found out, it was the wrong kind of property violation, Lilith said. She was in the doorway. She had come in from the main back room area at some point. Carrie had heard the footstep pattern and had registered it and had let her in without turning around. Lilith crossed to the chairs, stood beside Carrie's, not sitting standing, the specific position of someone who had arrived to be present rather than to participate. Mary looked at her. Yes, she said, exactly that. Which makes him more dangerous, Lilith said, not less. Yes, Mary held her look. Aldrich was calculating. Kane runs on want, on what he believes he's owed. Aldrich would never have come to the Silver Quill himself. Too much exposure, too much risk, too little to gain from a single appearance. She paused. Kane came because he wanted Carrie to see him, to know he was here. She looked at Carrie. That's not a strategy, that's a message. The message being, Carrie said, that he's not afraid of you. Mary said it flatly, or of what's behind you. She paused. He's wrong, but he doesn't know he's wrong yet. The doorway opened again. Mike. He came in, looked at the configuration of the room, Carrie and Amber in the corner chairs, Lilith beside Mary at the table, and did the rapid processing of someone reading a room with 20 years of practice. What did I miss? He said. Everything, Lilith said. And nothing. We're up to date. She looked at him. Kane might have the journal. Mike looked at Carrie. The old book Amber's been telling me about. Yes. And if he has it. Then when we address Kane, we address Alina at the same time, Carrie said. The order of things changes. Mike absorbed this. His hands were at his sides. The specific posture he used when he was running multiple operational considerations simultaneously and had not yet resolved them into a decision. The facility, he said, that's first, the children. Yes, Carrie said. Then Kane. Yes. And then whatever comes with Kane. Yes. He nodded, the operational nod. Then we have work to do tonight. He looked at Amber. What do you need to be ready for the extraction when we get there? Amber was quiet for a moment, deciding something about the order of her answer. Time, she said, and Carrie was intact going into it. And the people she needs to be there present. She looked at Carrie, Lilith specifically. Obviously. Lilith said, not loudly, simply. Mike looked at Carrie. The serious tone arrived. Full weight, the frequency she had always recognized. We're going to get through tonight, he said, and then we're going to address the bond. And you're going to come out the other side of both of those things, and you're going to be fine. He held her look. You understand me. She looked at him. Harry Summers' serious tone. The weight and the stillness. The specific frequency that had reached her from the first weeks in Mike Walker's house in a way she had always felt and never fully understood. She understood it now. She had been understanding it all day, in pieces, as Amber told her things and she sat with what they meant. She was not going to say this to Mike right now. There was too much operational machinery running for the conversation it deserved. But she looked at him, and she received what he was saying, and she let it land the way it had always landed below the surface, in the part of her that formed before language. Yes, she said, I understand. He nodded. Then the serious tone released, the practical Mike resuming Jimmy's got something on Danny Voss. Come look. Danny Voss had made a mistake. Not a large one, a Danny Voss-sized mistake, which Jimmy assessed as the kind made by someone who was operationally competent and emotionally overinvested in the outcome. She had gone to ground after reporting to Kane, which was correct. She had gone to ground in an area that was covered by 2 of Jimmy's cameras, which was not. She's here, Jimmy said. He pointed at the screen. A still from a camera, a woman in her mid-20s, dark jacket, sitting in the window of a coffee shop with a coffee she was not drinking and a sightline to the street outside. She's watching the silver quills approach, Donna said. She had come back from the perimeter coordination, standing over Jimmy's shoulder with the expression of professional satisfaction at something going according to a useful pattern. If anyone leaves or arrives, she sees them. Or she thinks she does, Jimmy said. She's missed Carrie's perimeter team twice in the last 40 minutes. Because our people know the area, Donna said. She doesn't. Correction, Mary spoke from the end of the table. She knows the area generally. She was here on the first advance trip. She paused, but she doesn't know your people's specific positioning. She'd be looking for obvious surveillance. Not. Perimeter wolves in their home territory, Lilith said. Yeah, she's not going to see them. She looked at the screen. Cole Mercer is still on the facility block. Yes, Jimmy pulled up the second window. Has not moved in 2 hours. He's committed to the asset, Donna said. He's not going to leave the facility unattended while the situation is uncertain. Which means if we move on the facility before Kane escalates further, Lilith was working through it, as she said it, the tactical layer running visibly in her expression. Cole is there but isolated, Donna said. Yes. How many inside? Carrie said. Unknown, Donna said. Mary's estimate was 6 to 8 watchers on the overnight rotation. She looked at Mary. 6 confirmed, Mary said. Possibly 8. The facility runs a tight watcher-to-captive ratio. Aldrich's operational spec was 2 watchers per 5 captives. She paused. With 14 captives, that's 6 minimum. He might have run it higher given the population includes some older ones who are less predictable. Tobias, Lilith said. Not as an accusation, as an acknowledgement of the specific captive who had been predictable enough to map escape routes and execute on them. Yes, Mary's expression did something. Tobias is specifically the kind of captive they'd have added watchers for. She paused, which means Sierra. Is being watched more closely since he ran, Carrie finished. The back room absorbed this. We need to move, Lilith said. Not urgently, the operational version of urgency, which was simply the clear statement of a timeline conclusion. Kane is in the city. If he escalates before we get the captives out, the situation at the facility becomes more complicated. He escalates with Cole, Donna said. He'd bring Cole in to support a direct move on Carrie, which means the facility would be lighter, Carrie said. Or, Jimmy said, he brings Cole in and leaves additional people at the facility as a precaution. Kane does not have his father's operational discipline. He might do both. He might do both and neither correctly, Mary said. Dry. The first dry thing she had said. It arrived slightly startling, the specific dark humor of someone who had spent years in close proximity to a person's operational failures. Donna looked at her, the expression of someone recalibrating an assessment. You know how he thinks, Donna said. I've been in his pack for 25 years. Mary's voice was even. I know how he thinks when things are going according to plan. I know how he thinks when they're not. She paused. He is not currently thinking clearly. The bond breaking, she looked at Carrie when that happened. It will remove what little calculation he has left. The bond hasn't broken yet, Carrie said. No, Mary held her look. But he came to the silver quill and he didn't find what he expected. That's its own kind of disruption. She paused. He expected you to be afraid of him. I know. He's recalibrating. She said it with the precision of a woman who had watched Kane Holt recalibrate before. When Kane recalibrates, he escalates. The timeline from now to escalation is, she thought, hours, not days. Then we move tonight, Lilith said. She looked at Mike. Mike looked at Donna. Donna looked at the map on Jimmy's screen. I need 2 hours, Donna said, to position the team correctly. She looked at Mary. I need everything you have on the facility's watcher rotation. Timing, approach, blind spots. Yes, Mary said. And I need Donna to look at Carrie. Something in her expression, the professional assessment with something underneath it that was less professional and more personal. I need you to understand what your role is in this operation. Tell me. Your true blood nature is going to affect the facility's the romantic warding when you enter. She said it directly. The way Donna said everything, no softening, no build-up, the information as efficiently as possible. We don't know exactly how or exactly how much. Amber has a theory. Everyone looked at Amber. The suppression field, Amber said, the warding that keeps the captives from shifting. When Carrie entered the facility's operational radius, she paused. It will destabilize, possibly significantly. Which means the captives get their abilities back, Lilith said. Yes, which changes the operational picture inside. Amber held Carrie's look. It also means you are the operational wildcard. Your presence changes things we cannot fully predict. But it changes them in the captive's favor, Carrie said. Yes, Amber said it without caveat. It changes them in the captive's favor. Carrie looked at the map on Jimmy's screen. The facility block. The moving point was Cole Mercer. The coffee shop 3 blocks away where Danny Voss was watching an approach, she was not going to see the relevant movement through. 14 people. Their names filed in Tobias's precise mind and in Carrie's leopard's memory. Priya Anand, 14, a witch. Sira Akaffer, 17, who had bought Tobias his window at a cost she knew she would pay. Marcus Webb, 16, who had been making maps. Okay, she said. She stood up from the corner chair. The movement was deliberate in the specific quality of motion that her leopard produced when something had been decided, and the decision was the right one, and the body was in agreement. Let's go over the plan, she said, all of it, from the beginning. They went over the plan. Donna laid it out on the table with the specific economy of someone who had been building it for hours and was delivering the finished version. Positions, timing, the approach that used the warehouse district's specific geography to minimize exposure, the extraction routes, the contingencies. Mary provided the interior specifics. Jimmy overlaid them on his map. The picture that emerged was not complete. There were gaps that would only be filled by what they found inside, but it was specific enough to be operational rather than aspirational. Carrie listened, asked questions, filed answers. Her leopard ran its own parallel processing, the specific tactical awareness that was not military training, but was something older and more instinctive, the predator's native understanding of approaches and angles, and the specific geometry of getting from here to there without being where you were expected to be. Lilith planned beside her. The field operations lead in her full register, the questions she asked were different from Carrie's. The tactical layer she ran was the wolf's communal one rather than the leopard's individual one. And the combination of the two, produced something more complete than either alone. Mike listened to all of it, contributed specific pieces, made 2 more calls. The Aakhafer pride moved from being ready to being ready now. Tobias came downstairs at some point during the planning and stood in the back room doorway. He did not speak. He was looking at the map. "Sierra," he said, not a question. He had found her general location on the map from what he knew of the interior and was looking at it. "Yes," Carrie said. He looked at the map for a moment longer. Then he looked at her. "You said yes," he said, "earlier when I asked if you could get them out." "I did." "You meant it." "I did." He nodded, something in his face doing the work of accepting this, not trust exactly, not yet fully, but the beginning of the space where trust could develop. The same space she had been standing in at 10 years old, looking at a serious-stoned man who told her she was his daughter. "Okay," he said. He went back upstairs. Donna watched him go and said nothing, which was its own statement. The planning continued. At 7:30, Carrie went to the front of the Silver Quill. Not for any operational reason. She needed 30 seconds of something that was not operational, and this was where those 30 seconds lived. The front room, the shelves, the unlabeled section, the window with the rain doing its thing on the glass. She stood in front of the window and looked out at Capitol Hill. The street moving in the way streets moved on Wednesday evenings, people with places to be, umbrellas, the specific tempo of a city evening that did not know what was happening a few blocks from its center. She was humming. She noticed it immediately and let it continue. The middle of the song. The part she had always had. The part that felt like the center of something larger. The part that existed without the beginning or the end. The part that was simply there in the way certain things were simply there without needing to be learned or remembered. She had been carrying this her whole life. From a house on a lake in Missouri, through a cold night on a road through 2,000 miles, through the Silver Quill's front door and 12 years in this window. She did not know where it started. She knew it was hers. The door between the front room and the back opened. Footstep pattern she knew Lilith's, unhurried, the weight distribution she had cataloged without meaning to until the catalog was complete. Lilith came to stand beside her, the default arrangement. She looked out the window. They stood. The rain, the street, the city is going about its Wednesday. "How are you?" Lilith said, not operationally, the other register. "Working on it." "That's not the same as okay." "No," Carrie agreed, "it's not." Lilith was quiet for a moment, looking at the rain. "The extraction," she said, "after the facility, after Kane." She said it carefully. "I'm going to be there. I need you to know that." "I know." "I mean in the room. Present." Now she stopped. Not down the hall, not available if needed, in the room. Carrie looked at her. The specific quality of what Lilith was saying was the distinction she was drawing. Now I'll be nearby. In the room, regardless of what the room contained, regardless of what happened in it. "Amber said the same thing," Carrie said, "that you specifically should be there." "Amber's smart." "She is." Carrie looked at the rain. "You might not want to be there. It's going to be..." She stopped. Amber described it. "It's going to be bad." "I know." "Lilith." "I know." The word carrying everything she was not going to have a debate about. "I will be in the room. That is what is happening. We can discuss it or we can accept it and move forward, but the outcome is the same either way." Carrie looked at her. 12 years of Lilith Walker being exactly this specific quality of immovable when it mattered. 12 years of this, and she still encountered it occasionally, with the quality of something she was newly struck by, the specific kind of love that expressed itself as presence, that did not manage or handle or soften, but simply stayed. "Okay," she said. "Good." Lilith looked at the rain, something in her posture releasing incrementally. "You were humming." "I know," I caught it. "What is it?" Lilith said. "Do you know yet?" Carrie looked at the window, the rain on the glass, the city outside it. "Amber thinks it's something I came with," she said. "Something that was mine before everything else." She paused. "I think she's right. I just don't know what it is yet." "The beginning of it." Yes, she looked at Lilith. I feel like if I could find the beginning, I'd understand something. She paused, about where it comes from. Lilith looked at her. The quality of Lilith's attention when it was fully present, the thing that made rooms orient toward her, focused to a single point. You'll find it, she said. Not it'll come to you, or maybe someday. A statement of fact. The way Lilith stated things she had decided were true. Yeah, Carrie said. I think I will. They stood at the Silver Quill's front window for another 30 seconds. The rain, the city, the specific quality of a Wednesday evening in October in Seattle doing its ordinary work outside the glass. Then Lilith said Donna's going to start moving people into position at 8. I know. We should go back in. I know. They stood for 3 more seconds, then they went back in. At 8 o'clock, Donna began moving people into position. The perimeter teams shifted. The approach vectors were established. Jimmy ran his surveillance windows and updated positions in real time, his voice in everyone's earpiece a low, steady frequency of information. Mary went through the watcher rotation one more time with Donna. Every detail, the specific timing. They approach blind spots. The interior layout from Tobias's description overlaid with what Mary knew of Voss operational protocol. Mike made one more call. The Achafer Pride confirmed position. Ready. Carrie stood in the back room of the Silver Quill and looked at the map and felt her leopard do the tracking stillness. The horizon identified. The full system of her coming online in the specific way it came online when something needed her complete attention. 14 people, their names. She knew all of them. Ready, Lilith said beside her, not a question. Carrie looked at the map, the facility block. The position of everyone she trusted arrayed around it, like something that had been building toward this exact configuration. She thought about the order of things. The facility, Kane, the bond, Elena. One thing at a time. Yes, she said. She was humming. Neither of them mentioned it. They went to work. Shattered bonds. Chapter 6. The warehouse district at 10 at night was a specific kind of quiet. Not the quiet of the residential neighborhoods they had driven through to get here. That quiet had texture, the sound of houses containing lives. This quiet was industrial. The sound of machinery that had finished for the day and left its absence behind. Loading docks closed. Parking lots empty except for the vehicles that always looked slightly abandoned regardless of whether they were. Streetlights spaced further apart than elsewhere in the city, the light between them doing nothing useful. It's still, lighter now. The kind that didn't demand acknowledgement but was present enough to make the pavement reflective and the distances slightly uncertain. Carrie was in the shadow of a loading dock 2 blocks from the facility block. Lilith beside her, Mary on her other side. The 3 of them in the specific stillness of people who had been still for long enough that the stillness had become its own kind of motion, the active waiting of bodies that were operational and conserving. Jimmy's voice, low and even, in the earpiece. Cole Mercer is on the facility's east face, consistent with the last 6 hours. He has not moved to the south approach in 47 minutes. Window, Lilith said quietly. Confirming, a pause, Donna's team is in position at the north entry. Achafer Pride in the south, Walker Secondary at the west. Another pause, you're clear on the east approach. Copy, Lilith said. Carrie looked at the block ahead of them. From here she could see the outline of the building, one of 3 warehouses on the block, the middle one, which was what Mary's cross-referencing with Tobias's landmark description, and the chemical signature of the warding had produced as the most probable location. The building had the specific quality of being not quite dark lights inside, visible at the window edges, the kind of illumination that was managing something rather than simply lighting a space. Her leopard was reading the block. 6 watchers inside, minimum, 14 captives, Cole Mercer on the east face. The rheomantic suppression field that Amber had identified as specific to this building, the chemical signature faint but detectable at this distance. She could feel the seams from here. Not clearly the distance between her and the warding's architecture, but the frequency was there. Alina's signal ran through the constructed infrastructure, doing the sabotage it had always been doing, making the edges of things slightly more visible than they should have been. "Amber," she said quietly. Here, Amber's voice in the earpiece from the silver quill. She had not come to the warehouse district. She was the magical support, working from the silver quill's back room where the wards gave her the clearest operational platform. A different kind of field presence. "The warding, I can feel it from here." "I know, I have it from my end as well." A pause. "It will respond to your proximity before you enter. Approximately 50 meters out, the field will register your true blood signature, and I want to be accurate about this. It will begin to consider you. The way a system considers something that doesn't fit its parameters. And inside? Inside, I cannot fully predict. The suppression field's response to a true blood at close range is theoretically documented and practically untested." A pause that held the weight of a woman who had spent decades in magical theory being honest about its limits. "What I can tell you is that Alina's architecture has been subtly compromising the field for years. The field is not as stable as Aldrich designed it to be. Your presence is not entering an intact system. It is entering one with pre-existing structural damage. Which means the response may be faster and more significant than the theoretical models suggest. A beat. Be ready for the captives to recover their abilities quickly, possibly very quickly." "Copy," Carrie said. She looked at Lilith. Lilith was looking at the building. The field operations register fully engaged Carrie had been watching this quality of focus come over her face in operational contexts for years, and it was still, in some specific way, a thing she found grounding. Lilith in her element, doing what she was built for. "When the field drops," Lilith said quietly to Mary, "the watchers inside will know. How fast do they respond?" "Depends on the watcher," Mary said. "Cole would respond immediately. The overnight rotation tends toward the ones who are reliable rather than the ones who are sharp. They'll respond, but they'll lose seconds looking for the source before they move to containment." "Seconds matter." "I know," Mary's voice was even. "That's why I'm telling you." Lilith looked at Carrie, the shorthand of 12 years. Carrie nodded. "Jimmy," Lilith said, "update on Cole." "Still east face. He pauses, he's moving, north. Toward Donna's team. Toward the north entry. A brief pause. He may have detected something, or he's running a rotation check." "If he's running a rotation check, he'll be on the north face," for Lilith looked at Mary. 4 minutes, Mary said. "Standard rotation check at this scale is 4 minutes per face." "Then we have a window," Lilith said, "on the east approach. Jimmy." Confirming Cole is moving north. The east face is clear. A beat. You have the window. Lilith looked at Carrie. "Ready," she said. "The statement of fact register." "Yes," Carrie said. They moved. 50 meters out, the field noticed her. Not dramatically, she felt it as a change in the frequency she had been reading from 2 blocks away. The seams she had been tracking through the building's walls shifted, the romantic architecture doing something that was not quite reorienting, but was the precursor to it. The system considered something that didn't fit its parameters, exactly as Amber had described. Her leopard went to the other stillness, the full one. "Amber," she said quietly, still moving. "I feel it," Amber said. "From here, yes, it's noticed you." A pause. "Keep moving, don't stop. Stopping gives it time to calibrate a response. Movement is harder for it to track." She kept moving. The east face of the building. A loading door, the approach Mary had identified as the weakest point in the Watcher rotation's sight lines. Mary was behind her and to the right. Lilith in front, at the door, her hands on the mechanism. The door opened. Not noisily, Donna had provided the specific tool for this specific kind of door, and Lilith had used it in the 15 seconds of the window, with the economy of someone who had been trained for exactly this kind of entry. The door swung inward. The smell of the inside hit first. Chemical signature of the warding. Strong at close range, not unpleasant exactly, but specific. The way certain kinds of magic had physical correlates that were detectable if you knew what you were smelling for. And underneath it, people. 14 people in a space that was not designed for habitation, making the air into something that carried the residue of weeks of sustained fear, managed into the specific lower register of people who had stopped expecting acute crises and were surviving chronic ones. She knew this smell. She had been in this particular register of a space before, not as a captive, but as a 10-year-old in a series of spaces that were not entirely safe, before the Silver Quill, before the Walker Pack house. The smell of somewhere that was not what it should be for the people in it. Her leopard produced the response it always produced to this smell. Move, it said, in the wordless language of animals. Do something about this. She moved. The facility's interior. The layout matched Tobias's description with the precision of a 15-year-old who had been mapping it for 7 weeks, because it was the only thing he could control. A main floor, high ceiling, the industrial bones of a warehouse, dressed in the specific functional additions of the Awakening's operational requirements. Cots in rows along the east wall were the captive area, a partition separating the captive space from the watcher area. Stairs to a mezzanine level on the north wall, where the overnight watch supervisor ran oversight. 2 watchers visible from the east entry, both in the captive area, not with the captives exactly, positioned at the partition, facing inward. Their backs were to the loading door. Carrie's leopard filed the angles. Lilith's hand signaled she was reading the same angles from her position. Mary slightly behind and to the left, her constructed leopard's instincts running the specific operational logic they had been trained to run, now directed entirely in the opposite direction from what the training intended. 20 meters to the nearest watcher. The suppression field pressing against Carrie's true-blood nature like whether she could feel it working, the specific effort of the architecture trying to do to her what it did to the captives, the dampening of supernatural ability. It was not successful. She was not surprised, but she noted it. The field was intact enough to still be trying. Lilith moved first. The first watcher was faster than the watcher expected, faster than something moving quietly through a large space had any right to be. A wolf shifter in full operational mode was not the large animal some people imagined it was. Economy, precision, the specific efficiency of something designed for exactly this function. The watcher was down and contained before he had completed the rotation that had begun when some edge of his awareness had registered movement. Carrie moved on the second. Her leopard's geometry again. Not a straight line, the angle that arrived from the direction least expected, the specific approach that a constructed leopard's training would not have produced because constructed leopards were trained in packs, in group tactics, in the specific coordination of a manufactured community. Her true-blood leopard was solitary. It was thought of as individual approaches. It arrived from where it was not supposed to be. The second watcher made a sound, brief, contained. Mary's hands were on him before the sound completed. Both watchers down, contained, not killed unless necessary, and it had not been necessary. Donna's protocols on this were specific and Carrie agreed with them. 2 down, east side, Lilith said quietly into the comms, moving north. Copy, Donna said, from somewhere on the other side of the building. North entry is active. 2 down, proceeding to the mezzanine. Jimmy Cole is returning to the east face. You have 90 seconds before he reaches the loading door. 90 seconds. The captive area. They were awake. Not all of them had been sleeping, the kind of sleep that the body compels regardless of circumstances, because the body has its requirements. But enough of them had heard something, had felt something, had the supernatural awareness that even suppressed could not be entirely eliminated. They were awake, and they were very still, the specific stillness of people who had learned that stillness was safer than motion. That sound was something you waited to identify before you responded to it. Carrie came around the partition. 14 faces. The names she had filed from Tobias's precise delivery. She was looking for Marcus Webb, first 16, Bear Shifter, the one who had been making maps, the one who would be most ready to act as a coordinator. She found him in 3 seconds. He was already sitting up, already looking at the partition entry with the expression of someone who had been waiting for exactly this kind of development and had several contingency responses prepared. "Marcus Webb," she said, quietly. "Not a question identification, the way you identified yourself to someone who needed to know who they were dealing with." He looked at her. The rapid assessment of someone who had been assessing everything in his environment for 7 weeks. "Who are you?" he said, also quiet, also not wasting words. "Walker Pack, Seattle." She looked at him directly. "Tobias sent us." Something moved across his face. Not the precursor to it, the acknowledgement that the variables had just changed in a specific direction. "There are 6 watchers," he said. 2 of them just paused. Something happened. His eyes went to the partition. "That was you." "2 are down. My team is handling the others." She looked at him. "I need you to tell me where everyone is. Fast." He told her. Precise. Exactly as she had expected from someone who had been making maps. He went through the 14 by location, who was on which cot, who was awake, who was sleeping, where Priya was and where Priya was not, because Priya was the piece that had moved. "Priya," Carrie said. "North side." His jaw set. "They moved her 3 days ago. She's not with the rest of us." "I know," Carrie said. "My team is going for her." She held his look. "Can you move?" "Yes." "Can they move?" She indicated the others, the ones who were awake, the ones still sleeping, the varying states of 7 weeks of captivity that had produced a range of physical conditions she was rapidly assessing. "Most of them. There are 2 who." He paused. "They'll need support." "Okay," she looked at the partition. "When I give you a signal, I need you to start moving people toward the east loading door. Not fast, controlled. Don't let anyone run." She held his look. "Running makes noise, and we need about 2 more minutes of quiet." "Understood." He was already standing. "What's the signal?" "You'll know," she said. She moved north. The field dropped 40 seconds later. Not gradually. Not with warning. One moment the suppression architecture was pressing against her true blood, nature the way it had been pressing since the loading dock. The system still trying, still working, the damaged infrastructure still maintaining its basic function, and then something shifted. She had not done anything. She had simply moved further into the building, deeper into the operational radius of the warding, and her true blood nature had reached a proximity to the field's central architecture that the field did not know how to accommodate. The seams Alina had been making visible for decades spread. Like a structure under pressure, finding the lines of weakness that had been quietly opened from the inside. The field collapsed. Not loudly. Magically, a specific absence replacing a specific presence, the way silence arrived when something that had been generating constant low-frequency sound was suddenly turned off. Carrie felt it go the way she felt all magical things, through her leopard's particular awareness, the reading that was true blood and innate and had nothing to do with training. Then the room changed. 14 supernatural individuals who had been operating under suppression for weeks, suddenly without suppression. The effect was not subtle. A wolf shifter in the captive area shifted involuntarily, the body reasserting what had been held back, the animal nature surfacing before the conscious mind could manage it. A bear shifter made a sound that was not human. The air in the facility changed character, entirely 14 different supernatural presences, suddenly fully present rather than dampened, the specific density of it registering on every supernatural sense in the building simultaneously. "There it is," Donna said in her ear, not alarmed. The confirmation of someone who had been told this would happen and had built the protocol around it. "Marcus," Carrie said. He had not needed the signal. He was already moving. She had said, "You'll know," and she had been right. Marcus Webb had known the moment the field dropped, because the field dropping meant he could feel his own bear fully for the first time in 7 weeks. And the first thing the bear had done with its restored awareness was assess the space and identify the exit. He was moving people toward the east loading door with the specific controlled efficiency of someone who had been making this plan for 7 weeks and was now executing it. Not pushing, directing. His voice was low and steady, the tone of someone who had decided before this moment that calm was the thing captivity could not take from him, and that he was going to demonstrate that now. "East door, single file, quiet, move." Carrie moved north. The mezzanine stairs. Donna's team had gone up the north entry stairs. She could hear them, not loudly, the controlled sounds of a team moving through a space where things were happening and managing the things efficiently. 2 more watchers down, Donna's voice in the comms said, even and informational. The mezzanine level had a separate partitioned area at its north end. This was where Priya had been moved 3 days ago. The watcher supervisor's area was between the stairs and the partition between the approach and the person. The watcher supervisor was not at his post. Carrie stopped. Her leopard read the mezzanine level. The space was mostly empty. The supervisor post abandoned in the specific way of someone who had left quickly, the chair pushed back, something on the table that indicated interrupted activity. He had gone downstairs when the field dropped. The instinct of someone whose primary concern was the asset he was responsible for maintaining when the suppression went. He went to the captive area rather than the supervisor post. Operational training redirecting him away from what Carrie needed to get to. Good. She crossed the mezzanine, the partition. The latch was simple, not warded. The warding on the building had been the security mechanism and the warding was gone. The door opened. Priya Anand, 14 years old, cross-legged on a cot that was the only piece of furniture in the space, besides a table that had been used as a desk. She had been sitting in the specific quality of stillness that Carrie recognized as the practiced version, the stillness that was not peaceful but had been worked toward, maintained, a choice made continuously. She looked at Carrie. Her eyes did something. The rapid assessment of a 14-year-old witch whose magical ability had just been fully restored after weeks of suppression, the assessment was not visual, Carrie understood, or not only visual. She was being read in the specific way of magical practitioners, the kind of reading that went several layers below the surface. The assessment was completed in approximately 2 seconds. "You're not from the facility," Priya said. She said it the way people said things when the answer was obvious and they were establishing a baseline for what came next. "No," Carrie crossed to her. "Walker Pack, we're getting you out." Priya looked at the door Carrie had come through. The field went down. "Yes." "That was you." "Yes." Priya stood. She was smaller than she should have been, Carrie noted, the specific physical notation of someone who had been eating and sleeping under conditions that did not fully support either for an extended period. She stood anyway with the quality of someone who had been deciding every day to stand and had not stopped. "The others," she said. "Being moved now. East loading door." "Sierra." "We have her," Carrie said. "Then wait, do we have her?" "Lilith's team has her," Jimmy said in her ear. "She's mobile, moving to the east door." Carrie relayed this to Priya. Something in Priya's face is not quite the same as the others, not the bear shifter's restoration of physical capacity or the wolf shifter's involuntary shift. Something more specific. The specific relief of a 14-year-old who has been carrying the weight of other people's safety alongside her own and has just had part of that weight acknowledged. "Okay," Priya said, "let's go." The east loading door. Cole Mercer had reached it at approximately the moment that Marcus was moving the third captive through it. This was not the 80-second window Jimmy had calculated. It was 63 seconds, which meant Cole had moved faster than his established pattern suggested, which meant he had sensed something before Jimmy's camera caught the acceleration. Carrie heard the comms traffic from the stairs. "Cole is at the east door," Jimmy said. Not urgent information, the precise elevation of concern that was not alarming. "He has stopped. He's looking at the door." "He can smell us," Mary said from the comms. She had gone through with the first group of captives and was outside now. "He knows the door was opened." Jimmy paused. "He's shifted." Carrie came down the stairs from the mezzanine with Priya behind her. The main floor of the facility, the captive area mostly cleared now, Marcus having moved people with the efficiency of someone executing a plan he had been building for 7 weeks. 2 captives remaining near the partition were the ones who needed support, whose weeks of captivity had produced physical conditions that slowed the moving. She could hear Cole at the loading door. The specific sound of a large constructed leopard encountering a door that had been opened when it should not have been and was deciding what to do about it. She crossed to the two remaining captives. One of them, a girl, 15, wolf shifter, the weeks of captivity visible in the specific way of someone whose body had been managed through something it was not designed for, looked at Carrie with the eyes she recognized. "Can you walk?" Carrie said. "Yes," the girl said. She meant it in the way Carrie always meant the version that was functional rather than comfortable. "Okay," she looked at the other, bare shift. Shattered bonds. Chapter 7. The silver quill at midnight had a different quality than the silver quill at any other hour. Not darker amber kept specific lights on through the night, the warm, low ones that made the front room look inhabited without looking operational. Not quieter, the Capitol Hill Street outside had its own midnight register, the bars letting out the specific footstep patterns of people whose evenings were ending in various conditions. The difference was something more interior. The silver quill at midnight was the silver quill at its most itself, the 30 years of accumulated intention settling into something that was almost audible if you knew what you were listening for. Carrie knew what she was listening for. She had been back for 40 minutes. The debrief had been a fast operational necessity, Donna running it with the specific economy of someone who had been awake for 18 hours and intended to be awake for several more and was not going to waste words in the intermediate period. 14 out. Coal contained. The facility was handed to the compact's representatives, who had arrived with the specific cautious efficiency of an institution processing something it had not anticipated and was now required to manage. Kane Holt was in the city. Cole's communication block had failed at 11:43. Whatever signal Cole had managed to send in the window that followed had been enough. Jimmy's surveillance showed movement on the approach vectors that was not random. 2 people confirmed, possibly more that Jimmy's cameras had not picked up. "He's coming," Mary had said. She had said it without inflection, the flat delivery of someone statting a weather pattern. "He won't wait until morning. He'll come now." "Good," Carrie had said, again. Now she was in front of the silver quill. Standing at the window. The rain had stopped sometime between the warehouse district, and here the October rain had exhausted itself and left the streets wet and reflective without the ongoing contribution. The streetlights doing their thing with the wet pavement. Capitol Hill at midnight being Capitol Hill at midnight. She was humming. She let it continue. The back room was full. Donna and Jimmy running the operational picture, Mary providing real-time assessment of Kane's probable approach, Mike on the phone with the perimeter teams in the specific low voice of a man conducting serious business, without the register of the conversation reaching the street. Amber at the counter, her hands around a mug she had made an hour ago, and not drunk, her attention distributed between the silver quill's wards and something interior that she had not named. Lilith was in the front room with Carrie. She was not at the window. She was at the shelves, her back to the room, running her hand along the spines of books in the unlabeled section with the specific quality of someone occupying their hands to keep the rest of themselves regulated. Carrie had been watching her do this for 15 minutes. "You can say it," Carrie said. Lilith's hand stopped on a spine. "Say what," she said. "Whatever you've been not saying since the facility." A pause. Lilith's hand resumed its movement along the shelves. 2 spines. 3. "I watched you look at Cole Mercer," she said, "at the seams in him." She paused. "You could have ended the fight in about 4 seconds." "Yes." "You didn't." "No." "Because." Carrie looked at the wet street outside. "Because I didn't know what it would do to him, specifically. As a person." She paused. "It would have been faster. It might have been wrong." Lilith was quiet for a moment. "Donna said the same thing," she said, "in the debrief. She said you made the right call, a beat. I'm not arguing with it." But I watched you look at him," Lilith said. "And I watched you make that decision in about 1 second while you were also managing 2 captives and Cole's approach angle and the exit protocol." She paused. "I don't think most people could do that." "I didn't know I could do it." "I know." She turned from the shelves. looked at Carrie across the front room. That's the part I keep thinking about. The silver quill held them. The cats had reappeared, both of the ones Carrie had names for and one she didn't, arranged in the front room with the specific feline commitment to present at important moments that she had always attributed to the silver quill's particular ambient and had stopped questioning. "He's going to come with more," Carrie said. "We established that in chapter." She stopped. "We established that. He's going to come with more, and I need to know what I'm doing with the seams question before he gets here." "You mean whether you'll use it?" "I mean whether it's the right thing to use. And when." She looked at Lilith. "It's not a switch. It's not something I can turn off once I've stopped." Found the words. "It's not reversible. Whatever the seams are, whatever happens when I push them, that's a thing I do to a person that I can't undo. I need to know what I'm doing before I do it." Lilith crossed the front room, stopped 2 feet from her, the specific distance that was close enough to be intentional. "What does Amber say?" she said. "The theoretical framework suggests it would unmake the rheomantic binding in a constructed shifter. What they are at the biological level wouldn't change. The shift is permanent, heritable. The years of it can't be undone. But the command architecture, the specific part that makes them respond to Voss pack authority." She paused. "The part that made them soldiers." "It would free them," Lilith said. "Theoretically, yes." She held Lilith's look. "But I don't know what it costs them. I don't know if it hurts. I don't know what it feels like to have something that has been part of your structure for your entire life suddenly removed." She paused. Mary might know. She might feel something from Alina's frequency that gives her some read on it. But I haven't asked yet because there hasn't been. "Time," Lilith said. "Time." The front of the silver quill, the midnight quiet, the wet street outside. "Kane is coming," Lilith said. "Not urgently. The operational register at its most even. Whatever the answer is to the seams question, we need it before he gets here." "I know. So let's get it." Mary was at the back room table with a mug and Jimmy's surveillance feed open on the laptop he had angled toward her. She was tracking the approach patterns with the focused attention of someone who knew what she was looking at and why each deviation mattered. She looked up when Carrie came in. 20 minutes, she said, maybe less. He's not trying to be subtle. "Good," Carrie sat across from her. "I need to ask you something." "Ask." "Alina's frequency. The thing you've felt your whole life." She held Mary's look. "When the field dropped at the facility, when my true blood nature hit the rheomantic architecture at close range, did you feel anything?" Mary looked at her mug. "Yes," she said. "What did it feel like?" A pause. Mary organized something internally, the expression of someone who was trying to deliver something accurately and was working to find the language. "Like," she said slowly, "a door opening in a room I didn't know was a room." She paused. "It didn't hurt. It was disorienting. The frequency I've always felt, Alina's signal, got louder for a moment. Like whatever was dampening it had been removed." She looked up. "And then it settled. And I felt." She stopped. "What?" Carrie said. "More myself," Mary said. She said it with the specific care of someone delivering something that was true and that they had not expected to be true. "I felt more myself. Which doesn't make sense because nothing about what I am changed." "The command architecture," Carrie said. Mary looked at her. "Amber told me about it," Carrie said. "The specific part of the rheomantic binding that functions as the pack authority structure. That makes constructed shifters respond to Voss command." She held Mary's look. "You've been running against that your whole life. Every choice you made went against the pack, even small ones you were making against the architecture." Mary was very still. "When the field dropped," Carrie said, "some of that pressure released, even temporarily." She paused. "That's what you felt." The back room was quiet. Jimmy was present, but had gone to the specific mode of not being present that he was excellent at. Mike had come back from his calls and was standing at the counter beside Amber, both of them receiving this without interrupting it. Mary looked at her hands. "If you push the seams," she said, slowly, "in a constructed shifter, all the way," she looked up, "what would happen?" "Theoretically," Carrie said, "it would unmake the command architecture. Leave the shift, leave the leopard. but remove the romantic bindings authority structure. She paused. I don't know what it costs. I don't know if it hurts. I don't know if it's something that should be done to someone without their consent, Mary said. Yes. Mary was quiet for a long moment. It would hurt, she said. I think it would hurt. She paused. Not the way the bond hurts you. Different. The bond was installed against your nature. This would be removing something that has been part of the structure of what I am my whole life. She paused. Removing something that has been wrong my whole life. She stopped. I don't know if those things cancel each other out or compound each other. I don't either, Carrie said. But you want to know if it's the right thing to do to Kane's people when he comes. I want to know if it's something I should be prepared to do. As an option. She looked at Mary. And I want to know if you'd want it done to you. The question landed in the back room and stayed. Mary looked at her. The assessment was not purely visual. Yes, she said. Not right now. Not in the middle of wanting it done properly. If it can be done properly. She paused, but yes. Carrie nodded. Okay, she said. Then I know what the option is. She stood. I looked at Mike. Mike looked back. The serious tone present in his expression before he said anything was the weight and stillness of it. The people Kane brings, Carrie said. The constructed leopards. If I can reach the seams, if the conditions are right, I can offer them something besides fighting us. She paused. I'm not going to do it without asking first. Not to a person who doesn't know what's happening. She looked at her father, but I want the option. Mike looked at her for a moment. It's your option to have, he said, in a serious tone. Use it the way you've used everything else tonight. She held his look, the frequency, the weight and stillness. Okay, she said. The silver quill's back room, the warmth, the smell of lilac and mint. They're here, Jimmy said. Not just Kane. Jimmy's surveillance confirmed 6. Kane plus 5 Danny Voss, who had finally left the coffee shop, and 4 others that the camera angles were not clean enough to fully identify, but that Mary assessed as Voss pack inner circle from their operational positioning. He brought his best, Mary said. She said it without inflection. The people he trusts to not make mistakes. Cole is still at the facility, Jimmy said. Contained. So Cole is not among them. No, Mary said. He'd have called everyone he could reach. Cole is the one he couldn't reach. She looked at the screen. The 4 I don't recognize would have come from Missouri. He called them when he got to Seattle. She paused. He's been planning for resistance. Since the silver quill this afternoon, Donna said. He came here, he saw what was behind Carrie, he went and got more. Yes. Which means he's not operating on pure rage, Donna said. He calculated. He calculated, Mary said carefully, with Kane's specific version of calculation, which is faster and less thorough than Aldrich's and more dangerous than either. She looked at the surveillance feed. He has a plan, it's just not a good one. What is it? Donna said. He'll come to the door. Mary looked at Carrie. He wants her to see him. He wants her to come to the door. He thinks if she sees him, if the bond is working the way he believes it is, she'll come out. The bond has been agitated for weeks, Carrie said. He knows that. He's been watching it. He thinks the proximity plus the escalation will push the pull past your resistance, Amber said from the counter. Even, clinical, yes. That's what the degradation was designed to produce. He's been poisoning the bond for this moment, the moment when the combination of proximity and psychological pressure would produce compliance. She paused. He does not know the bond's current state. He does not know what has changed today. He doesn't know Amber has been counterworking it, Lilith said. No. And he doesn't know what she told Carrie. No. So he's planning around a version of Carrie that doesn't exist anymore, Lilith said. The operational register holding something underneath it that was not operational. Yes, Amber said, precisely. Carrie looked at the surveillance feed. 6 points moving toward the silver quill. Kane at the front, the specific movement pattern of someone who had decided the outcome before the encounter and was moving through the intermediate steps with the momentum of that decision. She thought about what she had said on the walk back from the warehouse district. I've been running for 12 years. I'm not running anymore. She thought about what she had said to Mary at the coffee shop window. I know how this ends, do you? She had said these things, and she had meant them, and now she was standing in the back room of the Silver Quill at midnight, and 6 people were walking toward the building, and she was going to find out what the words cost. Amber, she said. Yes. The wards, the hostile intent calibration. She looked at her. He's not going to be stopped by the redirect. He came here this afternoon and came through. What happens if he tries again? The wards are at full, Amber said. They were full this afternoon as well. The redirect works on ambient hostile intent on the general category of someone approaching with harmful intention toward someone inside. She paused. Kane is not carrying general hostile intent. He is carrying a very specific intent that the wards are having difficulty categorizing, because from his perspective, he is not coming to harm someone. He is coming to retrieve something he believes belongs to him. Her expression was professionally neutral. The wards are not equipped for the specific epistemology of someone who has not understood that another person is not their property. The back room absorbed this. So he gets through, Donna said. He gets through the redirect. Not through me. Amber's neutral held something underneath it. The wards will tell me the moment he touches the threshold. I will have approximately 4 seconds of warning. 4 seconds, Mike said. I am a very fast worker, Amber said. They position themselves. Donna's geometry is the specific arrangement of people in a space that maximized the Walker Pack's capacity to respond to what came through the door while minimizing the Silver Quill's structural and civilian collateral. The front room cleared of the things that couldn't be cleared: books, shelves, the 30 years of the Silver Quill's accumulated presence, and the things that could be positioned were positioned. Carrie at the front. This had not been a debate, a discussion that took approximately 45 seconds. Donna's protocol instinct was to have Carrie central and protected, the true blood nature as a strategic asset that required protection rather than exposure. Carrie's position was that Kane was coming for her specifically, and positioning her anywhere, except the front, was both tactically dishonest and operationally inefficient, since he would simply move toward her regardless of where she was. Mike had listened to both positions and said, Carrie's right, she's at the front. Donna had accepted this with the specific acceptance of someone who disagreed with a decision, and was implementing it anyway because the chain of command was the chain of command. Lilith was behind Carrie and to the left, not at the front, not beside her. Behind, covering the angle Carrie's attention was not on. This had not been discussed. It was simply where Lilith was. Mike to the right. Donna positioned centrally with 2 Walker wolves at her flanks. Mary at the back room door, the specific position that acknowledged her knowledge of the approaching party, while keeping her from the front line of an encounter with people who would consider her a traitor the moment they saw her standing inside the Silver Quill. Jimmy remained in the back room. His function was information, not physical response, and he was performing surveillance feed running, communications active, the continuous provision of data that everyone else was acting on. Amber was behind the counter. This was the position she always occupied when something came through the Silver Quill's door. She had been behind this counter for 30 years. Whatever came through tonight, she would be behind it. The cats had vanished. Carrie noted this. The Silver Quill's cats removed themselves from operational situations with a consistency that she had always found notable and had never been able to fully explain. She stood in the front room of the Silver Quill at 12:14 in the morning and looked at the door. She was not humming. For the first time, she did not know how long, an hour, 2 hours, the whole night the song was not present underneath everything. Her full attention was here, forward, on what was coming through the door. She noted its absence the way you noted the absence of background noise you had stopped hearing. Something that was always there, suddenly not there. She filed it. They're at the block, Jimmy said, all 6, moving in formation. Copy, Donna said. Kane is front, Danny to his left. The 4 Missouri contacts split 2 left. 2 right, perimeter formation. A pause. He's running a protection detail around himself. He's afraid, Lilith said quietly. Behind Carrie, not loudly. He's cautious, Mary said from the back room door. He's covering himself because he doesn't know exactly what he's walking into. He knows the Walker pack now. He knows there's a team. She paused. The protection detail is Kane's version of acknowledging he can't do this alone. Which he couldn't do this afternoon, Carrie said. Which he couldn't do this afternoon, Mary confirmed. The silver quill's wards shifted. Carrie felt it not the way Amber felt it, not the threshold witch's specific sensory connection to her own working, but the true blood's ambient read of the magical landscape around her. Something at the edge of the building's perimeter. Something that the wards were working to categorize. He's at the threshold, Amber said. 4 seconds. Carrie looked at the door. 3, Amber said, not counting down, simply reporting. 2. The door opened. Kane Holt moved differently than he had this afternoon. This afternoon he had come alone and had stood in the Silver Quill's entrance and looked at Carrie like something he intended to collect, and had left when the collection was not immediately possible. He had been controlled. Calculating in the way Mary had described, not his father's calculation, the faster and less thorough version, but calculation nonetheless. Tonight the calculation was present, and something else was alongside it. He came through the door, and something else was visible in the first second: the quality of his movement, the specific set of his expression, the way he filled the Silver Quill's front room with a presence that was larger than his physical footprint. He had felt something between this afternoon and now. The facility Cole's delayed signal, the confirmation that 14 captives had been removed. Whatever Cole had managed to communicate in the window of the block's failure had reached him. He looked at Carrie. She looked at him. You moved them, he said, not a question. Yes. All of them. Yes. Something moved through his expression. Not quite angering the specific quality of a person who had run a calculation and arrived at an outcome that differed significantly from the expected result and was now revising in real time. Danny Voss had come in behind him. She was positioned to his left, the movement pattern of the protection detail Mary had described, close enough to respond, far enough to not impede. The 4 Missouri contacts remained outside. Carrie's perimeter teams would be adjusting to them now, Donna's hands managing the external situation while her eyes and attention were in the front room. The children you were holding, Carrie said. Even, conversational. The register she had decided on before he arrived was not confrontational, not deferential, the register of someone statting facts to someone who needed to hear facts. They're somewhere safe now. They're going to go home. That's not your decision, Kane said. It became my decision when you put them in a warehouse, she said, which was the wrong decision, on your part. His jaw set. The precursor of the rage she had been told was in him, not quite there yet, still in the calculation register, but closer. You're coming with me, he said. She looked at him. The full quality of her attention, the true-blood leopard's absolute stillness, the thing she had been told had not been what he expected this afternoon, and was still not what he expected now. She could see his read of her falling short of its target, the bond's expected pull not producing what he had constructed his approach around. No, she said, simply. The bond. The bond is witch magic installed on a 10-year-old child without her consent, she said. It has been actively poisoned for 12 years to reduce my capacity to resist it. It is not a connection between us. It is a mechanism. She held his look. I know what it is. I've known since today, and knowing changes what it does. Something in his expression. The first crack in the calculation is not rage, something more foundational. The specific look of someone whose operating assumption has been directly challenged by the person the assumption was about. My father, he said. He stopped, something moving through him. My father built this. Your father built the Ryamancy, Carrie said. He built the pack, the bond, the facility. He built everything. She paused, including you, the way he built all of it as a component in a project. She held his look. You know that now. You found out. The front room was very still. Danny Voss had gone to the specific quality of stillness of someone who had not known where this conversation was going, and had arrived somewhere she did not have a protocol for. Kane looked at Carrie. The crack was wider now. She could see it not in the seams of his theriamantic architecture, though those were present. She could feel them from here with a clarity that the proximity produced. In his expression. In the specific quality of someone who has been handed a story about who they are and what they deserve, and has just encountered someone who is telling a different story without flinching. "You're going to come with me," he said again. The repetition of someone who has not yet found the new thing to say and is returning to the familiar one. "Kane," she said. She said it with the specific quality she had used all night, the tone that gave people something to orient toward. Not softened, not hard, simply directed at him. "You killed your father." Silence. "You killed him," she said, "because he was using me as a ritual component and you found out and it was the wrong kind of taking from you." She held his look. Not because it was wrong to treat a person as a component, because the person he was treating as a component was yours. She paused. "I am not yours. I have never been yours. The bond doesn't make me yours. Nothing makes me yours because I am not a thing that belongs to anyone." His expression was doing something she had not seen on his face in the 2 times she had encountered it today. Something fractured. Not quite grief, the specific quality of a person whose entire operating framework is being dismantled in real time, and who does not have an alternative framework ready. "The bond," he said. "You feel it, you've always." "I feel something that was installed to make me feel a pull toward you," she said. "I feel it the way I feel a headache. It's present. It's not mine." She looked at him directly. "Whatever you feel, whatever they told you, the bond meant it was built the same way, on both of us, without either of us choosing it." She paused. "You didn't choose this either." The front room. Danny Voss made a small sound. Not a word, the involuntary sound of someone receiving information they were not ready for. Kane looked at Carrie. She watched something move through him that was more complex than the rage she had been told was his default response to disruption. The rage was there, she could feel it, the true blood's read of the person in front of her at this proximity, the theriamantic architecture running its operational heat, but alongside it something else, something that the crack in his expression was allowing through. She did not think it was conscious. She was not going to construct a better story for Kane Holt than the evidence supported. But it was something human, something that had been in there for 20-something years underneath the project his father had handed him to believe in. She did not know what to do with it. She held it and stayed present. "You should know," she said, "that the pack you've been running is not what it was told to be. The constructed leopards your people didn't choose what they are. It was done to them. The theriamancy," she held his look. "Your father built them. The same way he built the bond. The same way he built you." She paused. "They deserve to know what they are. They deserve to choose what they do with it." "You're not going to start." "I'm not going to unmake them without asking," she said. "I'm not Aldrich. I don't do things to people without their knowledge and consent." She held his look. "But I am going to tell them the truth, what they are, what was done to them, and then they're going to choose." "You can't." Kane. His name. In the specific register, she had been using all night the tone that gave people something to orient toward. She had not planned this. She had not known this was the tone she was going to use until she was using it. "This is over," she said. "The project your father built, the facility, the coalition, the bond." She held his look. "I am going to remove the bond. When I do, you will feel it. And then it will be gone, and what is left will be what's actually between us, which is nothing." She paused. "And then you're going to have to decide who you are without the project." He looked at her for a long moment. Something in his expression was that she was not going to call it understanding. But it was the precursor of something. The specific look of someone who has been told a true thing and is sitting with the fact of its truth before deciding what to do with it. Then the rage came. Not all at once. She had time to see it arriving, the crack closing, the calculation reforming around something harder and less complicated. The familiar thing reasserted itself because the unfamiliar thing was too large, and the familiar thing was what he had. He was fast. She had been told he was fast, and she had factored it in, and he was faster than the factor she had used. He crossed the front room in 2 seconds, and she was moving in the first second, and the Silver Quill's front room was not a large space. and they arrived at the same point in the geometry of it simultaneously. Not what he expected. She had been moving, and the direction she was moving was not away from him, not toward him either, the leopard's angle again, the direction that was neither of the two expected ones. His momentum carried him through the space she had vacated, and she was behind him. Now would be good, Lilith said. She had not moved from her position. Behind Carrie and to the left. She said it in the specific register of someone who had been tracking the encounter and had arrived at the assessment that the conversational phase was complete. Donna moved. The two Walker wolves moved. The Silver Quill's front room became not a fight exactly, because Carrie had not been wrong about knowing how this ended, but the process of arriving at the ending. Kane was good. He was better than Cole had been. He was the pack's best, and he had not spent 6 weeks guarding a facility. He had been moving and training and maintaining himself for exactly this kind of encounter. He was fast and he was strong, and he had the specific quality of someone who had been told his whole life that he would have this, and was now being told he would not. But there were 8 of them, and one of him and Danny Voss had gone very still against the wall of the Silver Quill's front room, with the expression of someone who had followed her alpha through a door and encountered a situation that had significantly exceeded her operational parameters. And there was Amber behind the counter. Not acting yet, but present. The specific quality of a hearth witch in her own threshold at the full expression of her capability, something that was not visible and was absolutely felt. The Silver Quill itself participating in the encounter in the specific way that places with 30 years of accumulated protective intention participated. Carrie moved. The angles, not fighting Kane directly around him, the geometry her leopard produced without effort, the angles that his training had not prepared him for because his training had been built for pack tactics, and she was a true-blood leopard who was not a pack animal. She was also, she realized in the specific second of the encounter where realization was possible, not afraid of him. She had thought she might be. She had carried the shape of the fear of him for 12 years, not always conscious, not always explicit, but present in the background the way the bond was present in the background. The thing at the end of the pull. The person the not enough had been building her toward. She was not afraid of him. She was not sure she had ever been afraid of him specifically. She had been afraid of the shape of things, the declaration, the power behind it, the pack and what it represented. Kane Holt himself was not small, but known. A person she could see clearly. A person who was, when seen clearly, someone whose framework had just come apart and who was expressing that in the only way his training had given him. She felt the seams in him, with the proximity of the encounter, at a clarity she had not had with Cole. She did not push. She stayed in the encounter. She did not let him close on her. She moved around him, her leopard's geometry, and let Donna's team and Lilith handle the operational mathematics while she occupied his attention in the specific way of something that kept being somewhere he was not expecting. Carrie, Donna said. She read the tone. Position confirmation. Donna was ready. The team was ready. The geometry had arrived at a configuration they had prepared for. She stopped moving and stood directly in front of Kane Holt at a distance of approximately 2 feet. He stopped. The specific quality of the stop not choice, the encounter's momentum reaching a point where the variables present made stopping the outcome. He was looking at her. She was looking at him. The Silver Quill's front room around them holding the specific stillness of a concluded thing. It's over, she said. Again, the same register. Let the team contain you or I will use the seams, and I am telling you in advance what that means so that it is your choice. He looked at her. The crack was back, whiter than before. You wouldn't, he said. I told you I don't do things to people without their knowledge and consent, she said. I'm giving you knowledge now, and asking for your consent to proceed with something less permanent. She held his look. Choose. The front room. Danny Voss said, from the wall, in a voice that was very quiet. Kane. He looked at her. She was looking at him with the expression of someone who had been the protection detail for a plan that had been building on an assumption and was now looking at the assumption's failure. Kane, she said again, it's enough. something in his face. The calculation is trying to reassemble, not finding a purchase. He looked at Carrie. The bond, he said, not a sentence, the beginning of one that he did not finish. I'm going to remove it, she said, when the time is right, when I'm ready and the conditions are right. She held his look. You're going to feel it happen. She paused. And then you're going to have to decide who you are. He looked at her for a long moment. Then the last of the calculations was released, not defeating something more complete than defeat. The specific quality of someone who has been running a very long race and has arrived at the end of it, and the end was not where they were going, and they cannot continue, and they are simply done. He did not attack again. Donna's team moved. He let them. The specific letting of someone who had arrived somewhere and had no more momentum to resist with. Danny Voss looked at the room, at Carrie, at the Silver Quill's front room with its 8 people, and its cats that had somehow reappeared, and Amber Silver behind the counter with her hands around a mug she had not drunk from. I want to know, Danny said. Her voice was careful, the voice of someone beginning something she did not know the end of. What he said about what we are, what you are. She looked at Carrie. I want to know. I know, Carrie said. I'll tell you. The 4 Missouri contacts outside had been managed by the perimeter teams in the specific period, while the front room encounter was unfolding. Donna had positioned for both simultaneously, the Walker Wolves and the Aakhafer Pride handling the exterior while the interior resolved. 2 had resisted. 2 had not. All 4 were contained. Jimmy confirmed this at 12:47 in the morning. The Silver Quill was not quiet. Full. The specific fullness of a situation that had resolved but had not yet dispersed, the aftermath carrying its own density. Kane was in the back room. Contained, not injured, the Walker Pack's protocols on this were clear, and Donna's implementation of them was exact. He was sitting at the back room table with the quality of someone who had arrived at the end of something and did not yet have a name for what came after. Danny Voss was in the front room, sitting in Carrie's armchair. She had been directed there and had gone without argument, the specific compliance of someone who had made a decision and was implementing it. She had questions. She had said she wanted to know. She had been told she would know, and she was waiting with the patience of someone holding a significant thing carefully. The 4 Missouri contacts were in Donna's custody on the exterior. The compact's representatives still processing the facility had been notified of the Silver Quill situation and were sending additional personnel. Mary was standing in the front room doorway, looking at the armchair where Danny Voss was sitting, something in her expression that was complex. The constructed leopard who had been in this pack her whole life looking at another constructed leopard who was sitting in a bookstore in Seattle waiting to be told the truth about what they were. Carrie stood in the center of the front room. The specific quality of stillness that the operational register released into when the encounter was concluded and the body was permitted to take stock. She was tired, not the physical kind, the other kind. The kind that came from a day that had contained Amber's partial truths and Mary in the rain, and Kane at the Silver Quill, and the warehouse district, and 14 names, and everything that had happened in the hours between the kitchen this morning and this specific moment in the Silver Quill's front room at 12:51 in the morning. Lilith appeared beside her. The default arrangement, executed with the specific economy of someone who had been doing this for 12 years and would do it without thinking until she stopped being able to. She did not say anything. She stood beside Carrie in the front room of the Silver Quill, and the room moved around them, Donna managing things, Jimmy reporting things, Amber doing the Silver Quill things that Amber did, and the 2 of them occupied the small, still center of it. You okay, Lilith said, not loudly, just to Carrie. Working on it, Carrie said. That's still not okay. I know, she looked at the window. The wet Capitol Hill Street, the specific quality of the city at nearly 1 in the morning doing its ongoing work. I didn't push the seams. I know. On Cole, on Kane. She paused, both times I could have, both times I didn't. I know, Lilith looked at the window with her. How does that feel? Carrie thought about it. The specific question, asked directly, requires a direct answer. Right, she said. It feels right. She paused, and I still don't know exactly what it means. Using it, what it costs the person. She looked at Lilith. But I know I'm not going to do it without asking first, without explaining, without. Consent, Lilith said. Yes. You told Kane that. Yes. In the middle of a fight. It seemed like important information for him to have. Lilith looked at her. The expression doing the thing it sometimes did, the thing that lived between the sisters' script and the true thing, the thing that had been there for years and that Carrie had been filing under later. She was aware of it. She had been aware of it all day in the parking lot this morning, in the Silver Quill's back hallway at the warehouse district. The specific thing that was always there, and that she had been performing the sisters' script over and would need to stop performing eventually. Not tonight. Tonight had been enough. Danny wants to know, she said. Redirecting. The operational register provides cover. I know, Lilith said. She let the redirect happen. Amber is going to tell her. We both are. She looked at the armchair where Danny Voss was sitting with her questions. She asked. She deserves the answer. Yes, Lilith said. She does. Amber emerged from behind the counter. She came to stand beside Carrie on the other side from Lilith. The three of them, the Silver Quill's front room. Ready, Amber said. Carrie looked at Danny Voss, 20-something years old, constructed leopard shifter. Voss pack inner circle, which meant she had been in proximity to Aldrich Voss's project long enough to have absorbed its assumptions without examining them. She had come through the Silver Quill's door as Kane's protection detail, and she had stood against the wall and she had said, Kane, it's enough. And then she said, I want to know. That was not nothing. Whatever had happened in the encounter that produced those two sentences was a person making choices in real time, revising their operational framework, deciding that the assumptions they had been given were not adequate for what they were encountering. Yes, Carrie said, let's tell her. She crossed the Silver Quill's front room and sat in the chair across from Danny Voss and looked at her directly and began. Shattered Bonds. Chapter 8. The morning came sideways. Not dramatically Seattle mornings rarely were. The light arrived the way Pacific Northwest October light arrived. Gradually, gray-gold, the specific quality of illumination that suggested the sun was doing its best against significant atmospheric opposition and was managing a partial success. It came through the Silver Quill's front windows at 7:14 and found Carrie in the armchair. She had not gone back to the pack house. This had not been a decision exactly. The Silver Quill's back room had required her presence until approximately 3 a.m, the compact's representatives arriving, Kane being transferred to the custody of people with the institutional authority to hold him. Danny Voss's conversation extending into something that required more time than anyone had initially allocated, because Danny Voss, once she started asking questions, turned out to have a significant backlog of them. At 3, Donna had told her to sleep. At 3:15, Carrie had sat in the armchair intending to close her eyes for 20 minutes. The armchair had been built for exactly this kind of failure of intention. She had woken to the sideways morning light, with a cat on her lap. She did not remember arriving, and a crick in her neck that her leopard's healing was already addressing with the specific diligence of a system that found structural inefficiencies offensive. She sat for a moment. I took stock. The Silver Quill, the smell of lilac and mint, the specific warmth of the building at 7 a.m, the overnight heat expressing itself in the particular way of a space that had been inhabited continuously for 30 years and had developed its own thermal memory. The cat on her lap, the one without a confirmed name, looked at her with the expression cats used when they had been providing a service and were awaiting acknowledgement. Thank you, she said quietly. The cat blinked once. Apparently satisfied, it remained where it was. Carrie looked at the front room, the Silver Quill in the morning light, the shelves, the unlabeled section, the window with Capitol Hill beginning its Thursday. Her neck cricked again, and she addressed it with her hand and thought about the last 24 hours. The kitchen, Jimmy's map, Mary's name, Amber's partial truths, the fracture and what was on the other side of it. Kane at the silver quill this afternoon, yesterday afternoon now, and what she had said and what he had received. The warehouse district. 14 names. Marcus on the wet pavement. Priya's I'm not her student. The loading door and Cole and the decision not to push. The silver quill at midnight and Kane returning. And the conversation that had preceded the fight, and the fight that had preceded the containing. Danny Voss sitting in this chair until 2 in the morning, asking questions, and receiving answers and asking more questions. A significant amount had happened in 24 hours. She was humming. She caught it and identified it, and it was different. Not the middle of the song, the part she had always had. Something adjacent to it. A phrase she had not produced before, slightly to the left of the familiar part, the place where the familiar part might connect to something that came before it. She stopped humming and tried to hold the phrase in her mind. It was already going. The way dreams went when you tried to catch them in the waking, the harder you reached, the faster it dispersed. She held what she could, which was the shape of it rather than the specifics, the feeling of it. Something that came before, the beginning maybe, or one step closer to it. She filed it. The back room door opened. Footstep pattern she knew before she looked up. Amber, in the specific state of someone who had also not slept in a conventional manner, not quite the appearance of someone who had not slept at all. That was a different thing. The appearance of someone who had slept in the way that hearth witches slept when they were maintaining a working overnight partially, shallowly, one part of awareness always present with the silver quill's threshold, while the rest was resting. She looked at Carrie in the armchair. I looked at the cat. I looked at the morning light. Coffee, she said, not a question. Please, Carrie said. The back room was quieter than it had been at any point in the previous 12 hours. Jimmy had gone home at 4. Mike had sent him, in the specific tone that was not a suggestion, because Jimmy Park at 4 in the morning after 18 hours of continuous surveillance work was a diminishing operational asset, and everyone, including Jimmy, knew it. He had gone with the specific grace of someone who understood the logistics and was implementing them and would be back by 8, and everyone should text if something changed. Donna had gone at 3:30. 2 of the Walker wolves remained on the perimeter. The Aakhafer pride had stood down a D's, people returning to their own territory with the captives settled in the safe house and the immediate situation resolved. Mike was in the back room. He was sitting at the table with coffee and his phone and the quality of someone who had not slept and had not decided whether to yet, because there were still things that needed his attention, and he was running the assessment of which things those were. He looked up when Carrie came in. The assessment quality. The shoulder check automatic, 12 years of habit, and then the wider one. Neck, he said. It's fine. Armchair. Yes. He did not comment on this further. He poured coffee from the pot Amber had started and passed it to Carrie and went back to his phone. She sat, the back room table. The specific familiar quality of sitting at this table, which was different from sitting at the kitchen table at home, but was adjacent to it, the same category of space, the same category of belonging. Kane, she said. In compact custody. The representative confirmed at 5. Mike looked at his phone. They're treating it as an extraordinary circumstance. There's a process. He paused. It's slow. How slow? Institutional slow. He set the phone down. Days, probably, maybe longer. He held her look. He's not getting out and coming back here. That's the operational reality you need. I know. She held her coffee. Danny. Donna's handling Danny's situation. She submitted formally, through proper channels which Donna is processing. He paused. She's been asking about Mary. Carrie looked at him. They were close, Mike said. In the pack. Danny was 2 years behind Mary. Mary was apparently something of a reference point for her. He paused. Someone who had made choices Danny had noticed. Mary made choices the pack didn't sanction, Carrie said. Yes, Danny noticed. He held her look. She's been watching Mary for years and filing what she saw. The submission wasn't entirely about last night. He paused. She's been building toward it for a while. Carrie sat with this. Danny Voss at the wall of the Silver Quill's front room saying Kane. It's enough. The choice was made in real time, yes, but underneath it's something that had been building. Years of noticing. Years of watching Mary make small choices against the architecture and filing what those choices looked like. Alina's frequency, reaching everyone in the constructed line, not only Carrie. Mary should know, she said. I'll tell Donna to tell her, Mike said. He looked at his phone again, then set it down again, which was the motion he used when he had something to say that was not operational. How are you, he said, the register Amber used, the other one. She looked at her coffee. I have a question, she said, that I've been carrying since yesterday, that I want to ask before the day starts. Ask. She looked at him, the man who had used the serious tone to say daughter when she was 11, who had passed her things in the kitchen when the word came out by accident, who had been building a file on the Voss pack for 11 years in the background of everything. My parents, she said, Harry and Valerie Summers. She had not said their names to him before. They existed in his file, and she understood that now as information he had gathered. She was saying them now as names of people she was asking him to acknowledge. What do you know about them? From the file. Mike looked at her. The serious tone arrived, not the fraction of the full weight, the frequency she had always recognized. Not much, he said, honestly. Names, the fact of their deaths, the fact that they were among the early Voss conversions. He paused. The fact that someone in their neighbor's family helped you leave. He held her look. I know they had a daughter who arrived at Amber Silver's bookstore and became mine. She looked at the table. They knew what I was, she said. What Amber told me about the true blood, what it means. They knew before anyone told them. They felt the difference in me. She paused. And they understood what it meant that Aldrich knew. And they sent me through the door and they stayed behind. Mike was quiet. They stayed behind, she said again, and drew attention away from the direction I went. She looked up, because they knew what I was worth, to Aldrich, and they were not going to let him have me. The back room. Mike's hands were flat on the table. The stillness he used when something was being received fully the whole attention of him, nothing managed away. Yes, he said. I need to, she stopped, found the thing she was trying to say. I need to tell you about them. What I'm going to remember when the bond is removed. She paused. I don't have it yet. Most of it is still behind the glass. But I need you to know that when I have it, when the bond comes down and I have the full picture of who they were, I want to tell you. Okay, Mike said. The word carries more than itself. The word means I am here for that whenever it is. The word means they matter because they matter to you. The word means you are not going to have to hold that alone. And she said, she paused again, I want to tell you something now, before the bond comes down, while I still only have the shape of it. He waited. The tone, she said, your serious tone, the weight of it. She looked at him directly. I recognized it from the first weeks. I always have. I attributed it to you specifically, to Mike Walker, to who you are. She paused. Amber told me things yesterday that gave me a different, not a different explanation. An additional one. She stopped. My father had the same tone, the same weight, the same frequency. She held his look. I don't know if I would have found my way to trusting you as fast as I did without that. Without my body recognizing something it knew. Mike looked at her. The serious tone was fully present. She was looking at it directly for the first time, knowing what it was, where it came from, what it had always been doing. I'm glad it was there, he said, simply, in that tone. Me too, she said, Dad. She had been calling him this for 11 years. She had been saying it the way she always said it, the word that had started as an accident in the kitchen and had become deliberate, and had become so habitual that it had stopped being remarkable. She said it now, and it landed differently than it had before because she knew more than she had before, and knowing more had made the word more rather than less. Mike's expression did the thing it did when he was moved, and had decided not to perform being moved by the specific stillness of someone containing something without denying it. He picked up his coffee, drank it, set it down. Donna's going to want a full debrief at 8, he said, the practical Mike resuming. The transition was smooth and deliberate, The way he always moved from the serious tone back to the operational register, because he was Mike Walker, and the operational register was how he loved people, and he was going to keep doing it. I know, she said. And Jimmy's going to have updates on the compact's processing of the facility situation. I know. And there are 14 people in a safe house who are going to need. I know, she said. I know all of that. She looked at him. I just needed this first. He held her look. Yeah, he said. Okay. Lilith arrived at 7:50. Not from the pack house, from wherever she had been, which Carrie had not tracked last night through the aftermaths management, and was now nodding had not been the silver quill. She came through the front door with the quality of someone who had slept in an actual bed for approximately 4 hours, and was operating on the specific clarity of insufficient sleep that was better than no sleep. She looked at Carrie in the front room. Carrie had returned to the armchair after the conversation with Mike, the cat having reclaimed its position, and then at the morning light, and then at the coffee in Carrie's hand. Is there more? She said. Back room. She went, came back with her own mug, and sat on the edge of the table that was positioned near the armchair, not a chair, the table's edge, the specific perch of someone who is in a space but not settling into it yet. They sat in the morning light. The silver quill opened itself on Thursday. Danny, Lilith said. Donna's handling her situation. She submitted formally. Carrie looked at the window. She was watching Mary for years. And it meant something. And it meant something. She paused. Alina's frequency. Mary making choices against the architecture and Danny watching her. The chain reached one more person. Lilith held her coffee. The 4 Missouri contacts. 2 resisted, Carrie said. 2 didn't. The 2 who didn't, Donna, are processing them the same way as Danny. The 2 who did, she paused. Compact custody, same as Kane. So out of 6, Lilith said, 3 submitted. 3 submitted. She looked at Lilith, without me pushing anything. Without you pushing anything, Lilith confirmed. The specific quality of acknowledging something significant. They sat. The bond, Lilith said, after a moment. Yes. Amber said the conditions need to be right. She held her coffee. What are the conditions? The immediate threat resolved, Carrie said, which it is. The captives are safe, a stable environment. She paused. People I trust physically present. She held Lilith's look. Amber said you specifically. I know I'm going to be there. Simply, the settled fact when. Soon, Carrie said. Today, if the conditions hold. She looked at the window. I want it done. I've been carrying it for 22 years, and knowing what it is makes carrying it worse, not better. She paused. I want it out. Lilith nodded. Okay, she said. Then today. There are things that need to happen first, Carrie said. Tobias. The captives, the debrief, Danny's situation. She paused. I need to see Mary. Mary. She needs to know about Danny, and she needs Carrie to pause finding the thing. She did something yesterday. She called me from 3 blocks away and asked to see me, and she was standing outside for an hour. And then she submitted, and she told us everything, and she called Kane down for us. She held Lilith's look. I haven't told her what that meant. I need to. Lilith looked at her with the expression she used when she was receiving something and not yet commenting on it. Okay, she said, Mary first. Mary was in the Silver Quill's back room. She had also not gone back to the pack house. She had a different reason, the specific reason of someone who had submitted to the Walker pack approximately 16 hours ago and was not yet certain what her standing was or where she was supposed to be. She had stayed in the Silver Quill because the Silver Quill had not told her to leave. She was at the back room table with a mug and the specific quality of someone who had slept in a chair and was being dignified about it. She looked up when Carrie came in. The assessment, not the rapid professional read she had been doing yesterday, something more personal, something that had been developing since the coffee shop. You slept in the armchair, she said. You slept in the chair, Carrie said. You have a better excuse. You own this place. I don't own it. Amber owns it. You know what I mean. Carrie sat across from her. The morning light came through the silver quill's back windows differently than the front, more diffuse, the eastern exposure producing something softer, less the gray-gold quality, and more the simple gray of a Seattle morning doing its usual work. "Danny was watching you," Carrie said. "For years. Mike told me this morning." She held Mary's look. "The choices you made against the pack architecture," she noticed. Something moved through Mary's expression. Not surprising, something more complex. The specific quality of information arriving was both new and confirmed something that had existed as an uncertain sense. "I knew she was different," Mary said slowly, "from the others in the inner circle. She was careful in a way that wasn't Voss operational training careful. She stopped, personal care, like someone who was managing something internal." She paused. "I didn't know she was watching me specifically." She was. Carrie held her look. "Alina's frequency. It reaches everyone in the line. Some people are more ready to receive it than others." She paused. "You were ready. And you made choices. And Danny saw those choices and filed them, and when she was in the front room of the Silver Quill last night at midnight, she had 12 years of that filing to draw on when she decided." Mary looked at her hands. "She's going to be okay," Carrie said. "Donna is handling her situation." She submitted formally. She paused. "She asked about you." Mary's hands were still. "She asked about me," she said. "Yes." A silence. "She's 23, Mary said, not as a complaint, as a piece of information she was organizing. She came into the inner circle when she was 18, which means she's been in that specific machinery for 5 years. She paused. "That's a long time to be in that machinery at that age." "I know," Carrie said. "She's going to have questions I've had for longer, and she's going to have them more acutely because she has less time with them." Mary was looking at the table. "I know what those questions feel like." She paused. "I should talk to her." "Yes," Carrie said. "I think you should." The back room, the morning. "You came to tell me something specific," Mary said. Looking up, reading the quality of Carrie's presence in the way she had always been able to read it, apparently, through walls and 12 years and 2,000 miles. Not just about Danny. "Yes," Carrie said. "Then tell me." Carrie looked at her. "Mary White, I am 25 years old. Constructed leopard shifter. The person whose family had left a door unlocked. The hand in the dark on a cold Missouri night. The friend she had been told she had not thought about in years and had been carrying her whole life in the place below memory. The person who had stood outside the Silver Quill for an hour in the rain, trying to find the courage for the conversation that changed everything. What you did yesterday," Carrie said. "Coming here, telling us everything. The 8 months of the minimum required to maintain your position while you were trying to find another way." She held Mary's look. "That was, I want you to know what it was. Specifically." "Carrie, you walked into a room full of people who had every reason not to trust you, and you submitted, and you turned on the pack, and you spent the next 12 hours providing intelligence that saved 14 people." She held Mary's look. "That's what you did. I want you to hear it said plainly." Mary looked at her. The expression doing the thing it did when she was receiving something she had not expected and was not certain she was entitled to. "You're the only person I still recognized," Carrie said. "From before, you and the door your mother left unlocked. That's what I had." She paused. "I'm not saying this erases anything. I know it doesn't. I know there are 12 years of choices you made that you'll be carrying for a long time." She paused. "But there are also the choices you made yesterday. And those are yours too." Mary was quiet for a long moment. "The smell," she said, quietly. Carrie blinked. "Last night," Mary said, "when I came into the Silver Quill, I said it smelled like something." She looked at her hands. "I've been thinking about it since, trying to place it." She paused. "Lilac, and something else, something green." "Mint," Carrie said. "Yes," Mary looked up. "I know that smell. I've known it my whole life." She paused. "I can feel Alina's frequency more clearly this morning. Since last night, since what happened at the facility, the field collapsing, something shifted." She looked at Carrie. "I think Alina has been trying to tell me something for a long time, and I'm only now starting to hear it clearly enough." "What is she telling you?" Mary was quiet. That the smell, she said slowly, is connected to something before. Something in the line's history. She paused. I don't have the full picture. It's not words, it's more like a feeling. Like a memory that isn't mine but arrived in me, though. She stopped. Through the frequency. Carrie looked at her. Lilac and mint, amber silver, Valerie Summers. The connection she had been carrying in her body since she was 10 years old. The thing Amber had said, I think it was always both of us. The frequency running through the constructed leopard line that Alina had been building for decades. Something in the line's history. Mary, she said, carefully, what do you know about the first Voss conversions? The people who were among the earliest, before you, before your parents. Mary thought, not much. The records are that Aldrich didn't maintain historical records for the early period. He was careful about what could be traced. She paused. I know there were people before my parents, a small group, the original ones. She paused. There was a woman, I only know because I heard her mentioned once. Alina kept records of the people the ritual was performed on. It was in the journal, the parts that Aldrich consulted. She paused. The woman's name was... She stopped. She looked at Carrie. Something in her expression that Carrie had not seen on it before. The specific quality of a connection arriving. Two separate pieces of information finding each other across the distance between them. Her name was Valerie, Mary said. The back room of the Silver Quill. The smell of lilac and mint. Carrie looked at Mary. Mary looked at Carrie. Valerie Summers, Mary said, slowly, like testing the weight of each word. She was one of the first. She looked at the table, then up. Alina kept records of the people she stopped. She felt guilty. Alina felt guilty about the ritual. She kept records because she needed to know the people she had done it to. She paused, and she maintained a connection to them through the frequency. She looked at Carrie, to all of them, for generations. Through the frequency, Carrie said. Through the frequency. Mary was working through it as she said it, which runs through the line, which runs through me because my parents were in the line. She paused. And runs through you because your parents were in the line. She stopped. And the smell, the thing Alina has been carrying as a connection to the people she converted, the thing she held in the frequency as a way of reaching them. Carrie said, quietly. As a way of reaching them. Mary looked at the table. Lilac and mint. Valerie Summers, your mother, she looked up. The smell that amber silver carries. The connection. Carrie sat with it. Amber silver, hearth witch, threshold magic. The smell that was in the Silver Quill's walls and in Amber herself. The connection to Valerie Summers that Amber had felt the first week, the leopard response in Carrie, calmer in Amber's presence than anywhere else. The thing Amber had said, I think it was always both of us. And now, Alina, the frequency. The connection Alina had maintained to the people she had converted, carried through the line, held in the signal she had been sending for decades. Not just a warning, not just sabotage, something more than that. She was trying to bring them back together, Carrie said. The people she had hurt, their descendants. She paused. She's been trying to repair something from inside the binding, through the only channel she had. Mary was very still. The frequency reaches the people in the line, she said. And the smell, the specific connection to Valerie Summers, it's in the frequency. Amber silver carries something that resonates with it because of what Amber is, what hearth witch magic does, the way she is connected to the people who cross her threshold. She looked at Carrie. Alina's signal and Amber's threshold magic found each other. Through you. Through me, Carrie said. The true blood. The only one who could fully receive Alina's signal. The person whose mother was among the first conversions, and whose presence at the Silver Quill had completed a connection Alina had been trying to build for decades. Carrie looked at her hands. Harry and Valerie Summers. Behind the glass, the shapes are visible but not the specifics. When the bond came down, the specifics would come back. She was ready. I need to talk to Amber, she said. Amber was in the front room. She had been there when Carrie came out of the back room, standing in the specific way she stood when she was managing something interior, her hands around the mug she had still not drunk from. The morning light doing its gray-gold work on the Silver Quill's shelves. She looked at Carrie, the very still expression. You talked to Mary, she said. Yes, Carrie stood in front of her. Alina's frequency, the smell, the connection to my mother. She held Amber's look. You knew, not all of it, not Alina specifically, but you knew the smell meant something connected to my mother. I suspected, Amber said, carefully. For a long time I suspected. When Carrie stopped. When Mary said it last night. When she said it smelled like something. I began to understand the shape of it more completely. She held Carrie's look. I told you I thought it was always both of us. I believe that more fully now. She paused. Alina built a connection through the converted line. The specific frequency she used as a carrier for the signal it resonated with Valerie Summers specifically. And when you came through the Silver Quill's door at 10 years old, the connection found its other end. She paused. Me, my threshold. My magic is built from exactly the kind of resonance that Alina's signal was looking for. She guided me here, Carrie said. I think, Amber said carefully, that she made it easier for you to find what you needed. Whether that is guidance or simply the long consequence of someone trying to repair something from inside a binding. She paused. I don't want to overstate what we know. No, Carrie said, but I don't want to understate it either. Amber looked at her. No, she said, neither do I. They stood in the Silver Quill's morning light. The smell of lilac and mint around them is present, as it always was, in the walls and in the air and in Amber herself. Carrie thought about the phrase she had almost caught this morning, the part of the song that was adjacent to the part she had always had, the step closer to the beginning. When the bond comes down, she said, what comes back? The memories, the things that were suppressed. It'll include my parents. Yes, Amber said. I might know the beginning of the song, she said, when it comes back. Amber looked at her. Something in her expression that was not quite the very still thing, more open. Something anticipatory. Yes, she said, you might. Okay, Carrie said. She looked at the Silver Quill's front room. The shelves, the morning, the place that had been a sanctuary for long enough that the sanctuary was structural. I want to do it today, she said. The extraction. I want the conditions right and I want to do it today. Yes, Amber said. Not agreement, confirmation. The word of someone who had been waiting for this request and had the preparation ready. What do we need? Time, Amber said. A few hours. The debrief first, Donna's report, the compact's updates, the captive situations settled. She paused. Tobias. He came with the second transport at 6 this morning. He's here. He's here. Yes, he came to the Silver Quill. Amber's expression did something. He said he wanted to be where the people who got everyone out were. He said he'd stay out of the way. Carrie thought about Tobias. 15 years old, 4 days running, asking about Sierra before water. He doesn't have to stay out of the way, she said. I told him that, Amber said. He's upstairs. I think he's been asleep for 3 hours. Good, she looked at Amber. Who else needs to be there for the extraction? You and me, Amber said. That's the functional requirement. Lilith. Lilith is going to be there, Carrie said. She told me. In the armchair, non-negotiable. Yes, Amber said. Lilith needs to be there. She paused. Mike, if he's willing. The people you trust most, physically present, that's the condition. The specific warmth of being known. She paused. It will help with what comes back. Carrie nodded. Mary, she said. Amber looked at her. Mary should be there, Carrie said. She's connected to this. She's connected to Alina, to the frequency, to my parents. She was there at the beginning even if she was 13 and didn't know what she was witnessing. She held Amber's look. She should be there. Yes, Amber said. I think you're right. And then after, Carrie said, when I have the memories back, I want to tell you about my parents. Specifically. She held Amber's look. Everything that comes back, I want to tell all of you. Amber looked at her. The very still thing, but differently still. The stillness of someone who has been holding something for a very long time and has just been told they will be allowed to set it down. Yes, she said. Her voice was even. The evenness costs something. I'd like that very much. The debrief was at 8. Donna ran it. The full picture, the facility situation, the compact's processing, the 6 people from the Voss pack and what their various situations looked like. the 4 Missouri contacts and their 2 different outcomes, Kane in compact custody, Danny Voss's formal submission, the captives in the safe house and their various states, and what came next for each of them. It took 47 minutes. Donna was efficient. At the end, the compound in Missouri, the Voss operations base. The compact is moving on. They have the intelligence now and the authority, and they're not going to leave it unaddressed. She paused. The journal. The journal, Mike said. We have no confirmed intelligence on whether Kane had it with him or left it at the compound. She looked at Carrie. If it's at the compound, the compact will find it when they process the location. They need to know what it is, Amber said, before they handle it. A spirit binding of this age and this nature if they process it without understanding what they're dealing with. Alina, Carrie said. Yes, they need to know Alina is in there. That she's a person, not an object. Amber held Donna's look. I'll contact the representative. I'll make sure they understand before they touch anything. Do it now, Donna said. Amber went. The debrief continued. The captives' needs the safe house was adequate for the short term. The medium term required a more robust plan. The compact was involved. The families who could be contacted were being contacted. Tobias's specific situation. Priya's specific situation. Marcus Webb, 16, who had counted everyone in and everyone out and then sat on wet pavement for 40 seconds. His family had been contacted and was coming to Seattle. He would be home within 48 hours. This was the best outcome available, and Donna reported it with the specific flatness of someone who had been hopping for exactly this outcome and was satisfied. Priya Anand, 14, more complicated. The compact was involved with her family situation. The specific nature of what had been attempted on her required magical assessment beyond what the compact's standard resources could provide. Amber had offered the Silver Quill as an assessment space. This was being discussed. Carrie noted this without commenting. The Silver Quill was a place where complicated cases could be people first. Tobias had described wanting to build something like that for young supernaturals. She filed the connection. At 8:47, Donna said, "That's the operational picture. Questions?" 1 question from Jimmy, 2 from Mike, 1 from Lilith about the perimeter timeline for standing down. Donna answered all of them with the specific economy of someone who had anticipated them. Then the debrief was over. People dispersed to their various functions. Mike to call, Jimmy to his surveillance wind down, cross-referencing the night's events against his longer-term data picture. Donna to the specific administrative requirements of processing 3 submissions and liaising with the compact on 2 detentions. Carrie sat at the back room table. Lilith sat beside her, default arrangement. They were alone in the back room for the first time since yesterday morning's kitchen. Today, Lilith said. Today, Carrie confirmed. What do you need from me between now and then? Carrie looked at the table. The back room. The specific warmth of it that was structural and the smell of lilac and mint that was amber and the 30 years of accumulated intention that was the Silver Quill being what it was. Just this, she said. Right now, just this. Lilith was quiet for a moment. Okay, she said. They sat, the Silver Quill's back room on a Thursday morning in October. The city outside doing its ongoing work. The operational machinery of the night's aftermath ran in the other parts of the building around them. Carrie became aware of the humming. She had been doing it for some amount of time she could not have said when it started. The middle of the song, the part she had always had. And adjacent to it, faint but present, the phrase she had almost caught in the armchair this morning. The step closer to the beginning. She did not stop it. Lilith, beside her, went very still. The specific quality of stillness she used when she was listening to the song Carrie had learned to recognize over years without knowing she was recognizing it. There's more, Lilith said quietly. There's something before the part I know. Yes, Carrie said. I almost had it this morning. It sounds like Lilith paused. It sounds like where the rest of it comes from. She looked at Carrie. Like the thing the middle part grew out of. The beginning, Carrie said. Yes. She let the humming continue. The middle of the song and the phrase adjacent to it, and the sense of something further back, something she had been approaching for 22 years without knowing what she was approaching. I think, she said, when the bond comes down, I think I'll know the whole thing. Lilith looked at her. The back room, the morning, the space between what was still behind the glass and what was on the other side of the extraction waiting to be received. Yeah, Lilith said, softly, I think you will. They sat in the silver quill's back room, and the humming continued, and the morning light came through the back windows and found them there, and they let it. At 10 o'clock, Tobias came downstairs. He appeared in the back room doorway in the specific state of someone who had slept 3 hours and would like 6 more, but understood that 6 more was not immediately available. He looked at Carrie and Lilith at the table. He looked at the morning. Is it done, he said, the facility? It's done, Carrie said. 14 out, all confirmed. Compact is processing the location. He nodded. Something in his face doing the specific work of receiving information he had been waiting for and finding that it was what he hoped and still needing a moment to complete the processing. Sira, he said. Safe house, Carrie said. With the others. Adiz Akaffer is there. She paused. She thought about Sira in the parking lot, finding Mary at the edge of the group, the brief exchange Carrie hadn't been close enough to hear. She's okay. She's going to be okay. Tobias looked at the table, then at Carrie. You said yes, he said. The first day, you said yes when I asked if you could get them out. I did. You meant it. I did. He was quiet for a moment. Thank you. Not elaborately. Not with the specific weight of someone performing gratitude. The simple delivery of someone who had needed something and received it and was saying so. You're welcome, Carrie said, also simple. He came into the back room and sat at the far end of the table. Amber appeared with coffee she had somehow known to have ready. He accepted it with the quality of someone who was beginning slowly, carefully, with appropriate caution to believe that the people around him intended to keep doing useful things without requiring anything dramatic from him in return. Mike wants to talk to you this afternoon, Carrie said, when things have settled. He looked at her. About what? Your situation, going forward, what the options are. She held his look. He's good at laying out options. Okay, Tobias said. He held his coffee. Are there things I should know before I talk to him? About Mike. About he paused, any of it. About what he stopped. Found the specific thing he was trying to say. I've been in the facility for 7 weeks and then running for 4 days and now I'm here. And I don't know what it means yet. He looked at the table. I want to know if this is real. Carrie looked at him. 15 years old. The question underneath the question was the one she had also been asking at 10 years old in this specific building, in the different form that 10-year-olds asked it. Here it is real, she said. He looked at her. The silver quill is real, she said. The Walker pack is real. The people in this building paused. They're real. What they offer is real. She held his look. I know because I arrived here at 10 years old in worse condition than you did, and I've been here for 12 years, and it has continued to be real every single day. He looked at her for a moment. The rapid processing of someone checking this information against everything else he had and finding that it aligned. Okay, he said. He drank his coffee. She drank hers. The silver quill's back room on a Thursday morning. Lilith beside her. Tobias at the far end. The operational machinery of the aftermath running around them. The extraction ahead of them, this afternoon, the right conditions assembling themselves in the specific way of things that had been building toward a moment for a very long time. Carrie was humming. The middle of the song, the adjacent phrase, the sense of the beginning closer than it had ever been. She was ready. Shattered bonds. Chapter 9. They cleared the silver quill at 2 in the afternoon. Not completely, the building retained the people who needed to be present and sent the rest to their various functions. Donna to the compacts continued processing of the facility situation. Jimmy to his data. The Walker wolves on perimeter to their perimeter. The work of the aftermath continued in the specific distributed way of operational machinery that had been built to run without requiring everyone's continuous presence. What remained in the silver quill at 2 o'clock? Amber, in the back room, having been preparing since the morning in the specific way that hearth witches prepared for significant workings, not dramatically, not with ritual display, but with the quiet assembly of what was needed. Specific arrangements, specific materials. The silver quill's threshold brought to its fullest expression 30 years of accumulated protective intention directed at a single purpose. Mike, at the back room table, where he had been most of the day, because Mike Walker's version of support was presence and practicality, and he was going to be present and practical for as long as it took. Mary, sitting beside Mike, which was a configuration nobody had explicitly arranged, and which had assembled itself through the specific logic of people finding their right positions in a space. She had not asked if she should be here. Carrie had told her to be here, and she was here. Tobias, at the far end of the table. He had asked, quietly, whether he could stay, and Carrie had said yes without deliberating, because the question had the quality of someone who needed to be in the room where the real things were happening, and she understood that specific need completely. Lilith, beside Carrie, where she always was. And Carrie. She sat in the center of the back room in the chair Amber had positioned there. Not the table separate from it, with room on all sides. The positioning of something that needed space around it. The chair was ordinary. The specific ordinary of a chair that had been in the silver quill's back room for a long time and had been used for many purposes and was now being used for this one. She had been sitting in it for 10 minutes without anything happening yet. Amber was still assembling the last of the preparation. Carrie was using the 10 minutes for what 10 minutes before something significant was for. She looked at the back room, the specific warmth of it, the smell of lilac and mint that was stronger than usual, not dramatically stronger, not performed, but present in the way it got present when Amber was doing something significant. The silver quill's 30 years of accumulated intention available and directed. She looked at the people around her. Mike at the table. His hands are flat, the stillness he used when he was fully present. He caught her looking and held her look and did not say anything because the serious tone did not always require words. The weight and stillness of it were sufficient. Mary, beside him, looking at Carrie with the expression that had been developing since the coffee shop, the one that was not yet settled into anything permanent, but was oriented toward something real. She had told Carrie this morning that the smell meant something, that Alina's frequency carried Valerie Summers' specific connection. She was here now, and she knew more than she had this time yesterday, and she was looking at Carrie with all of that knowing in her expression. Tobias at the far end, his hands around his mug. 15 years old in this room, for reasons he was still assembling. He was looking at the table but not seeing the specific quality of someone paying attention to something that was not visible. Lilith. Carrie looked at her last. Lilith was beside her. Not in a chair, she had not taken a chair. She was sitting on the floor beside Carrie's chair, her back against its leg, the specific position of someone who had decided what proximity was required and had achieved it without formality. She was looking at the room, not at Carrie directly in the room, maintaining the awareness that field operations required of her while also being exactly where she had said she was going to be. In the room, she had said, "I'll be in the room." She was in the room. Carrie looked at her for a moment, the back of her head. The specific quality of Lilith Walker being present, the thing that rooms oriented toward whether she was performing it or not, the specific gravity of her. Lilith felt the look. She turned her head. Their eyes met. Nothing was said. Everything that needed to be said in that exchange was said without words, because they had 12 years of the specific language that developed between two people who paid very close attention to each other for a very long time, and the language was sufficient. Lilith turned back to the room. Carrie turned back to Amber. "Ready," Amber said. She said it the way she said things when she was asking and confirming simultaneously. The question and the statement are the same word. Carrie breathed. In through her nose, the smell of lilac and mint, the warmth of the room. Her leopard is fully present, the true blood nature at its clearest, No suppression field, no bond-related interference, as clean a read of her own self as she had ever had. She thought about what Amber had told her yesterday. The bonds, the romantic architecture. The roots had grown into her structure over 22 years. What removing it would require, what it would return. She thought about Harry Summers and the song he had written to propose to Valerie Summers, who had said yes before he finished the second verse. She thought about the lullaby they had made of it. She thought about every night for 10 years, the last thing before sleep. She thought about the beginning of the song, the part that was still behind the glass. "Ready," she said. Amber began. It did not start dramatically. This was the thing she would remember afterward, that it started quietly. Amber's hands moving in the specific way of a hearth witch working, the gesture not theatrical but purposeful, the kind of movement that was doing something rather than representing doing something. The warmth in the back room shifted, not dramatically, not with visible light or sound. The warmth became present in a different way, the way a room became present when you stopped doing other things and simply sat in it. The bond responded. She felt it immediately. The architecture she had been carrying for 22 years, registering what was happening to it, and producing the response that something being examined produced a quality of alertness, of the structure becoming aware of itself, the foreign thing that had been in the background for so long suddenly foregrounded by Amber's attention on it. "There it is," Amber said quietly, not to the room, to herself, or to Carrie, or to the bond itself. The acknowledgement of a practitioner who has been working around something for 12 years and is now looking at it directly. Carrie breathed. The bond's alertness increased. She could feel Amber tracing its roots, the places where the romantic architecture had grown into her own structure, the foreign thing woven through the native thing across 22 years of cohabitation. Amber had told her this. She had said it has grown into the structure of your magical architecture. This was what that felt like, being examined from the inside. The places where the foreign thing ended, and the native thing began, identified with the specific precision of someone who had been building toward this identification for 12 years. It was not painful yet. She registered this as information. Yet. "Okay," Amber said, still quiet. "I have it." A pause. "Carrie." "Yes. When I begin removing it, there will be a period where I need you to stay as present as you can." Amber's voice was even, the clinical register that helped. "The removal will return things, the suppressed memories, the emotional access. They will come back in no particular order and not gently." A pause. "The leopard may respond. If you shift involuntarily, if your body requires it, let it. I can work around the shift." Another pause. "Lilith." Lilith, from the floor beside the chair. "Here. Hold whatever she needs held." "Yes." "And Mike." Mike, from the table. "Yes." "The memories that return, she may speak them. She may not." Amber paused. "Whatever happens in this room stays in this room until she decides otherwise." "Yes," Mike said. "Mary." "Yes," Mary said. "Tobias," Amber said. The pause before his name was longer than the others, the acknowledgement of a 15-year-old who had asked to be here and been told yes. "You don't have to watch everything. You can look at the table if you need to." "Okay," Tobias said. He did not look at the table. "All right," Amber said. The single word that was the threshold between the preparation and the thing itself. She began removing it. The first root. This was what Amber called it, the first root. The place where the romantic bonds architecture had grown most deeply into Carrie's own structure. The oldest point of connection, installed when she was 10 years old and had not yet had the language or the awareness to resist. It did not come out cleanly. She had known it would not. Amber had told her. The removal of something that had been growing into a structure for 22 years would not be clean. It would be the specific process of extracting something that had made itself part of what it had been installed into. The pain arrived. Not the physical kind first. The other kind was the kind that had no adequate name, because it was not emotional pain or magical pain or physical pain, but some specific category that was all three simultaneously and was in the specific register of something fundamental being changed about what you were. She held it. Her leopard surfaced. Not a shift of the animal presence coming forward, the true blood nature rising to the surface in the specific way it did under significant duress. The leopard asserting its own awareness as a counterbalance to whatever was happening to the structure it lived in. "I have you," Amber said quietly. Lilith's hand found her wrist, not gripping presence, the specific quality of contact that communicated "I am here" without requiring her to manage the contact. The first root came out. What returned with it? The compound. A smell, the specific smell of Missouri in October, cold and lake water, and the specific domestic smell of a house she had lived in for 10 years. Not the trauma smell, not last night's smell. A Tuesday afternoon smell. The smell of coming home from somewhere to a house that was home. Her mother's hands. She had been trying to reach this for 22 years. The bond had kept it behind the glass. She could see the shape of it, the hands, but not the specifics. Now the specifics arrived. Valerie Summers' hands were warm and slightly rough, the roughness of someone who worked with her hands in the way of a person whose hands were always doing something. When she tucked Carrie in, she would smooth the blanket from the edge and then run her hand up and back down, Carrie's arm in the specific motion that was the tuck-in motion. The one that said there, "And good, and you're here, and I'm here," in the single gesture. Carrie felt it. The physical memory of it in her body not remembered, felt, the specific sensation of being tucked in by Valerie Summers' warm, rough hands. She made a sound, small, involuntary. "I have you," Amber said again. Lilith's hand on her wrist, present. The second root. Deeper, older in a different way, not the chronological oldest, but the one that had grown into something more fundamental. This was the root that was connected to her emotional memory. The bond's poisoning had been working here, specifically the degradation of her sense of her own worth, the manufactured not enough, the specific slow assault on the thing inside her that decided whether she deserved the good things. This root came out harder. The pain was significant. She was aware of her leopard at the surface, fully now not shifted, but present, the animal nature doing what it did under this kind of assault. The true blood leopard asserting itself against the foreign thing's removal in the specific way of something that was not sure the removal and the assault were different. "It's removing," Amber said, "the clinical register, not attacking. Carrie is removing, not attacking." She held this, the distinction that her leopard needed to hear in Amber's voice to accept it. "I know," she said. Her own voice sounded strange, present in a way she did not usually sound to herself. The bond's suppression on her own self-awareness released as the root came out. What returned? Her father's voice. Harry Summers did not have a large speaking voice. This was the first thing. He was a quiet man, and his voice was the voice of someone who had decided early that words were worth using carefully and was implementing that decision continuously. When he spoke, the words had weight not from volume, but from selection, the specific quality of saying the exact thing rather than the approximate thing. He was reading. This was the memory she could not have been older than 7, maybe 8, sitting on the floor of the living room in the compound while her father sat in the chair behind her and read something out loud. She had not known what he was reading. She had not been listening to the words exactly. She had been listening to the voice. "Oh," she said, out loud, without planning to. Nobody asked what. The room held it. Her father is reading, his voice low and even and selecting each word. The smell of the room, the sound of her mother somewhere in the house, the specific domestic sound of Valerie Summers being in the same space, the knowledge of her presence without seeing her. Home. The word arrived fully formed. Not the concept, the specific felt sense of it. The physical experience of being in the place that was yours in the most fundamental way, before you understood that places could stop being yours. She had not felt this since she was 10 years old. She felt it now. In Amber Silver's back room, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, with the smell of lilac and mint around her, and Lilith's hand on her wrist, and Mike's flat hands on the table, and Mary sitting with the expression of someone receiving something they were not sure they had the right to receive. She felt it, and it was enormous. Not painful, enormous. the specific size of something that had been behind glass for 12 years and was now fully present. She was crying. She noted this without surprise. The tears were not the performed kind or the managed kind. They were simply what happened when something this large arrived in a body that had been keeping it at a distance for a very long time. Lilith said nothing, her hand on Carrie's wrist, present. The third root. This one was the memory root. The bond suppression of specific memories, the faces, the voices, the events of the first 10 years of her life that had been sealed behind the glass so thoroughly that she had learned to navigate around their absence, as if the absence were simply how memory worked. Amber worked on this root for longer than the others. Carrie could feel why it was the most tangled, the most thoroughly woven into her own architecture, the places where suppressed memory and genuine trauma had developed a co-structure that could not be simply pulled out. Amber was working with the specific precision of someone separating things that had grown together and needed to be distinguished before they could be addressed individually. It hurt. The honest register of the word hurt in the specific way of something being done carefully and correctly that was still, because of what it was and what it had become, painful. She held it. Her leopard shifted. Not a full shift, the partial thing, the animal nature surfacing and taking partial control, the specific involuntary response that Amber had told her to allow if her body required it. She felt her hands change, the leopard's form expressing in her fingers, the shift incomplete and held in the partial state that was available. Lilith's hand on her wrist did not move. The contact remained, steady, through the partial shift, through the involuntary thing, through whatever her body was doing. Lilith's hand was there. Not alarmed, not managing, there. The third root came out. What returned? Everything at once. She had been told this would happen. Amber had said they will come back in no particular order and not gently. She had held this information and thought she understood it. She had not understood it. The memories came back the way the light came back when you had been in a dark room for a very long time and someone opened the curtains completely and all at once. Not gradually, not the way you could manage, all at once. 10 years of a life, the compound, the house, her parents, the specific texture of a childhood that had been not happy, not in the uncomplicated way, because even then there had been things that were wrong in the background, things her parents had been managing quietly in the ways of people who understood that the background had teeth. But real. Before the last night, before the declaration, before the machinery of what Aldrich Voss had built arrived at her door, 10 years of a life that had been real. Her mother's face, complete, not the shape of it through glass, the specific face of Valerie Summers, her mother, arriving whole and entirely itself. The way she looked when she laughed, which was rarer than the way she looked when she was serious, but was the thing that made the serious look make sense. The way she looked when she was watching Carrie do something, and had decided not to intervene, and was managing that decision with the specific expression of someone who had opinions about what they were watching, and had concluded that the opinions were not needed. Her father's face, Harry Summers, the quiet man who noticed things, the specific quality of his looking when he had noticed something and had decided it was worth holding rather than saying. The way he looked when he was reading, the way he looked when he was listening to Valerie. The way he looked at Carrie, the specific look, the one she had always known in her body, without having the visual memory to attach it to the look of someone who was aware that what they were looking at was the most important thing in the room, and who had decided not to make a performance of this awareness. She had her father's eyes. She had always been told this, in the fragments that made it through the bond's suppression, but the telling and the seeing were different. She looked at Harry Summers' face in the memory and found her own eyes looking back and felt the specific landfall of something that had been at sea for a very long time. The nights. The song. She had known the middle of it for 22 years. She had been humming it her whole life without knowing where it came from or where it went. She had felt the beginning approaching in the last 24 hours, the adjacent phrase, the step closer, the sense of the whole thing being on the other side of something. The other side was here. The memory arrived completely. Her parents sitting on the edge of her bed, both of them, the specific configuration that was the tuck-in configuration. Her mother on the left, her father on the right, both of them with the quality of people at the end of a day who had one more thing to do before the day was finished and were glad of it. Her father's voice, the one she had recovered in the second root low, even selecting each word. But now I'm not reading, singing. The beginning of the song. It arrived in her like weather, like something that had been approaching for 22 years and had finally reached her. Oh, she said, again, the same involuntary word, the only word available. She was humming. She had not decided to hum. Her body was doing the deep automatic thing, the thing that lived below memory and below conscious decision. The thing that had been present since before she had language for anything. But now it is complete, not just the middle of it all. The beginning that the middle grew from and the end that the middle was moving toward. The whole song, complete, whole. Harry Summers' love song to Valerie Summers, who had said yes before he finished the second verse. She was crying and humming simultaneously and was not attempting to stop either. Last night. It arrived last. Not the whole of it, she had fragments of the last night already, had always had them, the fragments that the bond's suppression had not been able to reach because they were stored in a different way. The cold of the road, the sound of things happening behind her, Mary's hand in the dark. What she had not had was the specific sequence of events inside the house before she left. It arrived now. The declaration. She had been present 10 years old in the specific formal gathering that the Voss pack used for significant announcements. Aldrich Voss made the declaration that Kane Holt's mate had been identified. The specific way the room had received this, the pack members, the formal acknowledgement of the Alpha's statement. Her parents' faces when the declaration was made. She had always known in the body knowledge way, the way. Shattered bonds. Chapter 10. The morning came in straight. Not sideways straight. The specific quality of a Pacific Northwest morning that had decided, for reasons of its own, to be genuinely clear. The kind of October day that Seattle produced occasionally, as if to demonstrate it was capable of them. The sky a particular shade of blue that existed almost nowhere else. The rain entirely absent. The light doing something with the remaining leaves on the Capitol Hill trees that was close to spectacular, and was being spectacular without making a fuss about it. Carrie noticed this from the Silver Quill's front window at 7:30 in the morning. She had slept. Actually, I slept not the armchair version, not the partial consciousness of a hearth witch maintains a working overnight. She had slept in the Silver Quill's upstairs room, the one that knew what it was for, in an actual bed, for 7 hours. She had not expected 7 hours. She had expected the specific fractured sleep of a body that had been through something significant and was still processing. She had gotten 7 hours. Deep. The kind of sleep that arrived when something that had been running continuously for 22 years stopped running, and the body, relieved of the constant low-grade maintenance that had been required, discovered it had been tired in ways it had not been able to fully experience until now. She had woken at 7:15 and lain in the bed for 15 minutes looking at the ceiling of the room that knew what it was for and taking stock. Her structure, still hers, the space where the bond had been was still empty, still clean, the specific cleanness of somewhere that had been cleared of something that did not belong there and was now simply itself. She had expected it to feel like a wound. It felt like a room that had been repainted. The same room, better. Her parents' faces, present. Not the glass version, the actual version, the full-resolution memory that had come back with the extraction. She had woken up and her parents' faces were there, immediate and complete, and she had looked at them in the specific interior way of someone visiting something they had been denied access to and was now able to simply be in. Harry Summers reading in the chair. Valerie Summers in the kitchen. Both of them have been singing the song at the edge of her bed every night for 10 years. Present here, hers. She had not cried again. She had lain in the bed and looked at the ceiling and held the memories with the specific quality of holding that did not try to contain or manage, just held. Let them be there. Let them be real. Then she had gotten up and came downstairs and found Silver Quill's front room in the early morning light and stood at the window. The clear October day, the Capitol Hill trees, the city is doing its Friday morning. She was humming. The whole song, beginning to end. She had been doing it since the memories returned yesterday afternoon, and she had not stopped. It ran underneath everything the same way it had always run underneath everything, the middle of it, except now it was complete. She knew where it started and where it ended, and the middle made sense within the whole. She let it continue. Amber appeared at 7:45. She came into the front room from the back with coffee and the quality of someone who had slept fully and well, which was what hearth witches did after significant work. If the workings went correctly, the system restored itself efficiently when it was doing what it was built to do. She handed Carrie coffee without being asked. They stood at the window. It's a clear morning, the blue sky. How's the structure? Amber said. Clinical in the register that was not cold, the register of genuine inquiry. Mine, Carrie said. Amber's expression did the thing it had been doing since yesterday afternoon, when the thing she had been containing for 12 years had been allowed to not be contained. Something fully present where the management usually was. Yes, she said, yours. They stood. I've been thinking about what Mary said, Carrie said. About Alina, about what she keeps transmitting through the frequency. She held her coffee, she was worth it. Yes. I want to go to the journal, Carrie said. When the compact processes the Missouri compound, I want to be there. I want to be the one who she paused. I want to free her. If that's what freeing her requires destroying the journal, I want to be the one who does it. Amber looked at her. The assessment quality is deeper than the shoulder assessment, the one that went all the way down. Yes, she said, I think it should be you. You'll come. Of course. And Lilith. Obviously. Carrie looked at the window, the blue sky, the October trees. She built the chain to reach me, Carrie said. The least I can do is close it. Amber was quiet for a moment. Alina Voss did something terrible, she said. The reomancy, the people it was used on, your parents. She held Carrie's look, and she spent decades trying to repair it from the only position available to her. Those are both true. She paused. You don't have to make peace with the first thing to honor the second. I know, Carrie said. I'm not at peace with it. She looked at the window. It's not forgiveness. It's something else. She paused. It's what she was trying to do, from inside the binding, with what she had. She looked at Amber. That's what she had and she used it. She paused. That deserves to be honored even if the thing she was trying to repair deserved better repair than was available to her. Amber looked at her for a moment. When did you get this wise? She said. Yesterday, Carrie said, approximately 2:45 in the afternoon. Something in Amber's expression. The thing she had been containing arrived at the surface in the specific way it sometimes did, the warmth under the management, fully present. She did not say anything. She put her arm around Carrie's shoulders for a moment. Brief, specific, the gesture of a woman who had been waiting to make it for 12 years and was making it now. Carrie let her. The silver quill at 8 in the morning, filled in the specific way it always filled the back room coming to life, the operational machinery resuming, the people who had dispersed yesterday evening returning with coffee and updates, and the quality of people who had slept on things and were ready to continue. Jimmy arrived at 8 with his laptop and what appeared to be his first coffee of the day, which meant he had been awake long enough to have had his actual first coffee somewhere else, and this was the second. He sat up at the back room table with the efficiency of someone who had data to deliver and was going to deliver it. Donna arrived at 8:10. She looked at Carrie the way she looked at operational situations assessment, evaluation, updated classification. Something in her expression shifted. "You look different," she said, not a question. "I am different," Carrie said, "specifically and in ways I can account for." Donna nodded, the single nod of someone accepting an accurate report. "The debrief can wait 20 minutes, she said, if you need." "I don't," Carrie said. "Start when you're ready." Something in Donna's expression, the specific quality of someone revising an already high assessment upward. She started when she was ready, which was immediately. The debrief. The Missouri compound. The compact had moved on it overnight. A team of their representatives plus the specific additional resources that a property of the Voss compound's scale and nature required. They had arrived at 2 in the morning Missouri time and had processed the location through the early hours. "The compound is secured," Donna said. "The remaining Voss pack members present approximately 20. The ones who hadn't traveled for the Seattle operation have been contained and are being assessed individually." She looked at her notes. "The compact is bringing in the same framework they used for Kane, and the Missouri contacts individual assessment, individual determination. They're not treating the constructed leopards as a monolith." "Good," Carrie said. "There will be a process for each of them." Donna paused. "Similar to what we're doing with Danny and the 2 Missouri contacts who submitted. The compact is slower at this than we are, but they're doing it." "And the journal," Mike said. "The compact representative on site has been briefed." Donna looked at Amber. "Per your contact yesterday evening, they have not touched it. They've isolated it into a separate room, no handling, and are awaiting guidance." "Awaiting me," Amber said, not a question. "Awaiting you," Donna confirmed. When Carrie said, "That's a conversation for after the debrief," Donna said. "Practically speaking, the compound is secured and the journal isn't going anywhere. We have time to do it correctly." Carrie accepted this. Donna was right. The compound was secured, and Alina had been waiting for decades, and a few more days were not the same as a few more decades. "Kane," Jimmy said. He had been waiting for the specific patience of someone who had a significant piece and was waiting for the correct moment to deliver it. "He's in compact custody and he's talking." The room oriented toward him. "Not cooperating exactly," Jimmy said, "but talking. The compact's assessors are apparently Kane Holt in a room with nothing left to protect and has a great deal to say about his father, about the Awakening Project, about everything Aldrich built." He paused. "Most of it is consistent with what we already know. Some of it is filling in gaps." He looked at Carrie. "He wants to see you." The back room was quiet. "Does he?" Carrie said. "Even." According to the compact representative, Jimmy's neutrality held steady. He has not made it a condition of his cooperation. He's continuing to talk regardless. He just paused. I asked. Specifically. Carrie looked at the table. She thought about what she had said to Kane in the Silver Quill's front room 3 nights ago. "You're going to have to decide who you are without the project." She thought about the crack in his expression. The thing that had moved through him that was more complex than rage. "I'll think about it," she said. "That's all the compact needs to know," Jimmy said. "There's no urgency." The debrief continued. Tobias. His family had been contacted by his mother, specifically, whose response to the news that her son had been found alive had registered in the specific way that responses to that kind of news registered. She was coming to Seattle, arriving tomorrow. Tobias had been told this morning and had received it with the quality of someone processing significant information and not yet knowing what to do with all of it. He asked about his original pack alpha, Donna said, specifically whether the alpha had been contacted. She paused. I told him the compact was managing all family and pack notifications. He said he wanted to be the one to contact the alpha directly. She looked at her notes. I told him we'd discuss it. She looked up. Carrie, I think that conversation is yours. Carrie nodded. She had been thinking about Tobias's situation since he was in the back room yesterday morning. She had an idea about what his situation needed. It was still forming. She would know it more completely when she talked to him. The captives in the safe house, Donna continued. Marcus Webb is being reunited with his family today. They arrived in Seattle at midnight. He's going home this afternoon. She said it with the flat satisfaction of someone reporting a correct outcome. The others are in various stages of family contact and repatriation. Priya Anand's situation remains the most complex. The compact is involved with her family, and the assessment of what was attempted on her magically requires specific expertise. She looked at Amber. You're on that. Yes, Amber said. Sira Akafer, Donna said. Adiz has her. She consulted her notes. Adiz says she's Sira, whatever that means. Carrie almost smiled. It means she's going to be fine, she said. Donna looked at her. Something in her expression that was not quite a smile, but was the specific quality of movement in the direction of one. Good, she said. The debrief concluded at 8:51. Donna closed her notebook with the specific motion of someone completing a task and moving to the next one. One more thing, Mike said. He had been at the table throughout, as he had been at the table throughout most of the last 3 days. He looked at Carrie. The serious tone is not full weight, the fraction of it, the indicator setting. The pack, he said. I want to know you're all right. I've had him pause quite a few texts. I know, Carrie said. Donna had a few as well. I can imagine. Jimmy had one from Dad, Carrie said. He stopped. I know, she said. I know they've been waiting. I'll come home today. She held his look. I just needed. I know, he said. Simply, I know what you need. She looked at him. The serious tone's frequency. The weight and stillness she had always recognized and now understood completely. Tell them I'm all right, she said. Tell them I'll be home by noon. At 9, Tobias came downstairs. He appeared in the back room doorway in a state that was better than the previous mornings, not the 3-hour recovery state of yesterday, something more functional. He had slept, apparently, with the specific thoroughness of a 15-year-old who had been running on insufficient sleep for an extended period, and had been given a bed and safety, and had been allowed to use both correctly. He looked at Carrie, his assessment quality. Your eyes look different, he said. They're the same eyes, she said. They look different, he said. He said it as a simple report, not a question. She looked at him. Come sit down. He came and sat. Amber produced breakfast eggs, toast, the specific Walker Pack kitchen quality of food that appeared without being requested. Tobias accepted this with the quality that was becoming familiar, the incremental belief of someone learning that the useful things continued to happen without requiring performance. He ate. She let him eat. When the eggs were gone, she said, Your mother is coming tomorrow. He looked at his toast. I know, Donna told me. How does that feel? He considered this with the seriousness of someone who had learned that how does that feel was a question that deserved an actual answer rather than a reflexive one. Good, he said, and complicated. He paused. She didn't know I was taken immediately. My pack stopped. My alpha didn't report it right away. I know. She didn't know for almost 3 weeks. He looked at his toast. 3 weeks where she thought I was, he stopped. She thought I'd run, that I'd thought I chose to leave. Oh, Carrie said. She knows now that's not what happened. He was precise about this, ensuring the current reality was stated correctly. She knows now, but she spent 3 weeks believing he stopped. I don't know how to. I don't know what to do with that. For her, what she went through for 3 weeks thinking I'd chosen to go. Carrie looked at him. You don't have to do anything with it yet, she said. She's coming tomorrow. That's the starting point. What you do from there is going to take time. She held his look. That's okay. Time is what you have. He nodded, slowly. The alpha, he said. I want to call him. I told Donna, she said. I know what Donna said. Carrie looked at him. I want to know what you want to say to him. He was quiet for a moment. The specific quality of someone who had been thinking about this for several days and was now being asked to deliver the thinking. I want to tell him, he said carefully, what the 3 weeks cost my mother. And I want him to know that I know, that the pack knows. That's when he stopped. That it can't be a thing that just stopped again. That there's no moving past it by not addressing it. That sounds right, Carrie said. But I don't want him to pause. I don't want to go back to a pack where the alpha made that choice. He looked at her directly. I don't think I can. I don't know where that leaves me. Carrie looked at him. She thought about Tobias in this chair asking, is here real? She thought about what she had told him. I know because I arrived here at 10 years old, and I've been here 12 years, and it has continued to be real every single day. She thought about what she had been building toward since the conversation with Mike in Chapter 11, the idea she had described to him as articulating a better vision, the thing that was still forming. I have an idea, she said, that I want to talk to you about. Not today, you have enough today, but soon. She held his look. An idea about what here could be for more people like you, what the silver quill could be, what a network could look like. He looked at her, the rapid processing. Like what you did, he said slowly. Coming here, starting over somewhere. He paused, but with infrastructure. Yes, she said, with infrastructure. He looked at the table. Something moving through his expression was not quite the relief he had shown when she said yes about the rescue. Something more future-shaped. Something that was orienting toward rather than away from. Okay, he said. I want to hear the idea. Soon, she said. He nodded. I looked at his toast. Can I have more eggs? Obviously, Amber said from the counter. At 10:30, Carrie went upstairs. She had things in the room that needed retrieving: her jacket, her phone, the small collection of practical items that had accumulated over the 3 days. The silver quill had been the operational center of everything. She went up the stairs that she had been going up for 12 years, the specific creak of the third, from the top that Lilith's tracking had identified as the tell for her left shoulder, and went into the room. The room was the silver quill's guest space. She had slept in it before, not often, but on the occasions when weather or timing or the specific gravity of the silver quill on a difficult night had meant going back to the pack house was less necessary than staying. It had the quality of a room that had been made ready for exactly the person who was using it, and had been doing this across multiple uses without requiring reconfiguration each time. She picked up her jacket, her phone. She stood in the room for a moment. Through the window, Capitol Hill, the clear October day, the blue sky that was the specific blue of a Pacific Northwest morning that had decided to be exceptional. She was humming, the complete song beginning to end. She thought about her father writing it. She thought about her mother receiving it. She thought about both of them singing it at the edge of her bed, the last thing before sleep, every night for 10 years. She thought about Lilith knowing every note in the middle of it. She thought about what came next. She went back downstairs. Lilith was in the front room. She had arrived while Carrie was upstairs. Carrie had heard the footstep pattern on the stairs, the specific weight distribution she had cataloged without meaning to, until the catalog was complete, and had known without seeing that Lilith had come in. She was standing at the unlabeled section of shelves, running her hand along the spines the way she had 3 nights ago, the night Kane had come the first time, when the operational tension had required her hands to be occupied. She turned when Carrie came into the front room. They looked at each other. The space between them, 2 feet, maybe 3, the front room of the silver quill in the morning light held the specific quality of space between 2 people who had arrived somewhere and were standing in it together for the first time. Hi, Lilith said. The same word. The one from yesterday afternoon in the back room, after the extraction, when Carrie had said it first because it was the only word available. Hi, Carrie said. Something in Lilith's expression, the fully present thing, the thing that had been underneath the sister's script for years and was simply there now. She looked different. Not physically the same Lilith she had always been, the same quality of presence that rooms oriented toward. But something had been put down. The specific weight of 12 years of performing the sister script while knowing it no longer fit set down, because it was no longer necessary, because there was nothing left to perform it over. She looked lighter. The specific lightness of someone who has been carrying something and has been allowed to stop. "How are you?" she said. "Mine," Carrie said, the word she had used with Amber, the one that was accurate. Lilith looked at her. "Yours," she said, confirming. "Yes." She crossed the front room. The distance closed. She stood in front of Lilith, and Lilith was looking at her with the expression that had always been there, and was now simply present, and they were in the Silver Quill's front room in the morning light on a clear October Friday, and they had 12 years between them and the complete song running underneath everything, and the space where the bond used to be clean and empty and hers. "I need to tell you something," Carrie said, properly. Not that she paused, not the version from yesterday. Yesterday was... "It was real," Lilith said, whatever version it was. "I know," she held Lilith's look. "I want to say it more completely." She paused. "If that's, do you want to hear it?" Lilith looked at her. The specific look of someone who had been asked a question whose answer was self-evident and was deciding whether to say so or simply to answer it. "Yes," she said, "Carrie, yes." Carrie breathed. The front room. The morning light. The smell of lilac and mint coming through from the back. The specific warmth of the building that was structural, and the October sun that was coming through the windows and finding the dust motes in the air and the spines of the books, and the two of them standing in the middle of all of it. "I have been since she started, stopped, found the right beginning. I've known something about you for a long time. The same way I know the song, not something I learned, something I came with, something that was there before I had language for it." She looked at Lilith directly. "You were there when I arrived, and you told me I was Pack now, and if anyone said something different they could talk to you about it, and I was 11 years old and I believed you immediately." She paused, not because you were the Alpha's daughter. Because of the specific quality of the way you said it. She paused, like it was a fact you were reporting. Lilith was very still. "It was a fact," she said. "I know," Carrie said. "I know that now. I knew it then in my body before I knew anything else." She held Lilith's look. "And then it kept being a fact, every day for 12 years. You kept her stopped. You were always just there, in the way that she stopped again, found it, in the way that meant I didn't have to manage the distance between us because you weren't managing it. You were just there." "Yes," Lilith said. The sister script was paused. It was something we both agreed to without agreeing to it. It was the word that fit once and stopped fitting, and neither of us said so because you needed time," Lilith said, "and I was going to give you whatever time you needed." "I know," Carrie said. "I know that's what you were doing. I could feel it." She paused, the specific quality of someone who has made a decision and is not going to pressure you about it. "I could feel it for years, and I filed it and I didn't look at it because looking at it would have required." "Saying this," Lilith said. "Saying this," Carrie confirmed, "and I couldn't say this while I couldn't trust what I felt. While the bond was she stopped. While there was something else running underneath everything that I couldn't be sure wasn't affecting." "I know," Lilith said. "I knew that. I knew that was why." She held Carrie's look. "I was not going to tell you what you felt until you could trust that you felt it." "I know." Carrie looked at her. "The bond is gone, and what I feel." She paused. Not because she didn't know. Because she wanted to say it exactly correctly. The way her father had said things was not the approximate version, the exact version. "What I feel for you," she said, "is the thing that has been underneath everything else my whole life here. It is older than the bond. It is unconnected to the bond. It was never the bond." She held Lilith's look. "It is you. It's the specific thing that is you. The way you told me I was Pack at 11, the way you've been beside me every time it mattered, the way you said you'd be in the room and you were in the room." She paused. "The way you know every note of the middle of a song you've never been told the name of." Lilith was not doing the containing thing anymore. Whatever she had been containing the 12 years of it, the specific weight of knowing and waiting and being present without pushing was not being contained. "Carrie," she said. "I love you," Carrie said. "Specifically and completely and in ways I couldn't have named yesterday and can name today because today I know the difference between what is mine and what was installed." She looked at Lilith directly. "This is mine. This has always been mine." She paused. "I'm done filing it under later." The Silver Quill's front room. The morning light. The clear October day outside the window. The smell of lilac and mint. The specific warmth of a building that had been a sanctuary for long enough that the sanctuary was structural and was now being something that did not have an adequate single word, was being the place where the thing that had been almost said for 12 years was being said. Lilith reached for her. Not dramatically. Not with the quality of 12 years of waiting released all at once in a single moment. With the specific simplicity of someone who had been present for a very long time and was continuing to be present in a different register, now one hand on Carrie's face, the specific warmth of it, and Lilith looking at her from a very close distance with the expression that was fully present, completely itself, nothing underneath it or above it. "I know," Lilith said, softly. "I've known for years." She held Carrie's look. "I love you too. I have loved you for so long that I can't identify where it started anymore." She paused. "But I know it's mine, and I know it's real, and I have been waiting." She stopped. "I have been waiting for you to be free enough to know it too." "I'm free," Carrie said. "I know," Lilith said. She kissed her. It was quiet, the way the most significant things were quiet, not the performed version of a significant moment. The real version, which was two people who had known each other for 12 years finally being in the same place simultaneously. The specific quality of something that had always been there, finding its form. Carrie's hand came up and found Lilith's arm, the warmth of her. The specific Lilith-ness of the person standing in front of her, the quality she had been cataloging without meaning to for 12 years, and had never named until now because naming it would have required acknowledging what the catalog was for. The silver quill's front room held them. The cats reappeared, both of the named ones and the one without a confirmed name. They arranged themselves in the front room with the specific feline commitment to being present at important moments and looked at the proceedings with expressions of profound and impartial approval. The back room door opened. Jimmy's voice, from the back of the silver quill, with the specific quality of someone who had just looked at his surveillance feed and arrived at a conclusion. "Oh," Jimmy said, to the room, to nobody specifically. "That's a pause. That's the thing." Another pause. The thing happened. From Donna, somewhere in the back room. "What thing?" From Jimmy, "The Carrie and Lilith thing." A silence. From Donna, "How do you know?" From Jimmy, "I can see the front room from the back room doorway and they are." A pause. "Yes, that's the thing." A brief silence. Then Donna Reyes, Sergeant Major retired, Pack Beta of the Walker Pack, tactical architect of the operation that had recovered 14 captives from the romantic facility in the Seattle warehouse district, made a sound that was specifically not the sound of someone maintaining professional composure. "I won," she said, to the back room, to everyone in it, to the silver quill in general. "I won. Everyone pays up right now." From Mike, from somewhere. A sound that was not quite a laugh and was not quite not a laugh. The specific sound of a man who had known this was coming for 2 years and was receiving its arrival with appropriate private satisfaction. From Amber, from the counter, in the specific tone of someone who had placed a bet on the first person Carrie told afterward and had put her own name down. The sound of someone retrieving a phone and making a call. The call connected after 2 rings. Amber Sira Akafer said, from the Akafer safe house across the city, 17 years old, recovering from something terrible, absolutely present for this call. "Is it?" "Yes," Amber said. A sound from Sira's end that was specifically identifiable as the sound of a 17-year-old who had been right about something important. "I told everyone," Sira said. "I told Tobias, I told Marcus before he left, I told my aunt, I told." "You told everyone," Amber said. "I told everyone," Sira confirmed. "Hold on, I need a brief pause," and then Sira's voice directed away from the phone. "ITHAPPENED. I told you. I told all of you." From somewhere in the safe house, distant, Adiz Akafer's voice doing the thing that Adiz Akafer's voice did when she was being dignified about something that she was privately very pleased about. "Thank you for letting me know, Amber," Adiz said, in the background, in the tone of someone who had put money on sooner than anyone thinks and was not going to say so. Amber ended the call with the specific satisfaction of someone whose primary bet had been that she would be the first person Carrie told. She had not been the first person Carrie told, technically, because Carrie had told Lilith first, and Lilith was the person the telling was to. But she was the first to know after. This was close enough. She decided it counted. She was calling Father Dominic before she finished this thought. Father Dominic answered on the third ring. Amber, he said, the voice of a 72-year-old priest who had been lighting candles about this situation for months and was aware that the current call had a specific purpose. It happened, Amber said. A pause. Good, Father Dominic said, quietly. The word carried the weight of someone who had been praying for something and had just been told it had arrived. You were right about the circumstances, Amber said. Quiet, no drama. I usually am, Father Dominic said. About the things that matter. A brief pause. I'll light another candle. Keep the winnings, Amber said, for the food pantry. I was going to, he said. I always was. Amber ended the call and stood behind the silver quills counter with the expression of someone who had been doing something for 12 years and had just watched it complete. In the front room, Carrie and Lilith, still in the morning light, still in the specific quiet of something that had been true for a long time and was now simply present. In the back room, Jimmy updating his probability notebook with the specific satisfaction of a man whose methodology had been vindicated. Donna on the phone, pay up. She was saying, all of you, this was not a surprise to anyone including you. Stop acting like it was a surprise. Mike Walker at the table, with his coffee and his phone, and the private expression of a man who had known something for 2 years, and had waited with the specific patience of someone who understood that some things had to arrive in their own time. He was not performing the not being moved. He had put it down. He picked up his phone, typed a message to Donna, the debrief can wait. Donna's response arrived in 4 seconds, obviously. At 11 o'clock, Carrie and Lilith came into the back room. They came in together, not performing together, simply together, the default arrangement that had always been the default arrangement, except that now the arrangement had context that it had always had and had never been named. The back room looked at them. Jimmy was extremely interested in his laptop screen. Donna had her notebook open and was writing something in it that appeared to require great concentration. Mike was looking at the table. Amber was looking at the window. Tobias was looking at his mug. Mary, who had arrived while Carrie was upstairs and had been sitting at the table since, was looking at Carrie with the expression she had been developing since the coffee shop, fully arriving now at something settled and named. A silence that had a specific quality, the held breath quality, the collective suspension of a room full of people who knew something and were waiting to see how it was going to be received. Carrie looked at the room. Donna, she said. Donna looked up. Her expression was the most controlled thing in the room, and it was not particularly controlled. You won, Carrie said. Something cracked in Donna Ray's professional composure. It had been cracking since she heard Jimmy say that's the thing from the back room, and it had been held together by sheer operational discipline. Since then, and it cracked now with the specific quality of something that had been held together past the point where holding it together was the right call. She stood up. I know I won, she said. She stopped. 12 years. It has been 12 years and I have been watching the two of you, she stopped. Took a breath. Pay up. Everyone, right now, Jimmy. I'm collecting, Jimmy said. He had retrieved the notebook from his desk drawer with the efficiency of someone who had been ready to retrieve it for an indeterminate amount of time and was ready now, starting with the date pool. Donna had. I'm aware of what I had, Donna said. Let's discuss the location pool. I said rooftop of Walker Security. You said rooftop of Walker Security, Jimmy confirmed. This is the silver quill. This is Amber's category. Amber's category. Was Donna looking at Amber? First person Carrie tells after, Amber said. Composed. I put my own name down. Donna paused, technically accurate or not. I'll allow it, Jimmy said. I'll allow it, Donna confirmed. Mike put his phone down. He looked at Carrie. She looked at him. The serious tone is not the fraction, not the full weight. Something between them. Something that was the frequency she had always recognized and was now also the look of a man who had known his daughters were going to get there and was watching them have gotten there. "Home by noon," he said. "You said." "I said," she confirmed. "Pac is going to want to see you." "I know." "Both of you," he said. He looked at Lilith too. Equal weight. Both of his daughters, home by noon. "Yes," Lilith said, the simplest possible agreement. "Yes." Mary was still looking at Carrie, the settled expression. "The smell," she said quietly, to Carrie specifically. "Yes," Carrie said. "Alina's frequency." Last night Mary paused. It was clearer this morning than yesterday. I don't think she's trying to say something new. I think she's waiting, Carrie said. Yes, Mary held her look. She knows what's coming. She's been waiting for it for a very long time. She paused. She wants to know about your parents. I think she's been wanting to know whether she stopped. Made it, Carrie said. Whether you made it, Mary said, specifically. The back room of the Silver Quill, the morning light coming through the back windows. The smell of lilac and mint, the warmth that was structural. Carrie thought about Alina. The journal on the desk in Missouri, isolated now, no one touching it, the compact's representatives having been told exactly what it was and treating it accordingly. The spirit inside it that had been trying to reach the true blood for decades. That had felt like the bond's removal yesterday afternoon. That had heard we got them out through the frequency and had received it. Tell her, Carrie said, to Mary, to the frequency, to whatever channel was available. Tell her I made it. She paused. Tell her we're okay. Mary closed her eyes. The specific quality of someone listening to something that was not in the audible register. A moment. Then, something in her expression. Something is arriving. She knows, Mary said. I think she's been knowing since you arrived in Seattle 12 years ago. Since the Silver Quill. She paused. She's been watching through the frequency since the beginning. She opened her eyes. She's glad. The back room. Tobias at the far end with his mug. Looking at Mary and then at Carrie. The expression of someone who has been present for a great deal of significant information in a short period of time and is filing it steadily. Is she okay, he said, to the room. In there, the journal, is she okay? Mary looked at him. The question received fully was not the question of a child, the question of someone who had been held in a facility by people who used other people as components and wanted to know if someone was okay in there. She's been doing what she could with what she had, Mary said. That's the most honest answer. She paused. She'll be better when it's done. When Carrie, Tobias said. When Carrie goes to the journal, Mary says yes. He nodded. The same nod he had used when receiving difficult information and processing it into something he could act on or accept. Good, he said. That's good. He went back to his mug. At 11:45, Carrie and Lilith stood at the Silver Quill's front door. The clear October morning outside. Capitol Hill Street doing its Friday. The blue sky that was exceptional and was being exceptional without fuss. Lilith had her jacket. Carrie had her jacket. The practical items of people who were going somewhere. Amber was behind the counter. Doing the Silver Quill things, the opening of the shop for the morning, the specific routine of 30 years being 30 years. She looked at them at the door. Home by noon, she said. Home by noon, Carrie confirmed. And then the compound, Amber said, Missouri, when you're ready. Yes. Not today. No, Carrie held her look. When we're ready, all of us. Amber nodded. The nod of someone who had been waiting for the right time for 12 years and understood what the right time looked like. Mary was at the back room table. She looked up when Carrie turned. I'll be here, she said. When you go to Missouri, I want to come. I know, Carrie said. You're coming. Something in Mary's expression. The second chance look. The person who deserves the answer look. The person who left a door unlocked or whose mother did, which was the same thing in the specific calculus of what mattered. Okay, Mary said. Good. Tobias, still at the table, looked up. When you come back, he said, can we talk about the idea? Yes, Carrie said, when I come back. Okay, he said. He looked at his mug, then back at her. The thing you said, infrastructure for people like me. He paused. I've been thinking about it. Good, she said. Keep thinking. We'll talk when I'm back. He nodded. She looked at the silver quill one more time. The front room, the shelves, the unlabeled section. The cats arranged themselves in the morning light with the specific feline commitment to being present at departures. The smell of lilac and mint, structural, present, hers in the specific way that things were hers that she had not chosen, but had been given by people who knew what she needed before she did. She was humming the whole song. She did not stop. Ready, Lilith said. Beside her, the default arrangement, the confirmed arrangement, the arrangement that had been true for 12 years and was now true in every register simultaneously. Yes, Carrie said. They went through the door. Capitol Hill on a clear October Friday. The blue sky was still doing its thing. The leaves on the trees were doing their October thing with the specific light, the gold red of them, the specific palette of a Pacific Northwest autumn on a day without clouds. The street had the quality of a city morning that was not thinking about the things that had happened in it in the last 3 days and had no obligation to. They walked. Not toward anything specific toward the car, eventually, toward the pack house, toward home by noon, but walking first. The specific walk of two people who have just come out of something significant and are in the first minutes of the afterward. Lilith was beside her, the default arrangement. Carrie was humming. She had been humming since the memories returned yesterday afternoon, and she had not stopped. The whole song now beginning to end, the thing that was complete. Lilith was listening. She could feel the quality of Lilith's attention in the specific way she had always been able to feel it, oriented toward her. Listening to the song the way she had always listened to the middle of it. Tell me, Lilith said, quiet, the morning around them. What? The song, the beginning, she paused. Tell me what it is. Carrie walked. Capitol Hill Street. It's a clear morning. The specific blue sky that Seattle had produced as if to say yes. This one, this morning. My father wrote it, she said, to propose to my mother. She paused. She said yes before he finished the second verse. Lilith was quiet for a moment. That's, she said, and stopped. Yes, Carrie said, it is. And they sang it to you. Every night, the last thing before sleep. She paused. I've been carrying it since I was 10 years old without knowing what I was carrying. She paused. Now I know. Lilith reached for her hand. She found it. Hold it. They walked down Capitol Hill on a clear October morning with the blue sky above them, and the leaves doing their thing, and the city going about its Friday, and Carrie humming Harry Summer's love song from beginning to end. Sing it, Lilith said, properly, not just the humming. Carrie looked at her. You said that once before, she said, in the extraction, when the memories came back. I know, Lilith said. I meant it then, I mean it now. She held her hand. You know the whole thing now, sing it. Carrie walked. The street, the morning. She thought about her father's voice, low and even and selecting each word. She thought about her mother saying yes before the second verse was finished. She thought about both of them at the edge of a bed in Missouri, singing the last thing before sleep for 10 years. She thought about what it meant to carry something for 22 years, without knowing what it was. She sang. Quietly, not performing the real version, the one that was only for the person beside her and the morning and the street and the specific October blue of the sky. Her father's words, her mother's yes, the melody that had lived in her body since before she had language for anything. She sang it from beginning to end. She made it through the second verse. She kept going. She sang all of it, the whole thing, complete, the song that Harry Summers had written and that Valerie Summers had received, and that had been given to Carrie every night for 10 years as the last thing before sleep. By the end, Lilith's hand was tight around hers. They stopped walking. Carrie looked at her, the full quality of her looking at nothing between her and what she was seeing or what she felt looking at it. No bond, no glass, no manufactured not enough, no sister script. Lilith, The person who had told her at 11 that she was Pac now, and if anyone said different they could talk to her about it, and had meant it as a fact she was reporting, and had been beside her every day of the 12 years since. That's, Lilith said. Her voice had done something. The contained thing had been released in the specific way that things released when they had been held for a long time. Carrie, that's. I know, Carrie said. Your parents, Lilith said. Yes. They were, she stopped, found the word, they were something. Yes, Carrie said, they were. They stood on the Capitol Hill sidewalk in the clear October morning, with the song finished, and the sky doing its exceptional thing above them, and 12 years of everything that had brought them here between and around and underneath them. I would like to know them, Lilith said. Through you, whatever you remember, I'd like to know them. Yes, Carrie said, I want to tell you. Tell me on the way home, Lilith said. Start with your father reading in the chair. She held her look. Tell me everything. Carrie looked at her. Okay, she said. She started walking. She started talking. She told Lilith about Harry Summers reading in the chair with his voice that selected each word. She told her about Valerie Summers, who always knew where the exits were, and whose hands were warm and rough, and who smelled like lilac and mint. She told her about a house by a lake in Missouri before everything, when she was small enough that the world was the size of a house and 2 people, and the last thing before sleep was a song. She told all of it. Lilith walked beside her and held her hand and listened with the full quality of her attention and did not interrupt. The city moved around them. Capitol Hill became the route to the Pack House, the specific familiar streets of a city she had been in for 12 years and was in now as herself completely, uncompromisedly, for the first time. She was humming. She did not notice. Lilith noticed. She did not say anything. She held Carrie's hand and listened to the humming and the talking and the mourning. They went home. Shattered bonds. Chapter 11. The Walker Pack House at noon, on a Friday, had a specific quality. Not the operational quality of the last 3 days, the kitchen table covered in maps and laptops, the constant movement of people with purposes, the specific density of a house running at full capacity toward a defined objective. That quality had dispersed with the dispersal of the immediate crisis, the way operational intensity always dispersed when the operation concluded, leaving behind the house itself and the people who lived in it doing the things people in houses did. Someone had made lunch. This was the first thing Carrie registered when she came through the front door, the smell of it, the specific domestic smell of the Walker Pack House at midday, which was different from the Silver Quill's smell and was its own thing entirely, and was, in the specific register of things her body knew before her mind did, home. The second thing she registered was the quality of the quiet. Not empty quiet, occupied quiet, the sound of a house containing lives in the specific way that lives got contained in houses when they were not performing anything. Someone in the kitchen. Someone on the second floor could hear footsteps, the specific pattern of pack members she could identify, but was not currently identifying because she was standing in the doorway and taking in the smell and the quiet and letting them land. Lilith, behind her, she had her own particular quality of stillness in the doorway, not waiting, simply being. She had been like this since the Silver Quill. Something had been put down, and the putting down had produced a lightness that expressed itself in everything, including how she stood in doorways. Home, Lilith said, not to anyone, to the house. Yes, Carrie said. They went in. The kitchen. Donna was at the counter. This was unexpected. Donna Ray's in the Walker Pack's kitchen producing lunch was not the image Carrie had of Donna's relationship with the domestic register. But there she was, with the specific quality of someone who had decided the house needed feeding and had implemented this decision with her usual efficiency. She looked up when they came in. The assessment. The specific Donna Ray's evaluation of situations rapid, complete, filed under the appropriate category. The category she filed Carrie and Lilith under was visible in the specific quality of her expression for approximately 1 second before the professional composure reasserted itself. Sandwiches, she said. Sit down. You didn't have to, Lilith. Start. "Sit down," Donna said. They sat down. Donna produced sandwiches with the efficiency of someone for whom all tasks were operational tasks, and operational tasks were executed correctly or not at all. She set them on the table and poured water from the pitcher that was always on the Walker Pack's kitchen table and sat across from them. "Debrief can wait until 3, she said. "We're doing this first." "Doing what?" Carrie said. "Lunch," Donna said. "As a pack." She paused. "There are people upstairs who have been asking about you since yesterday afternoon." "I know," Carrie said. "They're going to come down," Donna said, "when they hear you're here." "I know," Carrie said. "Let them come down." Donna looked at her. The assessment ran in the specific register of someone who had worked alongside Carrie for years and was registering a change in the thing being assessed. "You look different," she said. The same thing she had said this morning at the Silver Quill. "You said that already." "I'm saying it again because it's true again." Donna picked up her water. "Different from this morning, even." She paused. Something else happened. "Several things happened," Carrie said. Donna held her look. "The good kind," Carrie said. Something in Donna's expression. The specific quality of someone receiving confirmation of something they have been tracking for a long time. "Good," she said. She looked at Lilith. The same assessment. The same arrival at the same conclusion. The expression doing the thing it had done at the Silver Quill when Carrie said you won the cracking of the professional composure at the edges, the 12 years of it finding the surface. "Donna," Lilith said. "Don't," Donna said. "I wasn't going to say anything." "You were going to say something that would require me to have a response, and I have decided not to have responses right now and to eat my sandwich." She picked up her sandwich. "Eat your sandwich." They ate their sandwiches. The kitchen was quiet in the occupied way, the house holding them. The specific warmth of the Walker Pack house was different from the Silver Quill's warmth, less the accumulated warmth of protective intention, and more the accumulated warmth of people who had lived here together long enough that the living had left marks on the air. Carrie was humming. She had not stopped since the memories returned. She had been humming through the walk from the Silver Quill, through the singing on the sidewalk, through the telling of her parents' story, through the car, through the front door, through the kitchen, through the sandwich. She was always humming. This was simply the first time she knew what she was humming. Donna looked at her. "Is that?" "Yes," Carrie said. "The whole thing?" "Yes." Donna looked at her sandwich, then at Lilith, then at Carrie. Something moving through her expression that was not the professional composure and was not its absence. Something that was simply Donna Ray's having a feeling and not currently deciding to do anything about it. "Your father," Donna said quietly. "Yes," Carrie said. "He wrote it." Donna nodded. Once. The nod that was receiving significant information and integrating it. "Good man," she said, even though she had never met him. The statement carried the specific weight of someone who had been watching his daughter for 12 years and had arrived at an accurate assessment. "Yes," Carrie said, "he was." The footsteps on the stairs. She heard them coming with the specific pack house footstep quality, the particular pattern of each person identifiable if you knew them well enough. She had known them long enough. 3 people, she assessed. 2 she identified immediately. The third took a second. Then they were in the kitchen doorway. 2 Walker wolves who had been on the original perimeter team, had their names, had known them for years, had worked alongside them in various capacities, without ever building the kind of specific close relationship she had with the inner circle. They had been on the operational rotation for the last 3 days, and they were here now in the kitchen doorway looking at her with the expression of people who had been worried about something, and had just received the information that the thing was okay. The third was younger mid-20s, a woman who had joined the pack 3 years ago, and had the quality of someone who was still calibrating what she was in a group she was becoming part of, who tested the calibration periodically against the pack's established members to see how it was settling. She looked at Carrie, then at Lilith, then at their hands. Their hands were not held. They were sitting across the table from Donna, eating sandwiches, which was not a hand-holding configuration. But something about the quality of the space between Carrie and Lilith communicated something that the younger woman received and filed. She looked at the older wolves. They looked at her. A brief exchange of pack communication that did not require words, the specific register of 3 people arriving at the same conclusion simultaneously and deciding not to make it a thing. "Lunch," Donna said. They came in and sat down, and Donna produced more sandwiches, and the kitchen filled. More people arrived. Not all at once, gradually, the specific trickle of a house becoming aware that the people it had been missing were back in it. Some came from upstairs. One came in from the back door, which meant they had been outside in the yard, where the Walker Pack house's eastern edge gave onto a strip of trees before the neighboring property. The third-floor resident appeared with the quality of someone who had been conducting engineering student activities and had heard something that required investigation. Each one of them did the version of the Donna assessment, the rapid taking in of Carrie's presence, the integration of the fact of it against the 3 days of her absence from the house, the arrival at something. What they arrived at was different from person to person. Some made it obvious, some made it internal. All of them had the quality of people who had been managing something in the background that had just been resolved. The kitchen filled. Donna produced an implausible quantity of sandwiches given the original starting materials. The pitcher of water was refilled twice. Someone made coffee. Someone else made tea without being asked, which was the Silver Quill's influence spreading to the pack house in the specific way of practices picked up from places you visited frequently. It was not a celebration. It was not a debrief. It was the specific quality of a group of people who had been through something together and were now occupying the same space and letting the occupation do the work of whatever the thing was that needed doing. Pack, Carrie thought. This was what the pack felt like. Not the formal version, not the operational version. The kitchen version. The sandwiches and coffee and the gradual filling of a space with people who had stake in each other. Her leopard went to the lower gear. The specific settling that meant the assessment was complete and the conclusion was safe, home. She had known this feeling in this kitchen for 12 years. She knew it more fully now than she had before because she knew the contrast of the bond's continuous low-grade pull toward somewhere else. Manufactured, installed, running underneath everything was gone. What remained was this. Simply this. The kitchen, the pack, the smell of coffee. "Carrie," said someone across the table. One of the older wolves was a man in his 40s who had been with the Walker Pack for longer than Carrie had. He was looking at her with the quality of someone who had a thing to say and was deciding how to say it. "Yeah," she said. "Glad you're back," he said. Simply. The way the Walker Pack said significant things, not elaborately, in the simplest version that was accurate. "Me too," she said. He picked up his sandwich. The kitchen continued. Mike arrived at 12:45. He came in through the front door, and she heard his specific footstep pattern on the entrance and the quality of his movement through the front hall, the unhurried, purposeful quality that was Mike Walker in his own house. He came into the kitchen and looked at the table full of pack members and sandwiches and coffee and the specific organized humanity of a Friday noon. He looked at Carrie. The serious tone, not the full weight, the fraction of it. The indicator setting was his way of communicating something without making it a production. She looked back. "Home by noon," she said. 12:47, he said. "Traffic," she said. "Capitol Hill here is not a traffic situation." "Structural emotional processing," she said. Something in his expression. The thing that was not quite a smile and was not a smile, occupying the precise territory between them where Mike Walker's emotional expression lived when it was visible at all. "Fair," he said. He sat at the table. Donna put a sandwich in front of him. He did not look surprised by this. He ate it with the specific quality of someone for whom eating was a practical matter being handled practically, and who was doing other things with his cognitive load simultaneously. He looked at Carrie, then at Lilith, then at their hands, which were also not held in the kitchen configuration. His expression did not change. He ate his sandwich. The kitchen table knew things, Carrie thought. It had been present for 12 years of Walker pack meals and briefings and late nights, and the specific accumulated weight of a family occupying the same space across time. It knew what it knew. It did not need to perform knowing it. After a few minutes, Mike put his sandwich down and looked at Carrie directly. The pack, he said, he paused, has been aware of the situation, generally. The operational situation, he paused, and the other situation, he looked at the table. The debrief at 3 will be operational. The other situation is... Dad, Carrie said. He looked at her. It's fine, she said. I know they've known for a while. She held his look. I know Jimmy had a notebook. A brief silence. The notebook was Jimmy's idea, Mike said. I know, she said. Was there a pool? Another silence. There was a pool, Mike said. Did you participate? I did not participate. He picked up his sandwich. I contributed to Amber's category. Which was? First person, Carrie tells afterward. And you put? Lilith, he said. I put Lilith. He looked at his sandwich. She told Lilith first. Technically, Amber gets it on a procedural argument, but the spirit of the bet. Dad, Lilith said. He looked at her, the fraction of the serious tone. Yes, he said. Stop explaining the bet, she said. I was contextualizing, he said. Stop contextualizing the bet. He looked at his sandwich. Okay. The kitchen table, the sandwiches, the coffee, the pack occupying the space. Carrie looked at the table and the people around it. The specific human and supernatural mix of the Walker packs, Friday noon the people who had been on the operational rotation for 3 days. The people who had been running the regular pack business in the background, while the crisis ran in the foreground. The third-floor resident who appeared to have been awake since Thursday and was on her 3rd coffee and would not be acknowledging this. She had been in this kitchen for 12 years. She had sat at this table and eaten eggs in the morning and had briefings and had the specific late nights when something was happening that required the kitchen table to be operational and the ordinary nights when the kitchen table was simply the kitchen table. She had been in this kitchen for 12 years, and she had been managing something in the background the whole time, the bond, running underneath, the continuous maintenance of a foreign thing in her own structure, and she had not known it was management because it had been there since she was 10 years old and had become simply what living felt like. Now she was sitting at the kitchen table with it gone, and what living felt like was this. The sandwiches, the coffee, the pack, the specific warmth of a house that had held her long enough that it knew the shape of her. Mike eating his sandwich and not commenting. Donna across the table with the professional composure that had cracked and been reassembled and would probably crack again before the day was out. Lilith beside her. She was humming. She noted it distantly, let it continue. The young wolf, the one who had been calibrating against the pack's established members, was looking at her from across the table. She had a specific quality of attention that Carrie read as something forming. Not complete yet, building toward something she did not have the language for. That's a song, she said. Carrie looked at her. The humming, the young wolf said. I know humming is usually a song, but that one she paused. It sounds like something. She paused, like it has somewhere to go. It does, Carrie said. Where does it go? Carrie looked at her. The young wolf who had joined 3 years ago and had been calibrating ever since, who had come into the kitchen and looked at Carrie and Lilith and the space between them and filed the conclusion without comment. It goes back to the beginning, Carrie said, and then from the beginning all the way through. She paused. It's complete. The young wolf looked at her. What's it called? Carrie thought about this. I don't know, she said. He never named it. Or if he did, I wouldn't have paused. I don't remember the name, just the song. Who wrote it? My father. The young wolf's expression received this, filed it. It's good, she said, simply. The Walker pack register, the simplest version of the thing that was accurate. Yes, Carrie said, it is. After lunch, Carrie went upstairs. Not to her room, immediately to the 3rd-floor landing, the specific landing between the stairs and her room that had a window that looked out on the trees behind the pack house. The trees were doing their October thing. the leaves at the stage where they had committed to the change, but had not yet let go, the specific moment of color before the release. The Pacific Northwest afternoon light doing something with them was its own thing. She stood at the landing window and looked at the trees. She was not humming. For the first time, she could not identify when she had last not been humming since the extraction. The song was present underneath, but she was not giving it sound. She was just standing at the window looking at the trees in the October light. She thought about Missouri. The compound secured. The journal isolated. Alina is waiting. She was not afraid of Missouri. This was something she had been checking periodically since yesterday afternoon and finding to be true each time. She was not afraid of Missouri, not afraid of the compound, not afraid of what going back there meant. The bond was gone. The pull toward the Voss pack was gone. What remained when she thought about Missouri was not fear, but something more specific and more useful, the clear-eyed awareness of something that needed to be completed. Alina had been waiting for decades. A few more days was not a few more decades, but it was time to plan. She thought about what Amber had said. When we're ready, all of us. She thought about Mary saying, I want to come. She thought about the compact's representatives on site, the journal isolated, the instruction not to handle it. She thought about what Tobias had asked. Is she okay there? And Mary's answer, she'll be better when it's done. Yes, Carrie thought, she will. Footsteps on the stairs, the specific pattern she identified before she turned. I thought you went to your room, Lilith said, coming up to the landing. I stopped here. I see that. Lilith came to stand beside her at the window. The default arrangement, even at a landing window. The trees. Yes. There. Yes. They stood at the window, the October trees, the afternoon light. Missouri, Carrie said. I know, Lilith said. Soon. Yes. I need to talk to Mike about the logistics, and Amber about the specific. She paused. The specific working. Freeing a bound spirit is not a standard operation. No, Lilith said. Amber has been thinking about it for a while, though. I know. Carrie looked at the trees. She's been thinking about most things for a while. Yes, Lilith was quiet for a moment. The journal destroyed it. The Ryamancy texts. She paused. That's everything Aldrich built from. Gone. Yes. The constructed pack members, the ones who are still. Lilith paused. The ones who are still in the pack structure. What happens to them when Alina is freed? Amber's best read is that the command architecture releases, Carrie said. The Ryamantic binding that makes them respond to Voss authority. That goes. She paused. The shift doesn't go. What they are doesn't go. The specific thing that was using them goes. Like Mary, Lilith said, the field at the facility. She said she felt more herself. Yes, Carrie held her look, like that, but more complete. She paused. They'll have to figure out who they are after. That's going to take time for each of them. That's going to need infrastructure, Lilith said. The word from the conversation with Tobias, like the idea you have. Yes, Carrie looked at the trees, exactly like that. Lilith was quiet for a moment. When did you start having the idea, she said, the one you told Tobias about? I don't know exactly, Carrie said. It's been building. She paused, since the extraction maybe, since understanding what Alina was trying to do, the chain, the reaching, the repair from inside the binding. She held Lilith's look. She was doing what she could with what she had, but what she had was limited. She paused. What if someone built something that wasn't limited? Infrastructure. A place, not a pack, not a coven, not an institution, something more like. The Silver Quill, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said, but not a building. A network, something that she paused. That reaches the people who need it the way Alina's frequency reaches them, but with more capacity than a frequency. Lilith looked at her. The full quality of her attention, the thing that room's oriented toward, directed at Carrie on the landing with the trees behind her. You're going to build something, Lilith said, not a question. We're going to build something, Carrie said, if you... Obviously, Lilith said. I was going to ask. I know you were going to ask, Lilith said. The answer is obvious. She held Carrie's look. I've been beside you for 12 years. Where are you going? I'm not going with you. Carrie looked at her. Okay, she said. Good. Lilith looked at the trees. Tell Mike the logistics conversation can happen at 3 after the debrief. He'll want to be part of the planning. She paused, and Amber will want to go over the specific working for the journal. I know. And we need to. Lilith, Carrie said. She stopped. Not today, Carrie said. Today I want to be home. The planning can start tomorrow. She held Lilith's look. Today I want to be in the house and eat the food and not have anything operational running. She paused for one afternoon. Lilith looked at her. The expression doing the thing, the present thing. The thing that had been underneath the sisters' script for years and was now simply there, in the light from the landing window on a Friday afternoon in October. Yes, she said. Okay, a beat. One afternoon. One afternoon, Carrie confirmed. Lilith put her arm around her shoulders. Not dramatically. The specific easy motion of someone who had been wanting to make this gesture in this register for a long time and was making it now with the ease of something that had always been true. Carrie leaned into it. They stood at the landing window and looked at the October trees and the afternoon light and let the afternoon be what it was. The debrief at 3 was compact. Donna ran it as she ran everything. 15 minutes the operational picture, the outstanding items, the logistics of what came next. The compact's processing of the Voss compound continues. Kane in custody. The submitted pack members move through the appropriate assessment channels. The captives and their various situations proceed. The outstanding items. Missouri, the journal. The timing to be determined. Amber was working on the specific logistics of the working. The compact was managing the site. The decision of when was Carrie's to make. When you're ready, Donna said to Carrie. Specifically, not the operational register, something more personal in it. You say when. A few days, Carrie said. I want to be. She paused. I want to be steady before I go back there. Donna nodded. Steady is good, take the time. The debrief concluded at 3:17. Donna closed the notebook. Then she did something she did not do in professional contexts. She looked at Carrie, and then at Lilith, and then back at Carrie. The 12 years of watching and waiting and the pool and the notebook and the operational management of something that was never quite operational, all of it in her expression for exactly the length of time it took to have it, and then the composure back, not performed, simply present. Glad you're both here, she said, in the simplest version of the Walker Pack register, the one that was accurate. Us too, Lilith said. Donna picked up her notebook and left the kitchen. In the afternoon. They were in the pack house for it all, the specific occupancy of a Friday afternoon in the Walker Pack house, when the immediate operational cycle had concluded, and the next one had not yet formally begun. Someone found a film. The specific pack house decision-making process around films was notably non-hierarchical. People proposed things. Other people had opinions. A conclusion was reached through some combination of consensus and the specific gravitational pull of whoever had the remote. The conclusion today was something with a plot that nobody would have been able to summarize afterward, but that provided the right quality of background for the afternoon's actual activity, which was simply being in the same space. Carrie was on the couch, Lilith beside her, in the default arrangement that was confirmed in every register now. A pack member on the other side of Carrie, who had been on the perimeter rotation and had the quality of someone who had been given permission to stop being operational and was implementing this permission carefully, not quite sure yet that it was real. The film played. Nobody watched it particularly closely. The young wolf who had asked about the song came in from the kitchen with popcorn, a quantity of popcorn that suggested she had made significantly more than she had intended to, or that she had intended to make this quantity, and had not thought through the implications. She assessed the couch situation and sat on the floor in front of it, which was the pack house floor-sitting tradition expressing itself naturally. What's happening, she said, about the film? Something, said someone. Is that the... I think so. Okay. The popcorn was distributed. The film continued. The afternoon moved through its particular quality, the specific texture of a day that had been operational for 3 days and was no longer operational and was now simply itself. Carrie was humming. The young wolf looked up at her. The song. Yes. Are you going to do that forever? Probably. Okay, she returned to the popcorn. It's not annoying. I just wanted to know. Good to know it's not annoying. It's kind of like she paused. Nice, actually. Like background music, but specific. It's very specific, Carrie said. What's it about? The young wolf asked, with the quality of someone who was asking a question that was actually a question and wanted an actual answer. Carrie looked at her. She thought about Harry Summers writing a love song. She thought about Valerie Summers saying yes before the second verse was finished. She thought about what she had told Lilith on the Capitol Hill sidewalk, the singing and the telling, the morning light and the blue sky. She thought about what it was about. My parents, she said. It's a love song my father wrote. He used it to propose to my mother. She paused. She said yes before he finished the second verse. She paused. And then they sang it to me every night as the last thing before sleep. The young wolf looked at her. The reception of this information happening visibly is not the professional filing of operational data, something more personal. And you've been humming it your whole life, she said. Without knowing what it was, Carrie said, yes. And now you know. Yes. Because she paused. She did not have all the information, and she was aware she did not have all the information, and she was asking carefully around the edges of what she had. Because of things that happened this week, Carrie said. The full version is a long story. I'll hear it sometime, the young wolf said. The specific Walker Pack register does not tell me now. The acknowledgement that there is a story and it will be told when it is ready to be told. Yes, Carrie said, you will. The film continued. The afternoon continued. The popcorn was finished and replaced with something someone found in the kitchen that was not popcorn, but served the same function. The pack house held them in the specific way of houses that had held people long enough to know how. Mike appeared at some point during the afternoon. He did not sit down. He was Mike Walker, and Mike Walker did not watch films in the afternoon. He stood at the doorway and looked at the room with the quality of someone taking stock and concluding that the stock was correct, and then went back to whatever he had been doing. But he had looked, and the look had a specific quality, the serious tone in his eyes without the words, the weight and the stillness that was how he held the things that mattered. Carrie had felt it. She always felt it. Dad, she said, across the room, without turning around. A pause. Yeah, Mike said, also without any elaboration, also without any performance. He went back to whatever he had been doing. At 5:30, Carrie went to her room. The third floor. The room that had been hers since she was 11 years old, since Mike had made the arrangement that gave her the largest room because it was right, and because Carrie's room was Carrie's room, and that was that. She had stood in this room for 12 years in the various states of the person. She had been the 11-year-old who had not yet found the word, the 15-year-old who had found it by accident in a kitchen and had not taken it back, the 22-year-old who had been managing the bond's background noise and had not known she was managing it. She stood in it now as the person who had the memories back and the bond gone and the song complete, and what she felt named and said plainly to the person it was about. Different, the same room, different people in it. She sat on the bed. The specific familiar quality of it, the bed in the third-floor room in the Walker Pack house, the window that looked toward the tree line, the October light coming through it at 5:30 in the specific gold-going amber quality of a Pacific Northwest evening. She took her phone out. She had been carrying the weight of a call she needed to make since yesterday, not with dread, with the specific awareness of something that needed to happen and had not yet happened. She had been not ready for it before. She was ready now. She called Amber. It rang twice. Carrie, Amber said. Are you at the shop? Yes, the Thursday regulars, she paused. Friday regulars. I keep losing the day. It's been a long week. Yes, a pause. How are you? Mine, Carrie said, for the third time, the word that was accurate. Good, Amber said, the warmth under the single word. I want to tell you something, Carrie said. That I've been wanting to tell you since yesterday, but there was always. I know, Amber said. There was always something. Yes, Carrie held the phone, the October light through the window, the smell, lilac and mint. She paused. It arrived before anything else. In the extraction. Before my mother's face resolved, before her voice, before any of the specific memories, she paused. The smell came first. Amber was quiet. It's the first thing I have of her, Carrie said. The oldest thing. The thing that's been in me the longest. She paused. And it's the same as you. She held the phone. I don't know how to say what I mean without saying something that might be. Say it, Amber said, gently. She found you, Carrie said. I know I said this yesterday, but I want to say it again properly. She paused. Whatever Alina built, whatever the frequency was carrying, whatever the chain was reaching toward, it brought me to the silver quill. And the silver quill smells like my mother. And you are, she stopped. You've been the specific version of what I lost before I knew I'd lost it. She paused. I needed you to know that I know that now, with full information. Not the version I knew before where I felt it but couldn't account for it. She paused. The full version. Amber was quiet for a moment. Carrie, she said. Yes. She stopped, started again. When you came through the silver quill's door at 10 years old, collapsed, and I picked you up and brought you to the back room, she paused. I knew something, not everything, but something, the smell of you, the leopard response. Something that said this child belongs here. She paused. I have been grateful for 12 years that I was the one who answered the door. Me too, Carrie said, me too. The phone, the October light, the specific gold amber of 5:30 on a Friday. Missouri, Amber said, gently, the word that was the next thing. Soon, Carrie said, a few days, I told Donna. Yes, a pause. I've been working through the working, the specific approach to a spirit binding of this age and this nature. She paused. Alina has been degrading the binding herself, from the inside, for a very long time. Which means the binding is significantly weaker than it would otherwise be. It means the working I need to do is less about force and more about completing something, Carrie said. A pause. Yes, Amber said. That's exactly right. Completing something she started. She was quiet for a moment. From inside the binding, she has been weakening it continuously. What we need to do is provide the specific capacity to finish the release that she cannot complete from the inside alone. The true blood, Carrie said. Yes, a true blood freeing a bound spirit that is connected to the constructed line she comes from. There is a specific resonance to that. The text, she paused. The texts that still exist, the ones that don't require the Voss journal specifically, describe this as a closing of the original working. She paused. Alina opened something when she performed the Riomancy. The true blood closes it. Carrie looked at the window, the trees in the October light. She's been waiting for the closing, Carrie said. Yes, Amber said, I believe she has. Okay, Carrie said, soon, and we'll close it. Yes, Amber said, we will. They were quiet for a moment. One more thing, Carrie said. Yes. I haven't asked you specifically. She paused. Are you okay? After the Hessa situation, after the extraction. She held the phone. You did something very large yesterday. I haven't asked if you're. I'm fine, Amber said. The complete version of the word, the way Carrie had used it this morning. The working went as it should have. The extraction, she paused. Watching you go through it, she stopped. I would do it again, without hesitation. And I would not want to do it again. She paused. Both of those things are true. Yes, Carrie said. I know the feeling. A pause that was warm. Carrie, Amber said. Yes. The song. On the call this morning, Sierra told me she said she could hear something in the background when I called her. Something you were. Yes, Carrie said. I've been humming it since the memories came back. She paused. The whole thing now. Yes, Amber said. The word carried something that was not quite the very still thing and was not it. I know. A pause. I've heard it for 12 years, Carrie. The middle of it. Every time you came through the silver quill's door. She paused. I didn't know what it was. But I knew it was something. Another pause. I'm glad you know the whole thing now. Me too, Carrie said, me too. She ended the call. The room, the October light, the specific gold amber of the evening arrived. She was humming, beginning to end, complete. She let it be there. After a moment, she got up from the bed and went to the window and looked at the tree line. The trees that had been there since the pack house was built, the Douglas firs, and the deciduous ones doing their October thing in the last of the afternoon light. She thought about Harry Summers. She thought about Valerie Summers. She thought about Missouri and the compound and the journal and Alina waiting. She thought about what came after the network she was going to build, the infrastructure she had described to Tobias, the thing that was still forming that would start forming more completely tomorrow when the one afternoon was over and the work continued. She thought about the captives. Tobias and his mother are arriving tomorrow. Marcus is going home this afternoon. Priya and the complicated assessment. Sira with a D's being Sira, the others in their various states of recovery and repatriation. She thought about Mary, the backroom table, the frequency, she was worth it. She thought about Danny Voss asking questions. The chain reached one more person. She thought about what Amber had said. Alina opened something when she performed the Theriamancy. The true blood closes it. She was 22 years old, and she was going to close something a woman had opened decades ago and had been trying to close from inside a binding ever since. She was going to go back to Missouri, where she had come from, and she was going to finish something. Not today, not tomorrow, soon, when she was steady. She was getting steadier. She could feel it. The structure settled into itself, the new structure, the one without the Bond's foreign architecture running through it, the one that was simply hers. Like a house after renovation when the construction noise has stopped and the plaster has dried and the space is beginning to simply be the space. She was getting steadier. A knock at the door. "Come in," she said. Lilith. Of course, Lilith. She came in with the quality of someone who had been doing something elsewhere in the house and had arrived at the conclusion that elsewhere was not where she wanted to be and had come here instead. She looked at Carrie at the window. "Dinner," she said. "Someone's cooking, I don't know who." "Someone always cooks," Carrie said. Yes, Lilith came to stand beside her. The window, the trees, the evening light, you okay? Getting steadier, Carrie said. Good, Lilith looked at the trees. Missouri. Not today. No, Lilith looked at her, but soon. Soon, Carrie confirmed. I want to close it properly. She held Lilith's look. And then I want to start the next thing. The infrastructure. Yes. We're going to need, Lilith paused. We're going to need to think about structure, what it is formally, how it connects to the pack, to the compact, to the silver quill. She paused, what we call it. Not today, Carrie said. No, Lilith said, tomorrow. Tomorrow, Carrie confirmed. The evening light through the window, gold amber going toward the first darkness of the evening, the trees. He never named the song, Carrie said. My father, or if he did I wouldn't have paused. I don't have a name, just the song. It doesn't need a name, Lilith said. You know what it is. Yes, Carrie said, I do. She was humming. She had been humming. Lilith was listening. She was always listening. The evening came. Dinner was the specific quality of Walker Pack House dinner on a Friday when the week had been what it had been for everyone around the table, not the operational configuration, the living here configuration. Loud in the specific way that a table full of wolf shifters was loud, which was louder than a table full of humans and had a different quality to it, the specific warmth of a pack gathered at a table without agenda. Carrie was between Lilith and the young wolf who had asked about the song. Across from Mike, who was eating the food and asking the specific operational questions that were Mike Walker's version of table conversation and that everyone had always understood were also his version of participating in the social thing. She ate, she participated. She was in the specific register of someone who was in a room full of people who had been through something together and was present with them in the aftermath of having been through it. She was also, underneath everything, humming, the complete song, beginning to end. You're doing it again, the young wolf said. I know, Carrie said. It's still not annoying. Good. What's your mother's name? The young wolf said. If that's Valerie, Carrie said. Valerie Summers. The young wolf received this, filed it. And your father? Harry. She nodded. Harry and Valerie. She paused. Good names. Yes, Carrie said. They were. The dinner table, the pack, the evening. Later, when the table had been cleared and the various people had dispersed to their various Friday evening activities, Carrie stood in the kitchen washing dishes. She did not need to wash dishes. The pack house had a dishwasher. It was a functional household. The dishwasher was available and adjacent. But there was something about the specific act of standing at the kitchen sink with her hands in warm water and the last of the dishes going through the specific domestic process of being cleaned that she had always found not peaceful. Grounding. The ordinary physicality of it. She was humming. Mike came in from the back of the house. He had been outside. The specific after-dinner habit of walking the property's edge that she had always known as his thing without ever asking about it. He looked at her at the sink. He did not comment on the dishwasher. He got a glass of water and leaned against the counter and drank it. Valerie, he said, quietly, not a question about the name, her mother's name in his mouth, which was the first time she had heard him say it. Yes, she said, not asking how he knew. She had told the back room yesterday. He had been there. Tell me something about her, he said, that you remember. She looked at the dish in her hands, the water, the kitchen. She always knew where the exits were, she said. In any room, she walked into a space and she found the exits first. I didn't understand why when I was small. She paused. I understand now. Mike was quiet. She kept me, Carrie said, knowing what I was and what it meant in the pack. She kept it and she managed it and she was figuring out what to do with it. She paused. She figured out what to do with it. She paused. The door. Yes, Mike said. She found you, Carrie said. Through Alina, through the frequency, through whatever chain was running underneath everything. She looked at the water. I think she would be. She stopped. I think she would be glad that I found you. Mike was very still against the counter. I think she would be glad, Carrie said again, of all of this. The pack, Amber, Lilith, she paused, you. The serious tone arrived. Full weight. The frequency she had always recognized. Harry, he said, tell me something about him. She smiled. Not the almost smile, the actual thing. He read out loud, she said, to whoever was in the room. Not performing, just reading, his own voice, selecting each word. She paused. I listened to the voice more than the words. She paused. He had your tone, the serious one. She looked at Mike. That's why it reached me. From the beginning, my body knew the frequency. Mike looked at her, the serious tone holding, the weight and the stillness. I would have liked to meet him, he said. Yes, she said. He would have thought about it. He would have noticed things about you, the important things, and he would have kept them because he understood that not everything worth knowing needed to be said out loud. She paused, and eventually he would have said one thing, in a specific tone. She looked at Mike. Thank you for taking care of her. The kitchen. Mike put his glass down. His hands were flat on the counter. The specific stillness of a man receiving something at full resolution. He would have been right, Mike said, in a serious tone, to say it. Yes, Carrie said, he would. She finished the last dish, turned off the water, dried her hands on the dish towel. She turned and looked at Mike, the man who had looked at a collapsed 10-year-old and had used the serious tone to say daughter like it was a fact he was reporting, who had been keeping a file on the Voss pack for 11 years in the background, who had passed her coffee in the kitchen when she called him Dad by accident and had not said a word, who had just said, I would have liked to meet him. Dad, she said. Yeah. Thank you. The single word. The one that had been building since she was 11 years old and had become a habit before it became fully itself. It was fully itself, now the complete version, informed by everything she now knew and everything she had always known. Thank you for taking care of me. Mike's jaw did something. The small, controlled movement of a man who had a great deal of feeling and was managing its expression with the specific dignity of Mike Walker. He picked up his glass of water, drank the last of it, "Put it down." "That's what you do," he said, in a serious tone, "when someone's yours." She looked at him. "Yeah," she said, "I know." She went upstairs. The third-floor landing. The window. The trees in the dark now have no light from the evening sky, just the specific darkness of the Pacific Northwest after October sunset, the trees visible as shapes against a slightly lighter dark. Lilith was at the landing. Of course, Lilith was at the landing. She had been coming to the landing window. Carrie understood this without needing to ask, because she had been doing the same thing Carrie was doing. Being in the house and letting it be the house, not the operational house, just the house. She looked at Carrie. "Kitchen," she said. "Yes." "You're okay." "Getting more okay continuously," Carrie said. "I think that's how this works." "Yes," Lilith said, "I think so." They stood at the landing window and looked at the dark trees. The song was underneath everything. Complete. It had been there all day, and it would be there tomorrow, and it would be there for the rest of her life, and she was glad of this in the specific way you were glad of things that were simply yours, not with performance, not with acknowledgement, just with the quiet awareness of something that was true. "Missouri," she said. "Yes." "And then, the thing we're going to build." "Yes." "And then." "All of it," Lilith said. "Everything that comes after that." She held Carrie's look. "We have time, Carrie. For the first time in a while, we have time." She paused. "Let's use it correctly." "Yes," Carrie said. "Let's." She reached for Lilith's hand. Lilith found it. They stood at the third-floor landing of the Walker Pack House on a Friday evening in October with the dark trees outside, and the house below them full of pack, and the evening settling into the specific quiet of a house that had held people long enough to know how to hold them. Carrie was humming, beginning to end, the whole thing. Harry Summer's love song, complete. Shattered Bonds. Chapter 12. They drove to Missouri on a Tuesday. Not flying. This had been Carrie's decision, made without extensive deliberation, in the way she arrived at decisions that were instinctive rather than calculated. The drive was 14 hours. She wanted the 14 hours. She wanted the specific quality of covering the distance herself, rather than having it compressed. Wanted to feel the 2,000 miles she had run in the other direction, when she was 10 years old, passing under her in the reverse direction now, at 22, with people she had chosen beside her. Mike had not argued. He had looked at her when she said drive, and had done the assessment, and had said okay, and had started working out the logistics of a 14-hour drive, with the efficiency of a man for whom all problems were logistical problems. The car was Mike's, the large one, the Walker Pack's primary vehicle for when logistics required it, which seated 5 comfortably, and had the specific quality of a vehicle that had been used for significant purposes before and was prepared to be used for them again. 5 people. Mike driving. He had not delegated this. The alpha driving his pack to a significant destination was not something Mike Walker was going to hand to someone else, and nobody had suggested it. Amber in the front passenger seat. She had the silver quills preparation, the specific materials and working notes for the spirit unbinding in a bag between her feet. She had been working on the approach since Sunday. She was as ready as it was possible to be. Carrie behind Mike, the driver's side rear. The position she had taken without thinking about it and had registered afterward, the position that put her on Mike's side of the car. She had been sitting in this position in this car since she was 11 years old. Some things settled without requiring deliberation. Lilith beside her. The default arrangement, confirmed in every register, expressed in the specific domestic geography of the rear seat. Mary in the back. The third row, the bench seat that folded up from the cargo area, which she had claimed without being asked because Mary White understood the geometry of spaces and had identified the position where she was present without crowding. They left Seattle at 5 in the morning. The first hours were dark. Pacific Northwest dark, the specific quality of the early morning, when the sky has not yet made any commitment to the day. The interstate moving south and then east, the familiar geography of the region giving way to the less familiar as they covered distance. The car had the quality of early morning silence, not uncomfortable, the occupied silence of people who were awake and present, and had decided that the darkness did not require filling. Carrie watched the dark outside the window. She had slept well the previous 3 nights. The steady she had described to Donna on Friday had continued to arrive not all at once, incrementally, the specific settling of a structure finding its correct configuration. She had woken on Saturday and Sunday and Monday in the 3rd floor room and taken stock and found, each time, more of herself available than the time before. The space where the bond had been was still empty and still clean. The memories of her parents were still there, not fading. The opposite, becoming more specific as the bond's suppression continued to lift from the edges. She had spent Saturday with Tobias and his mother. Elena Tobias, she had not known his mother's name until that morning, had not known that Tobias was the family name for both of them, that his mother had named him after herself in the specific way of parents who had been told they were having one child and had decided the name they had chosen was going to be used regardless of what arrived. Elena Tobias was 41 years old and a wolf shifter, and had spent 3 weeks believing her son had chosen to leave, and had been believing this while also not believing it, in the way of parents who know their child in a manner that precluded the believing. She had come through the Silver Quill's front door on Saturday morning. She had found Tobias in the back room. What followed was not described later because it was not a thing that required description. It required simply that it happened, and it had happened. Carrie had given them the back room and the time it needed. Afterward, Elena Tobias had found Carrie in the front of the Silver Quill. She had the quality of a woman who had been through something significant and had arrived at what was on the other side of it, and was now doing the specific work of functioning in the aftermath. She had looked at Carrie and said, "You went in there." "Yes." "You got him out." "My team got him out." She held the woman's look. "He was instrumental. He gave us the information we needed to make it possible." Elena Tobias had looked at her for a long moment. Then she had done what Adiz Akhafer had done, had taken Carrie's hands in both of hers and had held them and had not said anything for a moment. "Then, whatever you need from me, name it." "Keep him connected," Carrie had said. "He's working through something about his pack and his alpha and what his situation looks like going forward. He needs time, and he needs to know that you're there, not pushing, just there." Elena Tobias had looked at her. "How old are you?" 22. "You sound like someone who was told this at exactly the right age." "I was," Carrie said, "more or less." Elena Tobias had gone back to the back room. Tobias himself had found Carrie before they left the Silver Quill that evening. "I talked to my alpha," he said. "How did that go?" "Like I wanted it to." He paused. He didn't have good answers, a beat. "I don't think there are good answers. I think there are just honest answers and dishonest ones, and he gave me honest ones." He looked at the table. He said he was afraid, that the disappearances would make the pack look weak, and he was afraid of what that meant for his leadership. He paused. "That's not a good reason, but it's the actual reason." "Yes," Carrie said. "I told him I'm staying in Seattle for a while," Tobias said. "He accepted this." He paused. "I don't know what comes after a while." "That's okay," Carrie said. "A while is enough for now." "Yes," he had looked at her. "The idea, the infrastructure." "Yes." "I want to help build it," he said. "Whatever it is, I want to be part of building it." "I know," Carrie said. "You will be." He had gone back to his mother. Sunday had been the planning day. The kitchen table is not the operational configuration, not the debrief configuration. The specific configuration of a table full of people who had an idea and were building it from the beginning. The specific quality of the Walker Pack's inner circle plus Amber, plus Mary plus Tobias, when the subject was something that was not yet a thing and was going to become one. Carrie had laid out the shape of what she was thinking. Not a pack, not a coven, not an institution in the sense of the compact's institutions that already existed and had their specific functions. Something more like the Silver Quill, a place where complicated cases could be people first, but not a place. A network. Something that could reach people the way Elena's frequency had reached people, not with a building, with presence. With the specific human and supernatural presence of people who understood what had been done to the constructed communities and were working on its repair. The table had received this. Mike had asked the structural questions: funding, authority, relationship to the compact, relationship to the Walker pack. Not obstructing, building. The specific Mike Walker contribution to any planning exercise was to identify the load-bearing elements and make sure they were being built to bear the load. Donna had asked the operational questions: who, how, what does.